Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're watching in the world, and welcome to the 6th round of the HKRC Club Championship. We welcome you to a very beautiful Kimbolton circuit. My name's Charlie Ellis, and I'll be taking you through all the action today. And we've got a bunch of action that is waiting to head out on circuits. So we got 215 drivers that are spread amongst different categories, from cadets to juniors to seniors to even the KZ, some of the fastest karts you'll ever see in the country. It's been an eventful weekend so far. The weather has been playing about. It looks like it's going to be a lot better today, but a chance of rain around 3 p.m. time, which is when those ever so important finals will be starting. So stick around, because it's going to be one hell of a day. The first heat coming up will be the Honda 200s. They've had a very exciting weekend so far. Not many drivers were here on the Saturday, off doing different events, but they're all here today, ready to kick it up. As we said, 215 drivers. We're going to be watching some of the next generation of talent. And as we said, we've got cadet drivers. These drivers are starting from 8 years old. Such a young age to get into racing, and it's gonna hopefully lead them on to a very good career. And of course, this is where the drivers start. They start at their local karting tracks. They start here at Kimbolton. There is the cadet drivers lined up on your screens. Number 72 there, a very quick driver. And you'll see as well that pink helmet, Sawyer Henderson, who was in contention the past couple of rounds to win the final, hasn't had the luck yet. He's been very quick in the heats, but he's so close, and I think he's dreading that final win. He wants it so bad. Good to see as well, just in front of him, that very rainbow-coloured helmet and suit, that's Dino Rowlands. Now, Deno, you'll see on his car, you'll see him on track. It's a very vibrant and colourful car, and that's because he's got a new sticker kit, which is with the Riley Price coaching. You'll see Riley just stood next to him in that pink and blue, what do you call it, a jumper? I'd say it's a jumper. Let's call it a jumper. He's got his own coaching platform, so you'll see a couple of his sticker kits out on circuit. But yeah, Honda Cadets, it's where all the drivers first started. This is where their careers once started from. You know, the likes of Lewis Hamilton to Jenson Button, they all started their journeys here. In the cadet format, of course, maybe in different engines and whatnot back then, back in the medieval era, let's say that. But of course, yeah, this circuit's been established since 1959, so some of the best drivers you could ever name have raced here, even the likes of Ayrton Senna and you know, some of the biggest names that have come out of British motorsport. And the reason not many people know why they actually started this track up is because a bunch of lads wanted to find somewhere to race, and that's what established Kimbolton, and it's still going. All these years later, and with still the same prospect. That it's just a bunch of guys, bunch of girls who just want to go racing, and it's a brilliant community. So if you're ever close to Huntingdon, make sure you come down here and just check it out. Come enjoy a weekend down, especially this lovely weather. I don't know if you want to stay around for 3 p.m. here, but you can definitely watch it on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, drop your comments in. Let's hear who you're rooting for. Of course, yeah, there are many drivers to root for. Of course, if you've got any family members who are out racing, give them some love, give them some shout-outs. But just a bit of wait here. Of course, we just had the qualifying sessions for Senior OTAX just finished. And, of course, they've got to all stay in Parc Ferme to then all be weighed and, all the scrutineering checks, which there are many, but that's because we want to make sure it's fair racing. We all love fair racing, don't we? So soon we're going to get ready to go for the first heat. No Chris this weekend, unfortunately, so we'll be single-man rodeoing. So if you just want to say hi in the chat, please do. It'll make me feel a lot better. And of course, we may have John Richardson who comes up throughout the day. He maybe want to pop up, but really interesting actually. So obviously the qualifying sessions just happened. Track looks very quick. The Junior OTAX, I think the driver who stuck it on pole actually set the lap record, 40.92. The driver set. I don't know if it's confirmed to be the lap record. We'll wait and see. But there's a couple people putting in some comments. Let's have a little look. Lee Starbuck says, "Good luck, Team Zip," and to John Richardson. John, you may be joining us later today. We'll wait and see. Sarah Parker says, "Go Harry PR." Oh, Harry Parker Ray. Sorry about that, Sarah. Harry Parker Ray, brilliant driver who had a pretty good time out at Red Lodge yesterday. So well done to Harry. Jossie says, "Jensen and pole today, trust." We'll see how he gets on. David Klassen. A man I think everyone knows in the paddock. David says, "Missing a team and everyone this weekend. Good luck to Klassen Motorsport. Love it." Oh, it's Ash. Ash, you should have changed the name on YouTube. Change the name to Ash. We should have noticed that at first. Good to see you, Ash. Hope you're enjoying the stream. There's not much yet, but hopefully there'll be some good racing for you to watch. I know you'll be screaming at the TV like always. We can always hear you downstairs. So hope you're doing well, Ash. Fleet Beauty said, "Team Zip, go on, Teddy." Teddy's will be one of the first races out, I think. He's in the Mini Inter class, and actually no, Mini Inter will be out a bit later, so that'll be good to see. And Jennifer Brett says, "Good luck to Zach Squire, number 64. Love Jenny and the kids." Let's see how Zach Squire gets on today as well. Keep dropping your comments. Let's see you rooting for. Or just put a funny comment in. Let's just see what you guys can come up with. So yeah, just a brief halt. As I think we're actually running ahead of schedule, which is always brilliant to have. Means we got a bit of leeway time just in case the worst happens. But yeah, these drivers experienced a lot of conditions yesterday. Of course, dry for most of the day, and then at the very end, a massive thunderstorm, which I know I was running home for because, who wouldn't? It came down pretty hard, it has to be said. The rain was in and out throughout the day, so it gave a mix to a bunch of drivers. The cadets got the real handful of it, doing a couple slicks in the wet conditions, which is always a bit sketchy, let's say. Michelle Sheridan says, "Good luck, Sawyer. We're all rooting for you." Sawyer, who we spoke about earlier, he's going to be one to watch in that final. Obviously, it depends on how they get on in the heat races. Heat races can really detect, their final grid spot. Jossie says, got to support my best friend. Oh yeah, of course you got to support your mates. That's what this is all about. Obviously, this it's not just racing; it's a community, and we're seeing the grid open. That can only mean one thing. That means we're going to go racing, and hopefully we'll get away for the first time. Mason Becker stuck it on pole for the Honda 200. George Pickett alongside from Arthur Murphy, Dino Rowlands, Marcus Cooper, Sawyer Anderson, Jack White, Sophia Hamilton, Kean Delaney, Alistair Saunders from James Murphy, Harry Parker Ray, Ben Bowers from Kean Doherty, Zach Squire and James Windsor will round out your grid. 16 drivers here this weekend in Honda 200, so it'll be one to watch. Now, speaking to Deno Rowlands, well, I think it was Deno Rowlands, it might be Deno or Dino. He did let me know which one it was, and I can't remember now, so I'm sorry about that, Dino, but they're going to come around the final corner now. Rolling start for these Hondas. Hopefully you can get away for the first time asking. Mason Becker, I think the driver who's just been one to watch all year, and what's going on here? What is going on here between Mason Becker and Arthur Murphy? Was that Murphy getting pushed a bit behind? Of course, these drivers are going to be very close to each other through that final corner. Or Murphy was just a bit too eager to get going, I think. But full starts, they go round again, so you may see some of the drivers spinning their finger around. To be honest, I don't really know why they do that, but you can see the marshals now telling them to slow down and keep a single file. And I did look like he was that marshal was stipulating to Arthur Murphy to say, come on, we nearly got that start first time, but they go around once again. And it'll give another opportunity for the drivers to warm up their tyres, warm up their engines, and get used to the track conditions. Of course, the conditions can be changing all the time. I mean, they got a good mix of that yesterday, but, you know, today is a different day. Temperatures are going to be changing. I mean, we've got 14 degrees at the moment, but that's soon going to jump up to 17, 18 degrees. Let's see how they get on. They're going to come round the final corner. Will we get going for the second time of asking for the first race of the day? Yes, we are. Down into turn one. Let's see how they get on. Pickett's on that outside. Watch out for Sawyer Henderson. Trying to make it 3 wide turn one. Oh, Mason Becker locks up. And that is not how you want to start your first heat. That was such a shame for Becker. He's going to drop all the way down to second to last. He's got a lot of work to do. But at the front, Arthur Murphy still leads the way. In second place, Theo Hamilton. Theo in his last year racing Hondas, so he's going to try and make the most out of this year as they come flying through. Look at this track, it's so beautiful. We've got the 3 different sectors, all technical in their own way. Some have got some very long straights. We need to work on that slipstream. That second sector, a bunch of corners, really tests the driver's stamina and agility to carry as much speed through as they can, keep the momentum up. But at the moment, Murphy's doing the best fit so far. Very hard on those brakes into turn one, so must be struggling to warm up them tyres. Jack White's there in third place with Pickett, who's now dropped to fourth. Delaney's had a good start. He's up 4 places. He's into the top 5. But you can see the drivers haven't really pulled away from each other, and that's pretty much down to the slipstream effect. But I wonder what Theo Hampton's going to be thinking here. Would he think, you know what, Arthur, I know you're quick. Let's just tag along. Let's follow each other for a bit. Or will he go for that move? We'll wait and see. Of course, we don't know the minds of these young drivers. You know, they could be doing a million miles an hour. Oh, move for second place here. We're better off just watching the track action here because a move for second place. Sort of Jack White's get up in second now. Jack White, what will he do now? Will he chase down Murphy for that lead? He's right on the tail already, and that's just down to that really strong slipstream effect. The number 56 gets a warning flag, as well as the 21, Dino Rowlands, not having the best of starts as well. But really, the man who lost out big time, that was Mason Becker, who's up into 11th now. He's made a couple places after that small spin. But yeah, big lock-up moment going into turn one. Not the way you want to start your race, but we've still got plenty of time. As well, it's only a heat race, so he's still got plenty of time to work through. Number 30, Marcus Cooper. No, actually, no, 30. That's Theo Hamilton. Theo Hamilton gets a warning flag. Wonder what that could have been for. But let's see what happens here. Oh, Jack White. He might be having a look for a leader. Yes, he is. Down into turn one. And this first heat is already shaking up to be quite exciting. Hopefully this will be a stipulation of what's to come today. Theo Hamilton tries to go for that second place. He just couldn't get it done. Murphy stays in second. But Jack White's into the lead of the race now. Now it'll be a test to see if he can try and pull away, but look at Murphy just sticking right on his tail on that back bumper, and that was interesting from Murphy. He got the move done on Jack White's, but in that braking zone, it did look like he tapped the back of White's. Maybe some front to rear contact there, but we'll let the stewards and the marshals sort that one out. We're just commentators. We don't make any decisions here. But the number 88 actually under investigation. So looks like the stewards are very quick to catch up on that, and looking to maybe deal with that with maybe some penalties that might come through. So Murphy will have to watch out for the rest of this race. But it's all tossing and tailing, and Jack White still leads the way. Theo Hamilton there in second place, but he might be looking for the lead. That got very close there between the 13 and the 30. Murphy's there in third. He's trying to work back some lost momentum. And into fourth, that's George Pickett, who's having a pretty good race so far, has to be said. So Anderson's in there as well. He's currently in seventh, just on the back of the tail. Murphy makes the move for second place. He gets past Theo Hamilton, and that's a pretty strong pass as they head down into turn one. Turn one being one of the hardest braking zones. Really tests the drivers because they come through this first corner and then have to try and carry the speed through without being too hard on the steering that you scrub the tyre and lose a bit of speed. Very hard sector to get right, and it comes into another hard sector, but this could be a lead change. Murphy on the inside, hard on his brakes, gets the move done on Jack White. We had about 5 lead changes so far in this race. We're not even halfway through it yet. Into fourth went Sawyer Henderson. That's a pretty strong start. I think these drivers are more thinking about the consistency levels. Of course, Jack White and Theo Hamilton both made up 6 places respectively. But they got that done on the start. They made the most of the start, and now they're being very consistent, thinking about their moves. One person who's thinking about moving, Jack White, I got very close between Murphy and White, but White gets the move done. Murphy drops to second place and could even open an opportunity for Theo Hamilton. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. And this race is really coming on. And Murphy back to the lead of the race. Jack White's in second now. Theo Hamilton, I think Theo's just going to sit there and watch them have a little play about and just sort of pick up the broken pieces. It seems like the way to go. Sawyer Henderson with the head down. He's got an eye on the top 3. And to be fair, if they keep battling the way they are, he might have a good opportunity. And in fifth as well, George Pickett, he might have an opportunity. This could really turn into more of a 7-kart train for the lead. Another lead change into turn 1. This could be the 7th lead change in this race. Jack White's to the inside. Oh, look at Theo Hamilton trying to make the double. Will he get it done? I got very close between the two. And Theo Hamilton having to cut the grass. Murphy didn't get enough space. And I got very close to Sawyer Henderson and Murphy. Sawyer, 2 wheels on the grass, but keeps it going. Into third place he went. Murphy drops to fourth. Murphy a big loser out of that one. Theo Hamilton, bit of rodeo in, and he's managed to keep it going. We do know these Honda engines are used for lawnmowers, but I didn't realise we were going to be using them today. But we'll thank Theo anyway for that. Late move there by Arthur Murphy. Gets the move done on Sawyer, pushed him a bit wide, and that could open the opportunity for Pickett to come through. But look at this, 7-kart battle for the lead. Jack White is going to have to sit on that white line and defend from a massive pack of drivers. Deno Rowland's there as well. He's in the number 21, that colourful kart that we were talking about earlier. He's going to be using all that Riley Price coaching to get him through this pack. But, I mean, how can you find a way through? It looks more like a Tesco car park than a race weekend. Very interesting to see how they all file through. But look at Sawyer Henderson here. He's in 4th place at the moment. White still leads the way. And that could be a move for 3rd coming up soon, as they all come through. Arthur Murphy. I got very close to Murphy and Henderson, but they've all managed to keep it on the white, on the black stuff. But look at this. Murphy in the spin. That's not gone very well for Arthur Murphy, who locked the brakes going into turn 1. There was multiple drivers going into that turn 1 on the last lap of the race, and unfortunately did not go Murphy's way. He's dropped down. But look who's leading. It's Sawyer Henderson. What a drive for Mr. Henderson on the final lap of the race. Took full action and into the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff there by Henderson. White's still there in second place, and in third is Murphy, and it looks like, is that Keen Delaney who's up into fourth? It might well be, the number 91, yes it is. Keen Delaney up into fourth, but at the front, it's Sawyer Henderson who just about holds on to take a last-minute win, it has to be said. Brilliant thinking from Sawyer Henderson, you can see he's quite happy about that one. That's a good way to start your first heat. And Jack White, who finished up in second place. Theo Hamilton in third, from Delaney in fourth. Jack White picks up a warning flag at the end of that race. It all got pretty tail at that first corner. Multiple drivers in a little spin, but when 7 carts are trying to get it to one bit of tarmac, that's always sort of going to end up that way. The next race coming up now, the Micro Max and the Waters Restricted. Only one Waters Restricted in this race, and that's Oliver Kilfenter. Oliver's first time to the circuit as well, so he's having a good laugh and a lot of fun, which is always nice to see. But Micro Max about to get off, and it's going to be Oliver Woodall who took the pole spot from Ollie Brunt, who had a brilliant time out last month. Jensen Darlow in third from Mason Munster, Teddy Murphy from Ted Haywood, Ronnie Allen, Harley Merrison, off Isaac Garth from Jake Hansford, and Arthur Bowers rounds out your grid. Now we've been joined by a special guest, and Les Latham is back in the building. Great to see you, Les. How you been?
Yep, thanks very much. Really super to be here on another great day of racing, I'm sure, at Kimbolton. And I'm here specifically just to try and let people know a bit more about what KZ Racing is all about. And we've got a really good field of drivers entered today, including the current British champion, Josh, and he'll be really hard to beat round here. He enjoys racing around here, and obviously he's bearing the number 1 plate, so he's no slouch. But we'll wait till this race is over, and then I can tell you a little bit more about the KZs.
Awesome, thanks for that, Les, and we'll be good to talk to you later today. But the Micro Maxes are going to not get underway because they're going to go round once again. That was a full start, so you see them all flicking the finger. Still don't really know why they really do that, but sort of a way to stipulate to the other drivers that, we're not going to be going at racing speeds. So they'll go around once again. Gives a bit of a chance to at this second sector, which is quite a technical one. You sort of use that first curve to rotate the car and then carry the speed through. And then this double apex all flat out. And then you come into here, you tap the brakes on the entry and sort of use the rear of the car to power through. Very hard sector to get right, but when you get it right, it feels good. But as they come around the final couple of corners, hopefully we'll get going for the second time of asking. Ollie Brunt, who has been very good the last couple of times out. He's going to be joined in the front row by Oliver Woodall. Oliver, who we haven't seen much here this year, but he's going to be one to watch out for. Let's see how they get on for the second time of asking. They're off and away. And look at Mason Munster. He might be on the look for the lead going into turn 1. Yes, he does. On that zip cart, gets the move done. And they'll all file through the Willow section. Ollie Brunt drops to second place, but it looked like Oliver Woodall there just didn't get the best of starts coming out of the final corner and really messed him up as they came through the start-finish line. But through Dan Weldon Complex for the first time. It's still Mason Munster who leads the way. He's got a pretty good margin so far. Ollie Brunt, he sat there in second place, but he's got some time to make up. In third as well, that's Woodall. And who's there in fourth? That's the one of the Jack's carts. That's Jensen Darlow, the number 26. So watch to see how he gets on as well. And then right behind him, he's got one of the MLC carts. And that's Teddy Murphy. Teddy, who was running with the Benton Maxim squad, he's moved over. The 99 there, Ollie Brunt, under investigation, as well as Mason Munster. That's going to be interesting to see. The top two here, of course, we saw there, Woodall didn't get the best of starts off that start line, but that could also deem that they jumped the start in some extent. So we'll let the officials sort that one out. But the top two here, although leading the way on track, could be a different result off the track. Of course, we only announce the provisional results, but You can find all the official results on motorsporttiming.com. They will give you the full results, including the penalties. You can see just how hard on the brakes Mason Munzer is going to turn 1. You can see, just to try and get to that apex quickly, they sort of turn in on the entry just to try and get that front end in. It's pretty astonishing what these young drivers now at such a young age. I mean, these drivers, you know, they're 9 to 10 year olds, and I think they know more about driving than, you know, your average person on the roads. I mean, the amount of knowledge they need to have to consistently put in fast laps. It's no easy going. Mason Munzer runs a bit wide there, and I thought that was going to be an opportunity for Ollie Brunt to try and nip away through. Oliver Woodall, he's there in third. Of course, he set the pole lap, so we know he's got the pace, and he nearly had a look for second place there. But Woodall on that strawberry car, actually is, he's going for second place. He had a look. Oh, Ollie Brunt holds it round the outside. Brilliant stuff there by Mr. Brunt, and he keeps it going. Jensen Darlow there in fourth. He's not at the pace at the start of this race to really close in on these top 3. But still at the front, it's Mason Munzer, who's just about holding on, but he's got to try and keep behind a very quick Ollie Brunt. But this could be a move for second place. Oh, it looked like a move for second place. Woodall had a good run coming out that last corner, but just couldn't get the enough momentum to get down the inside. Look at this, Ollie Brunt. I think he's just thinking to sort of stick behind Munzer for the time being and just sort of follow him around. And sometimes you do that with another driver. You can sort of push them along. If you know they've got the pace in the corners, you can push them along on the straights, and actually you'll both increase your gap to the drivers behind. But that seems to have not happened, because Woodall nearly got down the outside for second place. You might have a look on the inside now as they come through. It got very close there, but Brunt managed to hold on, and this has opened the opportunity for Munzer just to keep going. Now Munzer's really got to start looking at putting in some consistent laps, and look out for Jensen Darlow has closed in now on the back of Woodall, and this could be a move for the top 3. As he got on, you can see Darlow throwing hands around. I don't know what he's trying to stipulate to anyone, but so I always see that. I think, you know, what sort of you really getting out of it? Because although you're stipulating, you never really know if they're gonna, you know, actually do what you're asking of. But they come through the Derek's corner once again, and these top 3 aren't really pulled away from each other. It's been very close up at the front end, and I say don't count Teddy Murphy just yet. He's still there in 5th place, obviously running with the new team. I wouldn't really call it a new team, but he's a new driver to the team, let's say that. The MSC Motorsport, ran by Lee Murray. As they come through once again. 2 minutes left on the clock, and this could be a move for second place, but Woodall just can't really get alongside. He's trying to brake later, but it just seems like Ollie Brunt brakes that bit later, which doesn't really help him out, but he's got the pace, and look at Ollie Brunt, late on the brakes there, makes the lead, makes the move for the lead. Mason Munzer drops to second place. And now what will Munzer do? Will he try and fight this one back? Will he sort of stick there and wait? We'll have to wait and see. He's a minute and 40 left on the clock, so he's got a couple laps to sort himself out. But the battle's at the sharp end. I got very close there. Front to rear contact between the drivers in first and second. But at the front, it's getting pretty exciting at the moment. I think the main man who we need to watch out for is Woodall, because I think he's just sort of sitting there, just waiting for opportunities to come around. Just, you know, sort of thinking, well, you two at the front can keep battling, and I'll pick up the pieces when it all goes pear-shaped. And I think that's sort of the same idea with Darlow as well. He's just sort of sat there. We know they've all got the pace. I mean, Woodall actually has the fastest lap of the race. But you can see up front, the top two here, making small mistakes that will lose him out big time. And you can see Munzer, he lost out on a bit of momentum coming on that straight. Had to defend into the last couple of corners. But up at the front, it's still Ollie Brunt that leads the way. Mason Munzer there in second place. Woodall there in third, and Darlow, he's just holding on. He's there in fourth place, just waiting to see what happens. And Munzer ran a bit wide there, nearly gave the opportunity for Woodall to come through, but wasn't enough. And I say that, Woodall into second place. That's going to be brilliant for Ollie Brunt, because it meant that Ollie Brunt just got that bit more of a gap. And in cadet racing, all you really need is half a second, and you can work a lot with it. Look how smooth Ollie Brunt is on that steering. When he came through the Dan Weldon complex, you could barely see the steering wheel moving, and that's when you know you've got a good kart dialed up. So I think Ollie Brunt, for the time being, won't commentators curse him just yet, but I think he's got this one in the bag. Last lap board out now, so he's only got to tour around for one more time in the second race of the day, the first heat for the Micromaxes. And of course, the water shift restricted. Oliver Kilfenter, he's still going around in 10th place at the moment, so in front of a couple of the Micromaxes. And that got very close there between Woodall and Brunt. I thought Brunt had a pretty good margin for the leader, but that could nearly be all soaked up, because Woodall was very late on those brakes going into Derek's corner. Nearly a lead change. This is going to be interesting to see. Will this be the final results when they come round the past couple of corners? I think Ollie Brunt's just held on to this lead. Yeah, it'll be how it was at the start of the lap. Ollie Brunt takes the win from Oliver Woodall in second place. Munzer just hold on for a third spot. Darlow in fourth. Brilliant stuff there by the top four. Gave us some brilliant battles throughout the race. Teddy Murphy finished up in fifth. Teddy very consistent, as we said. He set one of the fastest sector ones in that last lap. So pace is coming together slowly but strongly. Arthur Bowers had a good drive. He's gone from 12th to 6th. And that'll be a wrap up for the second race of the day. We'll wait and see how to get on a bit further on. Now, Les, we'll bring you in because it's time to get KZ racing. We'll go through the grid and then we'll have a chat about a couple of drivers. It's going to be Jake Weston, who starts from pole, from Josh Price, our British champion, in second place. Ryan Green from Leo Robinson to Lucas Enningham and Luke Fleming. From James Beecroft, Hannah Lang from Bailey Ruggersford, Björn Phillips from Ryan Garvey, William Ash, Bradley Calder, Kai Springfield, Neil Hepworth from Sylvius Kilmass, Richard Renshaw Painting from George Barker, Nino Piccolio, Isaac Smith, who's not had the best of qualifyings, from Richie Smith, from Nick Aitken and Slevin Loggin. Now, I think one driver we've got to talk about is Josh Price. I mean, obviously British champion last year. He had that brilliant battle with Ryan Green at the end of the championship at Wigan. Slicks in the wet in that final. That was very exciting. But what makes Josh Price so good? Of course, he's a touring car expert, you could say. And obviously has come back to karting. But yeah, what makes him so good?
His meticulous preparation, I think, is a big thing. And I mean that in himself, not just necessarily the cars. He makes sure he's 100% prepared. He's very committed, otherwise he wouldn't be doing KZ racing, having had a bit of a time in saloon cars. I mean, the equipment is absolutely top stuff. He brings an engine in from Italy, tuned outside of the UK, although a TM, the same as all bar one engine here today. He's just very good. And then on the other hand, young Mr. Westwood, he's very much up-and-coming talent. Again, good preparation and another very quick engine. And then we've got Ryan in there, who he's been around a long time, knows all the UK circuits, races regularly at Kimbolton, and of course he won the last meeting. So it's the first three have all got the opportunity to have another weekend where they win. We'll just have to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I think Weston was very quick last year. I mean, we've seen him times and times again. Won a couple of the finals actually last year. He's been one to watch, for years really. And as you were saying, the KZ is just sort of it's a stepping ladder for upcoming talent who wants to go into car racing, because it's the closest way to it.
No, don't say that. We don't.
No? Oh, actually, yeah, that's not good publicity for the championship. But I mean, we're seeing professional drivers here in KZ.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these lads, they're not just doing it for a hobby. Some do it for a career, really.
Well, when they get up to the top level, in Europe or across the world, the only real professional drivers are either doing KZ or OK.
Yeah.
Everybody else outside of that is technically an amateur.
Yeah.
Some of them, are very, very competitive.
Well, the lights are on the board. That only means one thing. That means we're going to go racing. There's Isaac Smith there, you're 23. But we're lights out and away we go. Look at Josh Price. Brilliant start there. Gets the whole shot down into turn one. Weston tries to hold on for second place. But look at Leo Robertson trying to go round the outside. He sits in third place. But that was a pretty strong start from Mr. Robertson on that Tim Wilson Motorsport car. But look at Josh Price at the front. A brilliant margin so far. He's already got a few kart lengths. That's nearly half a second on the times as they come down to finish the first lap. You'll see they cut the Derek's corner, makes a very long straight, one of the longest straights they'll probably do in British karting, as they come down to finish the first lap of the race. Josh Price leads the way, Weston in second place, and this could be a move for third, because look on the inside, Ryan Green got very close there with Leo Robertson, gets the move done. Ryan Green, who won last time out, one of the quickest drivers here at the moment. The number 7 though, Jake Weston, under investigation. I wonder if that was something to do with the start procedure, but he's under investigation for something, and we'll let the stewards sort that one out.
This is what I was saying about Josh being so professional. He's done the hard work already. He's pulled away. He can now control the race from where he is. Yeah. And as I say, that's the hard bit done and dusted. Leo made another great start there. He's really getting to hang of starting the car. He's done a couple of clutches over the past few meetings, but he's really got it on par now. Yeah,
I don't think people really realise how hard it is to start these KZ cars, because there's a whole procedure that actually goes into it. It's not like your usual tag car where you just sort of press the car and go. It's a real effort to get it going.
It's very easy to let the engine come off the power band as you pull away. So you make rubbish starts, or in some cases they'll stall them. And the distance between first gear and going into second is a matter of 15 metres. Yep. So you've got to be really ready to go, sort of thing. I
mean, you people who've watched probably the onboards of the KZ side, they're pretty much from first to sixth in about 5 seconds. It's really quick stuff. And that's because, I mean, people look at it, they see, they've probably got 30 horsepower, but they don't realise how light these karts are. They're about less than 100 kilos.
The power to weight ratio is almost the same as a Formula 2 car. Yeah. Definitely quicker than a Formula 3. And
that's why most of the Formula drivers actually come back into it.
For sure.
I mean, yes, Rislington, you had Abby Cullen, F1 Academy champion. Mm-hmm. She and Alice Powell both jumped in the KZ cars, and I think Alice Powell's neck was gone by the end of it. And she's obviously been through it all, especially with most of the Formula stuff. So, I mean, we see it as well with the F1 drivers. They all come back and jump in the KZ and go karting.
It's physically very demanding, and as you just said there, it's really good for them to keep their fitness up over the sort of closed season for cars.
At the front, still Josh Price who leads the way. He's, as we said, had a brilliant couple of laps, and I think we've seen this not just in KZ but in multiple classes where they'll push on the tyres and the engine and get everything working the first couple of laps, get that gap, and then they can start conserving stuff. And that's probably why you'll see sort of Josh Price here. You'll probably start losing time and dropping back a bit these next few laps. I mean, you can see Jake Weston here. He's trying to put in some strong laps in. That's why he's now right on the tail of Josh Price. But you'll see here, Josh Price will notice him, and his last couple of laps, he'll just go for it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Of course, the other thing is, it's a long day for a KZ tyre.
Yeah.
So they have to be a bit conservative with the tyres early part of the day. Kim Bolton, as it happens, is pretty good on the tyres. We don't get a problem. Whereas the Jade team, for instance, they're not here because they're at Glanigors, just purely there to do some tyre testing, because Glanigors' surface will rip the tyre apart.
Yeah, it's all them sort of quick flowing corners where you're leaning on the tyre, which is where all the degradation comes from it. But of course, I mean, obviously one set of tyres for not just the KZs but all these categories, only one set of tyres for today's racing, so they've got to look after them very good. But look at the front here, Jake Weston right on Josh Price's tail. Now obviously we've seen Jake Weston last year, the British champs as well. He was very quick at certain stages, of course, he might not have the same experience as Josh Price, but that doesn't mean you can't be at the same pace, because it's not about how much experience you got, it's how quick you can really learn the car.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them out there can clearly drive a kart quickly, and more so in the KZ class than any of the other classes. Then how you treat the kart, how to bring it on throughout the day, all the different things we were going on about changing gears and all that. That's when your experience comes in, and the less mistakes you make, the further up the field you'll end up at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, yeah, you've got a bunch of drivers who are upcoming. They'll probably be in the midfield, but working their way up. And that's just sort of how it goes. Unfortunately, in this sort of game, the more track time you get, the better you'll sort of get over time. Yeah,
well, at this stage, they're all experienced enough, every one of them, to have had plenty of track time. They've all come out of junior racing or, senior road tracks or senior X30. So they've got plenty of experience. But it's your experience compared to the next guy. So when you're comparing, Jake's experience next to Josh, it's nowhere near the same. And that is occasionally his downfall, where he's sort of, it's a win it or bin it situation with Jake sometimes,
Yeah.
He does have a tendency to fall off the track now and again. But whilst he's on the track, he's super, super quick.
Yeah, well, we'll catch up toward the back markers now. That's Stephen Loggin.
Yeah.
So he'll be getting out of the way shortly. And I think he's done that. He's done a very good job of that, getting out of the way for the hard braking zone. Now, Jake West today is right on the tail of Josh. This Kim Bolton circuit, there's not many places to make a move. Of course, we've got 30 seconds left on the clock. He's only got about 2 laps to get a move done. But, I mean, the main overtaking spot is his first corner and last corner. There are obviously other tracks where they may get more opportunities, but Kim Bolton, to be quick round there, you've got to be quick in that straight line, and you've got to get out of them corners quick.
Absolutely. And the key is, I was explaining to one of the lads I'm helping out in the Junior X30 today, that last corner, getting out of that last corner and getting the power down is what gives you the opportunity to overtake at the first corner.
Yeah.
So, the corners are sort of linked together. The Willows is a bit of a one-off. You've just got to be smooth through there, not mess your lap time up, because nobody's going to overtake you in the middle of the Willows. But certainly at the two ends of the track, the last corner and the first corner, they are the big overtaking opportunities.
Because it can work in sort of both favours, because, actually, what's going on here? That looked like Josh Price nearly stipulating to let Jake Weston through. I don't think that was really what he was trying to do. It's going to be very interesting. 2 corners left to go, but they're catching up to a couple of back markers. They could potentially get in the way. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, they get by. Very good. So around the final corner does come Josh Price. He'll take the checkered flag with Jake Weston just finishing up in second place. There were 2 on the tail all the way through that race, and both done a good job. I think they just thought about consistency at the end. Stick together and get a 1-2. Leo Robinson held on to third place. Got past Ryan Green there. Ryan Green's up to 6th, so I don't know what happened to him, but James Beecroft got up to 4th. Luke Senigan ran out your top 5. Hannah Lang from Bure Phillips and Luke Fleming and Bailey Wrigglesford rounds out your top 10. But we've seen there, consistency is key in this game.
Yeah. And sort of, as we were saying about the preparation of the level of both Jake and Josh is really high. Sort of, I know a little bit about the inside story with Leo, and that engine that he's using is about ready for a rebuild.
Oh, right.
So he feels he's a little bit down on power. So before he comes out at the next meeting, the engine will have had a rebuild. And also, the interesting thing is, he might do the next meeting at Shennington, if there is a grid there, OKZ, on an IAME, so he's keen to try an IAME as well.
Is there much difference, really, between the IAME and the TV?
The IAME's got slightly more top power, only because of the amount of work that, we've been doing on the engine constantly.
Yeah.
But the TM is a little bit more forgiving in the mid-range. It's a little bit easier to drive.
Okay, yeah.
But pure, speaking of power, the IAME is now, eventually, after a few years, is now actually a little bit more powerful.
Oh, brilliant. 177's going out now. Now, interesting story here. Adrian Ungwar and Ollie Goodyear set identical lap times, but Ungwar said it before, So he manages to hold on to that pole spot. Liam Ferguson will start from third. Chris Thomas in fourth from Chafer and Hitch. In sixth will be Scott Clee from Richard Evans and Josh Bash from Alex Jones. Josh Howard from Bill Boyer, Gavin Petty, Oliver Moss, Matt Lear from Sam Yaxley, Daniel Walker, Elliot Kennedy from David Gerben, Matt Wardle, Mark Taylor from Stavros, Andy Chenery, who doesn't seem to be out the grid, that's unfortunate, Colin Walker from Richard Bull, Lidon Newitt and Mark Cushley. Ungwar and Goodyear doing a very strong job of slowing down the drivers, but hopefully we get going for the first time asking. Yes, we do. 177's off and away, down into turn one. Ungar will hold on to the lead, or will he just about? He's very hard on them brakes, but gets that kart stopped. Chafer gets up into third place, and into second goes Liam Ferguson. Now, Ungar, as we said, set identical lap times to Ollie Goodyear, but got the lap time done first, so he got that pole spot. Goodyear on a new chassis, it seems. He's not on his normal CRG, testing out a Italian car, it seems. But it looks pretty much the same as a CRG, so not much difference going on there. As they come through, finish first lap. I think the real loser there was Ollie Goodyear. He's dropped to about 6th place. The 197, his exhaust has gone through a wander, so he's going to have to go into the pit lane. Liam Ferguson there in 2nd place. What would Chafer do? We know Chafer, he's a good driver at making places up. Will he have a look at going for 2nd place? We'll wait and see in the next couple of laps. I know Chafer, he's a driver who thinks about moves. Let's say that. He always thinks before he does a move. So we'll see how he gets on in these next couple of laps. There he goes. He goes for 2nd place. Gets late on the brakes and gets that move done. Ferguson will drop to 3rd, but what will Ferguson think? Will he think, okay, maybe you're quicker than me, let's work together? Or will he think, well, okay, you want to try that on me, I'll try it back on you. But 5.5 minutes left on the clock, so they've got plenty of time to sort themselves out. Ungwar still leads the way. Ungwar's been very quick these last couple of rounds. Of course, won the final 2 meetings ago. And he's really showed up what he can do at the moment. And of course, moved from senior Rotax. Of course, good thing about 177s is if you get too heavy for senior Rotax, you can move up to 177s and still be with a very experienced and big grid. I mean, we've got over 28 drivers here this weekend, so you've always going to have someone to have a battle with. But still, your top 3, Ungwar from Chafer and Ferguson, and up in 4th place, that's Chris Thomas, who he seems to be one of the quickest drivers out on track at the moment. Scott Clee there in your top 5. David German's had a good start. He's up 6th to 14th, so he's going to be trying to attach to the top 10. But it seems like Ungwar, he's starting to get a bit of a gap at the moment. He's not doing too bad up at the front here. There was a couple battles going on further down the field. I think that was Ben Hitch making a move on Ollie Goodyear. Ben Hitch, who is the founder of Used OTK, who are gladly sponsoring us this weekend and for most of the rounds this year. So really good to have Used OTK supporting us as well as many other sponsors who will be joining us this not just this weekend but across the year. It's always great to have them here. Ungwar leads it down into turn 1 through the Willow section, trying to carry as much speed as possible. As we said before, the real good thing about these 177s is it's senior Rotax regulations, but of course changed the weight limits. So the weight limits for the senior Rotax is 162 kilograms. These guys get the 177 kilograms, or it says in the name. But I think the question everyone really is going to be asking is when the rain is going to come later today. Won't really affect these first couple of races, although we had a little bit of spitting about an hour or two ago. But 2 minutes 40 left on the clock, and seems like the top 4 here not really doing much, to be fair. It seems more like Scott Clee slowly starting to close in. But I think that's sort of the main issue. These 177s are all so close pace-wise that it's very hard to get an inch on each other. But still, at the front, Ungwa still leads away, but look at Chafer. He's slowly closing in. Let's see what they do in the next couple of laps. 2 minutes now on the clock. And Chafer, he's had a good lap here. He's starting to close in now on the leader. He's got a couple laps to do it as well. He's got plenty of time to try and find a way through. But it's never an easy game around this Kimbolton circuit. You've really got to have your wits about you and sort of just send the late one and hope for the best sometimes. But Chafer, he's been in this 177 business for quite a while. Been up at the front in many, not just national and club championships. And also regular here at Kimbolton. Great to see a bunch of 177s becoming more regular to the circuit. We all like to see the 177s. They're always a good laugh to see on track. And oh, my apologies, Adrian Ungwa. What has happened to Ungwa? He's lost his lead, and that's put Chafer into the lead of the race. What has gone on there between Adrian Ungwa? I'll try so I can catch that on the replay. And looking at the live stream, I've just got it on my computer. Was that a tap from Nathan Chafer that put him into a spin? It did seem like Ungwa was slowing to some extent. I'll just have a little watch back as they all come filing through turn 1 once again. Yeah, it just seemed like Chafer hit the back of Ungwa and put him into a bit of a spin there. So that was a interesting one. Let's see what Ungwa will have to do now, because that's going to really put him on the back foot for the rest of the day. That first heat result isn't not going to help his final spot on the grid. Of course, the heat results detect where you start in the final. And look at second place there. Is that Ferguson slowing? Is that Ferguson slowing? What is going on in this 177 race? Ferguson slowing down. He's going to be heading for the pit lane. Oh, actually, he doesn't head for the pit lane. He carries on going. But Ferguson, he's going to be pulling over. He is done. This first heat is really kicking off. Chafer sits up at the front beautifully, and it looks like a driver who was in 4th, Chris Thomas, up into 2nd place. Scott Clee there in 3rd, and look at Goodyear. This is battle for 3rd actually. Goodyear might be getting a podium spot back. What has gone on in these past couple of laps? Last lap board is out. Chafer leads the way now. Got a pretty strong margin, but look at the battle for 3rd. Goodyear nearly on the concrete trying to find a way past, but can't make an overtake because he's in that yellow flag sector. We'll have to wait till the green flags go back out. They will be shown here as they head into Derek's corner. So Goodyear has only got half a lap to get this move done. But up at the front, it's Nathan Chafer who leads the way. What a job he's had to do so far. But of course, that bit of contact at turn 1, what will the stewards think about that one? We'll let them decide later on. But around the final corner comes Nathan Chafer to take the first win for the 177s here at Kimbolton. It's very close across the line between Bennett and Ollie Goodyear. But Chris Thomas holds on to 2nd place, Scott Clee in 3rd. Goodyear held on to 4th from Ben Hitch. Josh Bath in 6th, and it's Alex Jones from Ungwa who secured 8th place from Scott Smith and Oliver Most, who rounds out your top 10. What a finish, I have to say, to that Heat 1 for 177s. Now I've got to thank the Kimbolton catering team. Of course, we've got to thank all the marshals and officials here this weekend, who of course doing a brilliant job to make sure that these drivers are safe and we can keep the racing going. We're going to have a quick minute for the mechanic to pick up the Liam Ferguson stricken cart. I'm going to have a little dig into these lovely chicken and chips that have just been delivered. And soon we'll get going for the TKM Extreme Heat 1. Is that a line-up then for TKM Extremes? I caught that a bit late, so we'll go through it once again. Spencer Lane gets the pole spot. He'll start from first, from Luke Jarman and Michael Cordell. Gareth Haynes from Jake Cox. Kean Bennett from William Bloom. Charlie Whitehouse from Johan Canny-Churn. Thomas Short from Harvey Jones. And William Bryant from John Stafford, who rounds out your grid of drivers. Now, funny enough, Spencer Lane and Luke Jarman were both not supposed to be here this weekend. They were supposed to be down at Anglesey with the ST150 Championship, but thought it's a bit of a travel. I mean, for me, it's about 5 hours to try and get up there, but thought better off it and thought, why not have a weekend down at Kimbolton? Yet again, the 150s, a really strong community. Not the 150s. Kimbolton, a really strong community of lovely people. There's Matt Wardle, who's walking off. Wardle's having a pretty stressful weekend, as we said. He's a younger lad who was in the midi interclass. So they'll get the TKM Extremes on the formation lap now and recover that kart. But problem for William Bloom. William Bloom, who's supposed to be starting on the fourth row of the grid, will not be taking part in this race. Mechanical issues there. Oh, that's such a shame. That is not the way you want to start your first race. There is the 77 there. That's John Stafford. He'll be lining up last on the grid, but there he is. The 56 there, William Bloom. He is not going anywhere for the time being, and that trolley will soon be picked up. Oh, what a shame for William Bloom. Now, they're not really formed up, so they'll go around once again. And, well, my question is, where is Luke Jarman in all this? He's just picking up his spot now as they head into turn one. So, I think William Bloom not being there really shuffled up the grid. So, another full start. They'll go around once again. And, doesn't seem like William Bloom could, get that kart sorted, so he will not be participating in this first heat, which is pretty a real shame, because the last couple of rounds he's really been showing some pace that looked very promising for a win. Of course, another driver who we won't be seeing this weekend is Oliver Bowen. Oliver Bowen, who we've seen has had a couple of wins here in the TKM Extreme class. He is currently at Thruxton with the British Touring Car Restart Racing team. So, great to see a bunch of drivers also getting into the mechanical side of things. But as we come around the final corner, let's see if we can get going for the first time asking. Yes, we do. The second time asking, shall we say. Down into turn one. Jarman on the outside, Lane on the inside. Can he get the car stopped? Yes. But look at the number 28 there. Trying to go round the outside. That was a brilliant start by Gareth Haynes, number 20, my apologies, who is in second place. He had a look for the lead on Spencer Lane, but can't get it quite done. And Michael Cornell has had a brilliant start. He's up into third. Looks like Luke Jarman not having the best of starts. He drops down into fourth with a big tail of drivers behind. Jake Cox down in fifth. Jakey was testing out in senior Rotax yesterday, so he's not had the opportunity to be in a TKM car at the moment. Of course, what have we not said about this? It's a TKMO plate here this weekend, folks. TKMO plate here this weekend. So, of course, driver who finishes first in the final will receive the O plate. Of course, the drivers on control tyres. So the way they've ran it is that they all collect the tyres from the scrutineers at the start of the weekend. Only one set they can use. So they have to be really picky about what tyres they wanted, because they want to make sure they get the best rubber that they can. But up at the front, Spencer Lane's had some good rubber because he is leading the way. Look at Cornell on the inside of Gareth Haynes. That's for second place. Gets that move done. And, well, I think he's got it done. He's still side by side with Gareth Haynes. Gareth Haynes slots in. And might lose out to Luke Jarman here as they go down into turn one. Yes, he does. Oh, no, he doesn't, actually. I thought Jarman had enough space there, but Gareth Haynes holds around the outside, keeps the momentum up. And that's not the first time I've really seen that. That's a really good opportunity at turn 1. Even if someone's on the inside of you, you can still try and hold it around the outside. Keep the momentum up. Keep the momentum through turn 2 as well. And hold on to your position. But a really mixed up top 3 here, as we said. I thought we're going to see more drivers of, Charlie Whitehouse, Johan Kelly Churn up there. But, I mean, that just shows the professionalism and the tight pace between all of these drivers. But Spencer Lane, I mean, the last couple of rounds, he's been a man on a different mission. He's really going for this title this year. He's been very quick. And Michael Cornell, this is the first time we've seen Cornell this year, I think. As he's had a bit of time off, as we said. Gareth Haynes there in third. He is one who's doing very well so far this weekend. He's showed some pretty strong pace yesterday. And it's looking all right this weekend. Thomas Shortell, number 42. A bit further down than what I would have thought he'd been. He's been very quick so far this weekend. Of course, this is what the qualifying method brings. It puts drivers all over the place in the field, but it always means that you're battling someone who you're going to have the same pace as. But always a struggle in these TKM races where the field is so close. Spencer Lane seems to be making the most of it because he still leads the way. Cornell there in second place. Now, you think I really don't think Cornell's got the pace here for the win. He just doesn't seem to be closing in on Spencer Lane. Of course, with the slipstream effect, that might help out a bit, as well as Gareth Haynes giving him a couple taps on the straight. But, I mean, we've seen it lots in the TKM races. A real team game, it has to be said. Where drivers have to work together to try and catch up to another. Especially in these TKM karts where momentum is quite crucial. I mean, these Maxxis sports tyres are a very hard compound, so very hard to work the tyre. So you really have to work with each other. But all this working together has not put any strain on Spencer Lane. He still leads the way. Got half a second lead, which doesn't sound like much, but when you look at the difference here between first and second place, it's quite a margin. And it's the perfect margin you need, so where you can make a mistake but not lose out too much and not lose any precisions. Luke Jarman there in fourth place. He's pushing Gareth Haynes through because he just wants to see if they can get past Michael Cornell. It's really interesting to see what they will do in the next couple of laps. Gareth Haynes looked for a move there on Cornell, just couldn't get that one done. Keane Bennett's into the back of all of this. He's trying to look at making some moves up. He's currently got one place made up so far, but he wants to try and make a couple more in the next couple of laps. 1 minute 40 left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So we're going to get a couple of laps left of racing. Look at Luke Jarman. He goes on the inside of Gareth Haynes. Will he get that move done? Yes, he does. Luke Jarman back into the top 3. And quite surprised there's not see Keane Bennett trying to find his way through as well. It's always the best opportunity to do that. When one driver makes a move on another kart, that kart then loses a bit of momentum. Always gives a perfect opportunity. But Luke Jarman, wow, he's already made another place up. That's the second place. Luke Jarman has been on a different mission this last lap. From fourth to second place. And look at Keane Bennett. He's going to be starting to make some moves through. Tried to go on the inside of Gareth Haynes, but got shut off very quickly. But Luke Jarman, what will he do now? Will he try and chase down Spencer Lane? They both race each other, not just in karting, but in cars as well. Good move there by Gareth Haynes. He's into third now. Drops Cornell down to fourth. This grid is really throwing up. I mean, the top 5 here, although the leader not making any changes, the battle for second has been raging on. And look at the gap that Jarman's created already. On the inside of Keane Bennett, that's for fourth place. But Cornell tries to have a look on the cutback. That's a move that we might see a lot throughout the day. If drivers can overstep it going into the final corner, lose a lot of momentum, that's going to allow the driver who was being overtaken to have another opportunity going into turn 1 if they can keep the speed and momentum up. You saw that with Cornell. Got the move done on turn 1, but Bennett got the move back on him. So we're seeing a lot of the last corner and the first corner being very good overtaking opportunities, as well as Derek's corner. Very open on the entry, so always useful to get to sling a move on the inside. But as he headed into the final lap now, Bennett's defending for that 4th place, so he's going to try and hold on to that. But up at the front, Spencer Lane, very consistent so far. Look at Bennett on that white line. Cornell's going to stick there as well. And who is that trying to go around the outside? That's Harvey Jones, who's having a brilliant race so far. Will he get that move round the outside? Yes, he does. That's a superb move from the number 21. But up at the front, look at Luke Jarman defending for 2nd place as well. You usually see on these last couple of laps, that's when people really think about, trying to hold on to their position. But up at the front, Spencer Lane has not had to defend one bit as he comes round the final couple of corners. There he is on your screens, the number 11, that green and black helmet. Watch out for him all weekend long, because round the final corner comes Spencer Lane. He's going to take the win in the first heat for TKM Extremes. Brilliant drive there by Spencer Lane from Luke Jarman, who finishes up in 2nd place, just about from Gareth Haynes in 3rd. Then it was a big field of everyone coming through. It was Keane Bennett and Harvey Jones from Michael Cornell, Johan Caddy-Churn from Thomas Short, William Bryant, Jake Cox, Charlie Whitehouse from John Stafford, and William Bloom, who did not start the race. That was super unfortunate for William Bloom. And that'll be an end to the first heat for TKM Extremes. Very exciting stuff. Now we're going to get into our junior road taxis, who will be the next to come out on circuit. Main talking point being that the lap record was set in qualifying by that green and blue helmet on your inside. That was Callum Sims. And let's get ready to go for Junior Road Tax Heat 1. So it's going to be Callum Sims that starts from pole position. Logan Hartshaw alongside from Miles Burton. Teddy Cooper from Sam Aston. Laurie McVie from Hayden Fisher. Ryan Rapini from Blake Southern. Alex Shepherd from Stanley Williams. Noah Moulton, Eli Bannon from George Cole. Jacob Aston, Oscar Keane from Toby Farthing. Connor Large. John Richardson from Harry Frill. Daniel Butcher from Fletcher Groans. George Fountain from Archie Ray Watson. Louis Marshall from Lucy Wilden. Zach Sidney from Molly Mizzen. Harvey Surgeon from Lachlan Homer, from Izzy White, Jack Causer, Bua Winslade and Archie Buckman rounds at your field. As we were saying, don't know if it's confirmed or not, but Callum Sims 40.92 lap record here in Junior Road Tax. Alongside him is Logan Hartshaw with that Ben Maxim kart. Them two are going to be ones to watch out for throughout today, as well as Miles Burton, who was very quick last time out, and of course Teddy Cooper, who really needs some luck this year. Slice out the way we go down into turn 1. Teddy Cooper's going to try and go around the outside, but look at Callum Sims on the inside. He's locked up, and Hayden Fisher's cut in the corner there. He messed up his braking zone, and they all managed to carry on going. Hayden Fisher did a very good job there to control that kart to perfection, but on the inside goes Blake Southern for 2nd place. Callum Sims still leads the way as they all jump their way through the Derek's corner. Callum Sims, man to watch at the moment. Blake Southern there in 2nd place from Sam Aston there in 3rd. One of the Kidex development karts there in 4th as well. Sam Aston running with a new team, Vantage Racing, who are here this weekend. Miles Burton and Eli Bannon, 2 of the Kato karts there in 5th and 6th. But it's the Evolution Motorsport car up at the front of the field. Callum Sims still leads the way. In 2nd place is Blake Southern. It's from Sam Aston there in 3rd. Ryan Rapini had a brilliant start. He's up into 4th place. And Hayden Fisher there in 7th. The 95 and 51 both getting warning flags. The 51 being Noah Moulton. And the 95 being Archie Way Watson. So both drivers being watched for the rest of this race. Looking to move for third. Ryan Rapini gets on the inside of Sam Aston, gets that move done. Or does he? Because Sam Aston gets back on the cutback move. Pushed a bit wide there with Sam Aston, so they're going to run side by side. And look at the two KO karts working together. Brilliant stuff there. One makes two, and Eli Baden and Miles Burton both make their way through. Will they do the same here on Ryan Rapini? If it's going to come, it might be into that final corner if Miles Burton can get the run. Here we go, down into the final corner. Yes, he does. Gets that move done. That's going to open up the opportunity for Eli Baden, or was it because Ryan Rapini had a bad exit? But look at the front here. Eli Baden, there he is, defending from Sam Aston. Oh, I got very close there, and they got contact there between Eli Baden and Sam Aston, both collecting each other. Sam Aston clipping onto the back of Baden, and Baden having to fall into the back of the field. That was super unfortunate for Eli Baden. But look at the front here. Look at Blake Southern, actually. That JDR car is slowly closing in on Callum Sims. That could be one to watch out for the rest of this race. But Eli Baden is out of the race. That's going to be very bad for his championship hopes. Teddy Cooper, the number 79, he is getting a warning flag, but yellow flags out at post 2, which you're coming up to now. You can see the yellow flags there. You won't see Eli Baden's kart, but it's off on the sideline. Kato will not be happy about that one, but he's still got one kart still going, and that is Miles Burton, who's there in third place now because he gets past Ryan Rapini. And what will these two do? Will they work together to close in to the top 2? They've got a bit of a margin to close in, to be fair, so it might be a bit of a struggle. But what will Blake Southern do? He's going against a driver who stuck it on pole in qualifying, so knows he's got the pace, but quality pace and race pace do two different complete things. I mean, qualifying is all about being quick in one lap, but being quick in a race is about being consistent over, multiple laps. But Callum Sims still leads the way. That number 69, Evolution Motorsport. In second place, Blake Southern, number 100, being ran by Sam Baker. And it's battle for third. I don't think it's over just yet. I think Rapini's got something lined up for Miles Burton to fight back. I mean, who doesn't want to lose out on a podium spot? Rapini definitely doesn't, and he's going to go on the inside of Miles Burton. Gets that move done. But what will Miles Burton do to fight back? He's got 2.5 minutes to get that done, plus that additional lap. And sitting behind as well, Stanley Williams, having a pretty strong drive at the moment. He's up 6 places, he's into 5th. But the number 43 there, Miles Burton, still is trying to find a way past Rapini. But I think Rapini's just found a lot of pace in those last couple of laps and has slowly just pulled away from Burton. But up at the front here, Blake Southern, he's still there in second place, but is slowly closing in on Callum Sims. Funny enough, the fastest lap has actually gone to Teddy Cooper, who's down in 7th place. So Teddy, the fastest man out on circuit on the timing screens, but on track it's still Callum Sims leading the way. You can see here the top 2 here put a massive margin to the others behind. Rapini there, who's in 3rd, just hasn't got the momentum to close in on his top 2. He's got away from Miles Burton, who's there in 4th, so he hasn't got to worry much about him. But look at this up at the front, Blake Southern, what will he do? The 118 has got a warning flag. The 118 being Harvey Sargent. He's made up 7 places this race, but now getting the eye of the stewards. The warning just sort of saying, come on, let's have a little think about what you're doing for the time being. But 50 seconds left on the clock. And Callum Sims, very, very consistent so far in this race. Hasn't put a foot wrong all so far. Had that very stressful first lap to get through, which he managed to get through perfectly. and took pretty good margin of it. He managed to pull away quite well from the other drivers behind. But this will most likely be the second to last lap of the race. It'll be very close on the time to see if he gets another lap he has to complete, and I think he might have to. So it will be the next lap, that will be the penultimate lap, and then one more lap of racing. So Blake Sullivan, he's got 2 laps here. What will he think of doing? The number 21 is under investigation. That is Sam Aston, who's dropped down to 8th, but he's had a rough race, that has to be said. But this battle up at the front on your screens, yeah, I just don't think Blake Sullivan's got what it takes just yet. Miles Burton still there on the back of Rapini, but just can't find them a way through at the moment. But as we said, up at the front, Callum Sims, he's just going to tour around for one more time. Callum Sims, pretty much a veteran, ready to junior racing now. We've seen him time and time again up at the front of the field. Of course, has taken a couple wins last year as well. So he's going to be working at it once again to try and get a final win this year. I don't think he's actually got one this year so far, so that'll be quite an accomplishment for himself. But the number 69, he's going to end it on good terms in the first heat. Comes around the final corner to take the first heat win. With Blake Sullivan, very consistent drive to second place, it has to be said. Ryan Rapini will hold on to third place with Miles Burton there in fourth place. Teddy Cooper rounds out your top 5. A consistent result there for Cooper. Really needs to have some luck on his side. He wants a good result this weekend. As the rest of the drivers come filing through. It was Hayden Fisher who had that very sketchy first lap. From Stanley Williams, Sam Aston from Logan Artshaw. And the commentator, John Richardson, rounds out your top 10. All the drivers getting a bit muddled up here as they entered the pit lane. It was then Alex Shepherd from Jacob Aston, George Cole from Conor Large, and Noah Moulton rounds out your top 15. Now I'm going to tuck into some of my lunch as we get ready for the first heat of Junior X30s. That's the X30 Juniors head out on the circuit. It's going to be the Sky F1 Kids broadcaster Zach McDonald, who starts from pole position, from Alex Wiley and Dominic Parabic, who's had a brilliant qualifying to line it up on third. Adam Bourne from Max Wright, Finley Allen from James Backworth, Jack Baker from Louis Baker, from Bailey Brooker, and Ethan Higgins rounds at your field. Not a big group for the X30 lot. That's because of other events happening this weekend. Really unfortunate to see, but we'll see the X30s out at the British Championships later this year. But Zach McDonald, will he finally get that first win he's been trying to get all year? Let's see how they get on down into turn 1. They go racing for the first time of asking. Wiley will try to go round the outside, but will Zach McDonald hold it on the inside? Yes, he does. Brilliant stuff there. And watch out for Dominic Parabic, who gets into second place. At the moment, seems to be one of Parabic's strongest drives at the moment. He had a lot of unluckiness in the junior Rotax category, but managed to move over to the X30s, and it's going well so far. Oh, someone cutting a bit of the grass there. That was one of the Birol Arts. That's not the way you want to start your race, but he's got a lot of time to work back on it. Of course, 7 minutes plus a lap for these drivers as they head through to finish the first lap of the race. Zach McDonald leads the way as they head down into turn 1 for the second time, with Parabic in second place, Wiley in third, Could this be a first ever win for Parabic? That could be a one to watch out for. Parabic has had some issues with the X30 when he first got into it, but he's been working at it. Alex Wiley into second place. Very smooth drive there. With one of the drivers in 4th and 5th getting a bit tangled together. That's from the Tim Wilson Motorsports with Max Wright there as well. Zach McDonald still leads the way though, but Alex Wiley trying to find a way through. I think when it comes to that final, there's going to be multiple drivers who are trying to get that first win of the season. Bit of barrier damage there at the going to the final corner, just on the exit of the chicane. My apologies, Kestrel Corner is the corner name, the second to last corner. But Zach McDonald still leads the way. Alex Wiley in second place, Parabic in third. The top three have already pulled a bit of a gap. This race being sponsored by the ADM Paddock Shop, who will be receiving Driver of the Day, and I'll be giving that out to one lucky fellow who I think deserves to be the Driver of the Day. Alex Wiley makes a move for the lead on the inside of Zach McDonald. Now, it's two ways you've got to think about this in the heat race, because yes, it's just a heat race, but you still want that win. Do you take them risks and make the move back? It'll be interesting, but no, I got very close there between Parabic and Zach McDonald. McDonald not having the best of runs, and as we said earlier, the second you lose one place, you lose a bit of momentum. That invites other drivers through. And Dominic Parabic having one strong drive at the moment on that Synergy kart, the number 74. I really watch out for him in this weekend, because he looked very strong early doors. Alex Wiley now, he leads the way. He's got a bit of a margin already. Brilliant stuff there by Alex Wiley. Zach McDonald drops down to second place. Of course, Zach, a brilliant Sky F1 Kids broadcaster. So if you've seen the F1 Kids, you'll know of his name. A upcoming broadcaster and journalist is Zach McDonald. An ever-growing social media presence as well, which is ever so important in motorsport, especially when you're trying to attract sponsors, which is never an easy task. But into turn one goes Dominic Parabic. He gets that move done for second place. That was a strong pass. And what will he do now to counteract against Alex Wiley's pace? Will he try and close down on the leader? The leader, Alex Wiley, has the fastest lap at the moment. He's lapping 2 tenths quicker than the rest of the field. That is pretty impressive so far in the early doors of this race. 3 minutes left on the clock, so we've just gone past half time. But his battle for second isn't over just yet. Look at Zach McDonald, he got so close on the inside, but didn't have the momentum to carry that speed through. Zach McDonald tries to go around the inside again. That was superb. A dummy move there on the number 74 and gets that move done. Or does he? Look at the 74 there. Slingshotted his way back on the inside at turn 3 at the Willow section, which is never an easy move to do. And all this battling has brought in Finley Allen, the number 14 there, on that Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. This is going to be very exciting for second place. Both drivers with the exact same pace. And it really is just going to be about racecraft. Who can get on the inside of each other? Not just the outside, but they can, not just on the inside, but they can use the outside as well to try and find a way through. Zach stays behind. Very interesting to see that, actually. Doesn't think about going for a move, although had the momentum coming out that last corner. Just sticks there and waits for another opportunity. Of course, around this Kim Bolton circuit, this full circuit, loads of opportunities. I mean, we were talking earlier with the KZs, they have less opportunities because they lose out on that Derek's Corner section. But multiple corners, I mean, I always say that every corner is an overtaken opportunity, but it sort of is all about how you can make it one. But I mean, obviously the main talking points for overtaking, of course, where we're going into now, that first corner, we've just been at the last corner, that's a good overtaking opportunity. As well as Derek's Corner, very easy to sling one on the inside. You can also work a lot of the cut-back manoeuvres on some of these corners as well, especially that last corner. If they get it wrong on the entry and overshoot it a bit too much, can open up the start-finish line. And they come around the Dan Weldon complex. I mean, we can't even see Alex Wiley at the moment. He's absolutely flown off in a different country at the moment. 2.3 second gap for Alex Wiley. In second place is Dominic Parabic from Zach McDonald. Still there in third, but I think Finley Allen might be looking for a move as well. Finley Allen, he's only been racing for around 2 years. He's been very much working on just improving as a driver and improving in his car as well. And it seems to be working out because he's on the brink at the moment for a top 3 spot. And of course got a podium last time out, which was very impressive to see. He's looking to go 1 or 2 better. Look up, Zach McDonald on the inside once again on Dominic Parabic. Can't get that move done, but this battle for second is far from over as the time shrugs to 0. Look at Parabic on that white line. This is going to get ever so intense. The battle for second, third and fourth is now on as they come through the Willow section into Derek's corner. Alex Wiley at the front here. He's leading the way. And I think he's pretty much got this one secured. But we need to watch this battle for second place because Dominic Parabic has got a lot of work to cut out for him if he wants to keep Zach McDonald behind. Zach, a very quick driver indeed. We saw him earlier this year battling out against George Edgar. With a new rival now in Dominic Parabic. Dominic's just been on it all weekend long. He's got something to show this weekend as he defends on the final lap of the race. Zach's in the worst possible position, as we said, because he wants to try and make a move on Parabic, but if he gets it wrong, Allen's going to find a way through. Parabic's just got to sit on that white line and not let these drivers pass as they all come filing through. Finley Allen there, he's just trying to find a way through, but it's just not going to be enough. Back at the front, it's Alex Wiley, who's had a brilliant drive, a very consistent drive, as we said. Comes round the final corner, takes the Heat 1 win, but who's it going to be for second place? It looks like it's going to be all Dominic Parabic by just a small margin, 900ths of a second. Parabic takes it from Zach McDonald and Finley Allen, who finishes up in fourth. James Backwith, who had an eventful first lap, cut in the chicane. He finished up in fifth. From Ethan Higgins, Adam Bourne, from Jack Baker, Louis Barker, and Bailey Brooker rounds out your field. Retirement for Max Wright, quite unfortunate there. First heat of the June X30s completed, and Dominic Parabic, you've got to watch out for him later on. But the next race coming up now will be the Mini Inters. The Mini Inters heading out on circuit now, and it's going to be Benjamin Lawn who starts from pole position. The K-plate, Max Wheatley will start from second. From Ian Townsend, Oliver Barton, from Ronnie Smart, Lewis Herbison, from Aidan Hammond, George Quinlan, from Jackson Hilton, Teddy Higgs, Finley Bills, Jackson Heath, Toby Wortley, from Noah Hammond, Alex Nieskis, Archie Lee Bullock, who rounds your 8th row from Jack Charles Bailey, Edward Munns, Seki Komatsu, George Wilden, Roma Komatsu, and Hayden Wardle rounds out your field of drivers. Very excited to see how they get on. Unfortunate to see Seki Komatsu so far down. He was very quick last time out. Was almost knocking on the podium spot as well. But let's see if we can get going for the first time asking. No, we don't. We have a full start. We go around once again. So, gives a good opportunity to talk about the driver in third there. That number 23, Ryan Townsend. He took the driver of the day last time around, so he got that awesome ADM paddock shop voucher, 45 quid he could spend in the shop, and he went straight away for some new gloves, which he's running today. So nice to see he's spending his money wisely. Green Townsend, who had a very bad look last time out, but managed to bring it back together in the final. A very well-deserved driver of the day he was. Max Wheatley back with us as well. He's had a pretty good start to the year. Running the K-Plate this weekend, of course, won the Kim Bolton Plate last time out. Can we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Max Wheatley on the outside. Benjamin Lawn on the inside. But Benjamin not had the best of starts. That gives the old shot for Max Wheatley to go round the outside. Oliver Barton tried to have a look as well. He dropped to 3rd place. But up at the front, Benjamin Lawn jumps to 2nd place. Ronnie Smart there in 4th. As he'll come finally through. Of course, all these drivers on a controlled tyre, so the scrutineers will look after their drivers. The drivers' tyres, let's say. So trying to make it as fair as possible for all these drivers. All the cadets and the mini drivers all move for lead it. Benjamin Lawn gets on the inside of Max Wheatley. Gets that move done. Barton there in 3rd, trying to find a way through. And you can see he's trying to go for that inside line, but of course, Wheatley and Barton teammates, so they'll try and work together now to try and get that lead back. Caught the Coles Racing driver leading the way. 2 of the Kid X development drivers in 2nd and 3rd. Of course, that will be led by Danny Sweeney and Ben Folland. Ronnie Smart there in 4th place with the Project 1. Lewis Herberson rounds out your top 5. Rian Townsend in 6th. But look at the pack as they all come filing through. They're all still together. Everyone's having their own little battle with each other. Ronnie Smart on the inside of Oliver Barton. That's for 3rd place. That's a strong path. But can he get that move done? It seems like no. Seems like Barton. He stipulated to Ronnie Smart there. I wonder what he was saying to him. Ronnie Smart sticks back into 4th. They come through once again. Benjamin Lawn on the slight defensive line there. Interesting to see that so early on in the race. 5 minutes left on the clock. Benjamin Lawn deciding that it's best to try and pull a couple defensive moves to keep Max Wheatley behind. Max now hasn't got the help of his teammate because he's obviously lost that position to Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart has been pretty much the underdog here this year. Shown promising pace throughout the year. Ronnie Smart on the inside for 2nd place. Gets that move done. Yes, he does. Superb move. And oh, look at that. That was the perfect explanation. That a second that one car gets through, a couple can as well. And that opening opportunity for not just Oliver Barton, but Lewis Herberson as well to find a way through on Max Wheatley. Wheatley drops all the way down to 5th place. So a big time loss there. As they all cobbled through. They were very much front to rear contact there, but they've always kept it together. Close and fair racing, that's what we would like to see. Barton getting pushed through to make that move on Ronnie Smart. That was with the help of Lewis Herberson. Lewis losing out though. But this is all just going to help out Benjamin Lawn here at the front. That red and blue car, that Coles Racing, he's having a perfect drive. Rian Townsend under investigation. So something going on there with Rian Townsend. He's lost a few places, so he's got some work to do. But of course, on that last lap, it was Max Wheatley who was a big time loss. Just in that one corner, lost out on 3 spots, which is not ideal when it comes to trying to get a good final result. All these points cost wisely. It was Herberson on the inside of Ronnie Smart, gets that move done. Nearly overshot it a bit there, but he kept it on the black stuff, and he's kept it going. Benjamin Lawn loving life here at the front. He's having a brilliant drive so far. Ronnie Smart found a way through on Lewis Herberson. Lewis trying to put him on the concrete, but Ronnie Smart thinking, no mate, you can't do that to me. I know where I'm going. Rian Townsend making a move on Max Wheatley. That's a strong pass for 5th place, and he gets that move done. Multiple overtaking moves in these last few laps. We've seen a lot of drivers joining the pack as well. George Quinlan's in there as well, the number 17 in that green and white car. He's with the Jackson Motorsport squad. As well as the numbers 164, that's Jackson Heath. He's at the end of this lead pack. Jackson Heath all the way down in 10th, so really is top 10 in this battle for the lead. Benjamin Lawn up at the front, still leading the way. Oliver Barton there in second place. He's got a bit of a margin from Ronnie Smart, but Ronnie Smart sticking there in the slipstream. Could be an overtaking opportunity coming soon. Reen Townsend up into 4th, so he's found some hidden pace and he's starting to slowly put the laps in now. Move for second place going on. Ronnie Smart on the inside, and that's going to open up an opportunity for Reen Townsend. We can't get that move done just yet. They'll file through the start-finish line. You can see Ronnie Smart really defensive on that inside line. Barton trying to go for the cutback. Gets it done into second place. Loads of overtaking action going on here. Brilliant to watch. Benjamin Lawn, he is still loving life because he's at the front. Oh, I got very close between Ronnie Smart and Oliver Barton. Nearly 4 wide as they exit the corner. That is never always going to go well, but they kept it going, and they've kept it on the black stuff. That was superb from some of the youngest drivers we'll have here this weekend. Reen Townsend's made the most of it. He's up into 3rd place as all the drivers try to squabble their way through. Oliver Barton's losing out big time with his teammate as well, Max Wheatley. Both lost a couple of places in those last few laps. Benjamin Lawn still leading the way, but Reen Townsend there in 3rd place. He's going to be having a look on Ronnie Smart for 2nd place. 50 seconds left on the clock. So not much time left to get some moves done. We've got about 2 or 3 laps left of racing. Oh, I got very close there. A couple of drivers jumping to the grass. And is that a retirement for George Quinlan, the number 17 there? Speaking highly of Quinlan, and he's seen the commentator's curse. The driver is out of the race. Pulled up just before the Derrick corner. But look at this at the front. This could be a move for 2nd place. It looked close there between Townsend. Couldn't get that move done just yet. 20 seconds left on the clock, so 2 laps left of racing. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Townsend in 3rd place, but could he look for 2nd place? And don't count out Lewis Herberson just yet. He's there in 4th place, but he's slowly closing in. That looks like Jackson Heath as well, who's up into 5th place. My apologies, Jackson Hilton, who's in 5th. Aidan Hammond in 6th, but there is your lead driver at the front. Benjamin Lawn, I don't think he's got a clue what's just gone on behind him. So much action going on. He's had the perfect opportunity just to drive away. But look at Lewis Herberson, he's closing in. Move for 2nd place. Townsend on the inside, gets that move done. Ronnie Smart drops to 3rd. Herberson is now there. 1 more lap of racing here in the 1st heat for Mini Inters. Reen Townsend, he opens it up too late. Contact made side by side. And look at this, Lewis Herberson goes for 2 of them. Oh, I got ever so close there. Herberson drops back to 4th. But this battle for 2nd is raging now. You all thought Ronnie Smart held on to that, but looks like Reen Townsend's got him in the end. That got very close between them 3. And Herberson trying all he can to try and get onto that podium spot. Hasn't worked out just yet. Driver running off wide there. That looks like Jackson Hilton. Really unfortunate for Mr. Hilton. But 1 more corner left to go. What's going to happen here? Ronnie Smart tries to look on the inside. But at the front, Benjamin Lawn takes a very dominant victory there to win the 1st heat. Townsend there in 2nd place. And it was a drag race across the line. Herberson finishes up in 4th place. I got very close across the line there. Aidan Hammond finishes up in 6th place. Oliver Barton, Max Wheatley drops all the way down to 8th place. That's not the start he would have wanted from Jackson Heath. And Teddy Higgs, who rounds out your top 10. Here's the provisional results on your screens, but that got very tight in those last couple of laps. George Quinlan getting the helping hand from the marshals to get that car off the circuit. Very unfortunate for Quinlan. He was in that lead battle, and he was looking strong for a good 1st heat result. Very unfortunate indeed with the finish of the Mini Inters. Means that we go on to the next race in our schedule. It's going to be the 1st heat for Senior X30. Senior X30 heading out on circuit now. This is going to be an exciting one to watch. Looks like Harry Cottrell put it on pole for this first heat. There he is on your screens, Monty Breathwaite alongside Monty being mechanicked by Ellis Borgia. The rest of the field comes filing through to finish his first lap. Now we've lost the timings for the moment, so we'll have to have a guess of what's going on. Tristan Powell starting from 4th, Monty Breathwaite actually from 3rd, my apologies. Harry Crotchell didn't put it on pole, he's in 2nd place. Reece Newburn actually got it on pole position, so that'll be exciting to see how he gets on. Can we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1, lovely panning shot there from the guy at TNL Sports. Josh Jones on the inside there, trying to find a way through. Up and over from Joshua Jones, up and over on Monty Breathwaite. That's not the way those two wanted to start their first race. And Tristan Powell goes on the inside of Reece Newburn. Brilliant drive there by Tristan Powell. Made the most of that start. He now leads the way from Newburn in 2nd place. And Crotchell in 3rd. Very exciting stuff in that first couple of corners. Josh Jones, we saw him was trying to find a way through, and Monty Breathwaite coming to tow with him. Up and over he went. Number 12 getting a warning flag. That would be Tyre Dixon, I believe. But we'll see once the timing's updated. Joshua Jones behind Jensen Pugh now in the back of your screens. Josh Jones being overtaken by Katie Ashman now, just off your screens, but they'll come flying through in just a moment. Still at the front, Tristan Powell leads the way. Newburn in 2nd place, from Crotchell in 3rd. Crotchell, we haven't seen much here at Kimbolton this year, but he's showed up very well when he has been here. All the drivers filing through. That's the Fusion Motorsport car there in 4th place. Oliver Harris there in 6th. The number 20 gets the mechanical flag, so he'll be exiting to the pit lane very shortly. Now we've got our time back, so that's brilliant. Dylan Patel in that Fusion Motorsport car. He's there in 4th place from Harry Pears in 5th. It's Monty Breathwaite who's got the technical flag. So Monty, who was involved in that first corner scandal with Joshua Jones, he's heading off. The number 17 and the number 15 both having an investigation flag. We've lost the live timing again, so we'll have to wait till that comes back. But there is Dylan Patel on your screens. He's just sitting off the top 3 at the moment, and he's going to try and see what he can do. Harry Crottrell there in 3rd place. Harry Pearce, we've seen him time and time again. We haven't seen him much out this year, but when he's been out here, he's been very strong. In 6th place, Oliver Harris, who seems to be struggling with those Comet tyres. 7th being Isaac Marsh. He makes the move on Oliver Harris. That's for 6th place. That was a strong pass on the inside. 4 minutes left on the clock. When he cross promotions carts coming through as well, just on the back of Oliver Harris. And then it's Katie Ashman, who's just behind Jensen Pugh. Jensen Pugh had a really strong outing last time. Had a couple of strong moments throughout the year, really. It's been sort of up and down for Mr. Pugh, but seems to be doing all right at the moment. Katie Ashman from Joshua Jones. And so you'll come flying through again into turn 1. Tristan Powell. I mean, Tristan Powell already have one final win this year. He's been very quick, not just this year, but last year as well. Of course, perfect opportunity to show your love in the chat. We'll have a look at the chat now whilst the X30 drivers are circulating. Thanks for that, Joshua. Max and Oliver Barton, they were both with the Luke Crystal Racing. My apologies. Alex Wiley, yeah, brilliant stuff there in that first heat for juniors. Tristan Powell still comes through. And to be fair, there's not much really to talk about. There's the top three here, all just sort of circulating, not doing much. And I think that's just because of more the consistent value. They just want to get this solid result, get it in the bag. And it's more like packing your groceries, really. I mean, you spend your first couple of heats, you know, just putting all your fruit and veg together, and then you go all out in the end in the final. Just try and load everything up. This is going to be a perfect opportunity as well for the drivers to just try out some setup changes. Just see what works best with the kart, because of course there's a difference between being quick for one lap and being quick for several laps. Just seen a lovely message from Ash Klassen. I won't read it out loud though. But Jensen Pugh makes a move on Oliver Harris. Them three have been really at it at the moment. That crop promotion kart as well, making the move on Oliver Harris. Gets that move done. Elio De Sandro, you always see it on your screens, but seems to be pulling over. He is going to be retiring from the race. He seemed a bit lost when he was in the middle of the track. So, yeah, he's pulled over. It seems like he's got mechanical issues. That'll be him out of the race. Still waiting on the live timing, so we'll keep going as we are. The number 63 there, trying to get some way past the crop promotions kart there. Crop promotion, of course, double-time world champion in Gabriel Stilt. The Stilt family really pushing the crop promotion family. One of the main reasons why they are where they are today, as well as, you know, Caden McQueen, who was a very competitive crop promotions X30 and Rotax driver. Harry Pears getting a bit of pressure now from Isaac Marsh. Battle for 5th place. Dylan Patel's pretty much drove off from these two. But Isaac Marsh, speaking to his mechanic yesterday, he's been quite consistent this first half of the season. Results slowly starting to show. Time has struck 0 on the clock, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. And at the front here, Tristan Powell has lost a bit of time to Reece Newburn, who's there in 2nd place. I wonder if this could be a last lap move from Newburn. We'll wait and see. Of course, this is just the first heat, so you want to put in that consistent result as they come down to start the final lap of the race. The number 15 and 21 both getting warning flags. So they're obviously doing something that the stewards do not like. But being quite nice, I'm saying, we've seen what you're doing. We just want to warn you, that's a bit dangerous. Sort it out. But Tristan Powell at the front still leads the way. Look at Newburn though, he's closed in quite a bit, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Unless Newburn can really pull something out of the bag on this last corner, nah, it won't be enough. Tristan Powell, round the final corner like he does usually, takes the win in the first heat. Brilliant drive there, very consistent as well, but dominant. And it's going to be Reece Newburn, who finished up in 2nd place. A TB Kart 2-3 there, because Harry Cottrell rounded out the field in 3rd. As we get the live timing back, that's brilliant. Dylan Patel in 4th from Harry Pears, Isaac Marsh from Jensen Pugh. Sebastian Dew was a driver in that 98, the crop promotions kart. From Josh Jones and Oliver Harris. From Katie Ashman, Jack Dan from Tiger Dixon, Max Anderson, Tony Caswell from Aaron Brown, Aaron Lask, Natalie DeBeck, James Reynolds and Lucian Joyce rounds out your top 20, but you can see the rest of your drivers on your screens here. The Senior X30 is over, and now it's about time to head over to our other senior category. That's Senior Rotax, who will be going out for their first heat of the day. So let's have a look how they line up for the first heat in senior road tax. This will obviously end our first field of heats. Lucas Blanford, first time to the circuit this year, sticks it on pole position from Ethan Martin in second place. Joshua Valance from Toby and Alvarez, from Ross Tyler, Jack Middleton, from Alex Adams Acton, from Archie Flint, George Robinson, from Oliver Liversedge, Philip Tatton, from Jake Fisher, Ryan Sayers, from James Tester, Declan Luff, Ryan Edge, from Samuel Cook, Tom Pryor, from Adam White, Will Forber, Michael Morgan, Dan Renton, from Jason Haitley, and it's Aaron Sarkis and Charlie Fgrave lines up on the last row of the grid. Fgrave had a couple months out of the seat. Obviously had a lot of issues in qualifying. He's saying he had some engine issues yesterday, so that would have helped him out. But we get going for the first time, asking, let's see, as they come round the final corner. Yes, they do. Down into turn one. And let's see how they all get on. They all file through just about. A couple of drivers getting tangled up there in the mid-pack. But up at the front, Ethan Martin takes the lead from Lucas Blanford, who was in the lead. He's now in second place. Toby Alvarez, strong start. He's into third. Valance drops to fourth. And it's one of the Dave Edwards racing karts that's up into fifth. That's Jack Middleton. So a very good start so far. Dave Edwards, a new team that started up, focusing a lot on the Rotax packages. Toby Alvarez makes the move for second place on the inside of Lucas Blanford. Joshua Valance tries to have a look through. Great to see Lucas Blanford here actually in the senior categories. He has done experience here in cadets, bit of juniors as well, but this is his first outing with us at Kimbolton in the senior category. Blanford at the moment having a strong result in the Super 1 series, which he's contesting this year. Joshua Valance makes the move for third place, drops Blanford to fourth, but don't be surprised if you see him making moves soon enough. Ross Tyler is there in fifth place. He got past Jack Middleton on that last lap. There's Alex Adams Acton, who's there in seventh place. George Robinson in eighth. I'll tell you what, that battle for third isn't over yet. I was like, Blanford tried to have another look on Joshua Valance, but couldn't get that move done. Ross Tyler's got some pace at the moment. You'll see here, a couple of drivers, they have a lot of pace at certain areas in the race. And that could be something silly, just as like the tyre pressures. Tyre pressures make a huge difference into when the tyres are working and when the carts are actually quick. Some drivers like to have it at the end of the race, some people like to have it at the start of the race. And it can really work in both favours. I mean, if you get it at the start of the race, you have a good start, especially if you're leading. You can pull away and then conserve the tyre for the rest of the race. Some drivers like to struggle the first couple laps and then get the momentum near the end of the race. It's all down to driver preference at the end. I mean, all these drivers are different in their own ways, like to drive differently. But despite all that, the top five are still sticking pretty much together. In the drivers 6th, 7th and 8th there, they are there or thereabouts, but Ethan Martin has not been given opportunity to pull away just yet. And I think on the times, Joshua Valance is actually the fastest driver on circuit, but Toby Alvarez looks quicker than Ethan Martin. Toby Alvarez, who we haven't yet seen him take a victory in a senior Rotax. Ethan, who has multiple wins in the senior category. He's been in the seniors for a couple of years now. So has a lot of experience with not just track but the team as well. As on the inside goes Toby and Alvarez gets that move done, but Ethan Martin's going to try and fight it round the outside. They're late on the brakes. Will he get that move done? It's going to be very close between the two, rubbing bumpers, but Toby and Alvarez just hold on to it. Ethan Martin thought better of it and just thought, well, might as well give him that place for the time being. Now he has to defend sharply because Valence and Blanford are trying to find a way through. But I got very close there between the two leaders there. Were rubbing bumpers as they came through turn 1 and turn 2 as well, but one had to yield. And look at Blanford. Oh, I got very late from Blanford. He nearly went straight over the top of Joshua Valance. That messed up his run coming out the final corner. Gave the opportunity for Ross Tyler to get into 4th place. Ross Tyler here really just picking up the broken pieces here. As they all file through once again. Ethan Martin now on the edge of maybe losing out on his 2nd place here. Now yellow flags are out. There is a driver off. That might be Ryan Hedge, who's off the circuit. He looks like he had an incident with William Forber, who also seems to be out. Thomas Pryor's got a warning flag, so he might be involved with that as well. I tell you, Toby Alvarez, he's pulling a bit of a margin so far. He's done all right this last lap. He's done all right to get a bit of a gap. Valance now into 2nd place, so Ethan Martin drops to 3rd. Now he might even lose out on the podium spot here because Ross Tyler is there in 4th. There was the stricken car of Ryan Edge, that number 18. He is not going anywhere no time soon. William Forber went into the pits on that lap as well as Jake Fisher. So all drivers having some sort of issue. They head down into Tower once again. Not much time left, just under a minute and a half. So a couple of laps left of racing it. Ethan Martin defence once again from Ross Tyler. Lucas Blanford there in 5th place. Just seems like Ethan Martin, he had the pace at the start of the race, but since then just hasn't been able to keep that pace up, and he's slowly losing out on spots. There goes Ross Tyler for the final spot on the podium. Lucas Blanford will follow through as well. So Martin drops to 5th. Robinson into 6th. And bringing in as well, that's Alex Adams-Acton. The number 32 under investigation. That's Adam, and Adam White's got a warning flag, but the number 32, that's Ryan Sayers, who's in the mid-pack at the moment. But look at Lucas Bamford here. Watch out for that yellow Hermit White car. He might have a look for a podium opportunity. Ross Tyler in that orange helmet. He's made his way through to the lead. Not to the lead, to the final podium spot. Not done just yet, though. We've got 2 more laps left. This is the penultimate lap of the race. They head through the Derrick's corner. Blanford just there, waiting for an opportunity to come around. All it takes is for one mistake from Ross Tyler, and it will soon be up and over. But as they head round to start the last lap of the race, Ethan Martin loses that big time. He's got overtaken by Alex Adams-Acton. Now all the way down in 7th place. That is not how he wanted to finish his first heat, but sometimes consistency is shown with results like that. Although being a bit far off where he wanted to be, he's still up there at the sharp end. But it's this man at the front, Toby and Alvarez, who's had a brilliant drive so far, driving with the Ben Maxim development program. He's really shown what he can do in the first couple of laps, and has just been insane, consistent. Around the final corner, he'll come to take the first win in senior Rotax. Brilliant way to start his Sunday here for the 6th round of the Club Championship. Pick up the marbles as he enters Parc Fermé. that will help get a bit more weight on the car. Joshua Valance finished up in second place from Russ Tyler in third, Lucas Bamford in fourth from George Robertson, Alex Adams-Acton from Ethan Martin, James Tester, Jack Middleton, and Oliver Liversedge. You round out your top 10. Dave Edwards will be happy about that 9th place. Good to see one of his drivers up at the sharp end of the field. Archie Flint from Jake Fisher, from Tom Pryor, Ryan Sayers from Deckluff, from Michael Morgan, Sam Cook, and Dan Renton rounds out your top 18. Brilliant stuff there. To round out our first heat so far. Getting ready now to start the second heat for the Honda 200s. It's going to be Sawyer Henderson who starts from pole position. Jack White's in the second place. From Theo Hamilton, Marcus Cooper. From Mason Becker, George Pickett. Deno Rowland. From Keane Delaney, Harry Parker Ray. From Keane Doherty, Ben Bowers. From James Murphy, Alistair Saunders, Zach Squire, Arthur Murphy, and James Windsor rounds out your final row. Now, Arthur Murphy, who had that issue in the first race, also had an under investigation flag. So I wonder if there was a penalty applied to the 88 there. So he's going to have a lot of work to do from the back of the field. Jensen Weston says, come on, Michael Morgan, number 54, get it through the pack. He did all right in that first heat. Josie said, my mate had new brakes and no one told him. That's not always the best way you want to go into that first corner, which is a very hard braking zone. Here is the grid for the second heat of the cadets on the 200s on your screens once again. Of course, keep putting your love in the chat, and we'll shout out whoever you want a shout out for. But soon enough, we'll get ready to go racing once again. Of course, these first heats now completed, so we're going to be heading into our second stage of heats. As the grid opens, green flag goes up from Gridman Sam, and we're off and away. Start the formation lap. Sawyer Henderson leads them off from Alex Wykes in second place. They're going to be on your front row of the grid. Alex Wykes was very strong in that first heat, as well as Sawyer Henderson. I think the grid in the Honda 200s has gotten so close over time, as well as with all these drivers gaining that ever so important experience. Put all these drivers in very content place for wins, for podiums. There is Arthur Murphy, who seems to have changed suits and helmet. Gone all red now for this race, so that'll be interesting. Now, they're coming through this last corner quite quickly, so I wonder if we're going to get this one going for the first time. It looks like we are not, so they'll go around once again. They'll be flicking the finger to let each other know. But yeah, this looks a bit too quick from the two at the front. So they go around once again, and Sawyer Henderson, he's been one to watch, really. I mean, he's more desperate than ever to get that final win. He was so close last time out, was just so close, but just couldn't get it done. Was close the month previous. There's the number 44 on your screens. That was Harry Parker Ray. A couple of drivers back, you could see one of the Riley Price coaching carts. Very colourful sticker kits they have. Sawyer Henderson now really wants to get some solid results in these heats that could help them out ever so much for that final result. Let's see if they can go in for the second time asking. Yes, they do. Down into turn one. Jack White's trying to get over to that inside line, but Sawyer Henderson holds on perfectly. Theo Hamilton on the inside. He gets into second place as well, or does he? Because Jack White gets around the outside and holds on to that second spot. That was superb. They're going to go 3 wide down into Derek's corner. That's going to get very tasty, but Dino Rowlands makes the perfect jump into 4th place from that Riley Price coach. And one driver's flying off there. That looked like George Pickett, who had a bit of trouble on that first lap. I think that might be actually Marcus Cooper's. My apologies. We'll wait and see when they come round. to finish the first lap of the race. On the inside goes Jack Whites. That was a brilliant jump to second place for Hamilton there in third now. As they all come filing through, no drivers really making up any spots. All the drivers pretty much staying together, meaning that all these drivers have good opportunities for going for this win. So Sawyer Henderson, he leads the way still. Jack White's in second place. I mean, we've seen Sawyer in all the heats previously in rounds before. He's been very close and very quick up in the heats, but then just on different circumstances means he loses out in the final. Maybe this could be the month he finally gets that final win, which he's been very much deserved and very much been trying to get for a long time now. Jack White, he's been trying to look for another final result. He's already had one win this year, so Jack White knows how to do it, as well as Theo Hamilton. Of course, Theo the champion from last year, so he's won a lot of races in this cadet. Of course, Hamilton and Sawyer running under the same tent, both with the RSR squad. Which, if you're a newcomer to karting, I'd definitely recommend going to RSR. Very community-wise team they are. So yeah, very good if you just want to go out and enjoy your karting more. But obviously doing it in a professional manner, as well as all these drivers. We're not just looking at just a bunch of karters, 8 to 10 years old. We're looking at the next generation of young talent, and who knows where these drivers could be going off to next. The number 44 gets awarded flag. That's Harry Parker Ray. Harry, who's having a good weekend so far, just having a little shove in the pack. But let's see how Murphy's getting on. Arthur Murphy up to 7th already. Made up 8 places. He's having to really fight through in this heat. Of course, having to start from near the back of the field. Drivers watch out for that. Number 21, Dino Rowlands. He's had pace at times this year, but just hasn't been able to put all the experience together. Now on the back of the top 3 here. He's trying to try and close down that slipstream. But Jack White's going for the lead, and he gets that move done. Sawyer drops to second place. Theo 6th there in 3rd. Dino trying to close in. Driver in 5th, that's Mason Becker. Mason has been one of the fastest drivers in the cadet group this year, running with that Project 1 chassis. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. So coming up to near the halfway point in this race. Of course, these are 7 minutes plus a lap. And you can sort of see here the clouds are starting to inhale around the circuit. So it's going to start getting darker and maybe lead to some rain clouds that could be taunting us. But I'll wait and see what happens. Of course, it's predicted to come at 3 o'clock. Of about a 40% chance. So still a chance it couldn't rain, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously would spice a lot of things up when it comes to those finals. But 2.5 minutes left on the clock. 88, Arthur Murphy gets a warning flag. So of course trying to fight his way through. Maybe he's been a bit too aggressive on one of his moves. But they come round once again. Couple laps left of racing it. But Jack White seems to be doing a good job at the moment. So Anderson just sort of thinking about what's best for his race at the moment. The number 91, Keen Delaney, gets a mechanical flag. So he'll be heading off into the pits. So you'll come finally through the down Molan corner. There are the leaders on your screens. Jack White's still in first from Sawyer Henderson and Theo Hamilton in your top 3. Then it's Deno Rowlands in 4th from Mason Becker. He's there in the top 5. He's just trying to close in. But it's so hard to make up lost ground around this Kim Bolton circuit. Of course, for these Honda cadets, it's all about momentum. Not many braking zones, not many times they're having to come off that throttle pedal. Around 70% of the lap is on throttle for these cadet drivers. So when it comes to those corners, they've got to make up a lot of time. But Sawyer Henderson sticking in the slipstream. I think the driver in second place there, I think he's probably in the best position at the moment because, you know, he can make a mistake through the corner but still hold on because he's got that momentum, and this could be a battle for the lead. Could just be a move for the lead for Sawyer Henderson. Side by side to go down into turn 1. He's going to be nearly on the concrete, but sticks on the black stuff and gets down the inside. That was a superb move from Sawyer Henderson, but loses out on the exit. Jack White makes it back through. So that's going to be shaking up the field now. White decides to go defensive. He knows his teammate is there in 5th, so he's going to try and see if he can work his way through. But Sawyer Henderson, he's going to try and make a move now, because if he keeps sticking behind, Theo Hamilton might find his way through him. Or side by side, I'll go ever so close. Sawyer Henderson loses out big time momentum-wise and drops all the way down to 4th. Deno Rowlands up into 3rd place. That's a superb drive from Rowlands. That very vibrant, colourful car is going to be into 2nd place almost, if he can get this move sorted on Theo Hamilton side by side once again. But the last lap board is now out. This is going to get interesting here. Jack White's on the defensive. Watch out for Sawyer Henderson. Tries to go round the outside. Gets it done on Deno Rowlands. Could this be on Theo Hamilton as well? It got so close, but not yet. For Sawyer Henderson, sits in 3rd place. You don't want to do anything silly. It's just a heat race at the end of the day. But Jack White, he's doing all he can to hold on to that lead spot. The number 13, the Project 1 car. Will he be able to hold on for 2 more corners? Theo Hamilton, we've seen him in races previous. He can make a last corner move work, but can he do it on Jack White? They head down into the final corner. It's going to be so close. Theo right on his tail. Sawyer Henderson's going to try and get a good run. So is Mason Becker. But around the final corner comes Jack White. He'll take the victory in the second heat for Honda 200. Theo Hamilton there in 2nd place from Sawyer Henderson and Mason Becker. Deno Rowlands finishes up in 5th place. That's a pretty good drive by Deno, so very congratulations to him. Marcus Cooper from Arthur Murphy, he made his way up to 7th place. Harry Parker Ray, Keane Dirty, James Murphy from Ben Bowers, Alistair Saunders from George Pickett, Zach Squire and James Windsor rounds out your field. And then, of course, Keane Delaney had that issue where he had to pull off mid-race. That was down to a mechanical issue. That's your provisional results for the second heat. And a very exciting heat, it has to be said, between the front runners there. Now we're going to be heading into the second group of second heats. This is going to be the Micromaxes. This is going to be led by Oliver Woodall, who will start from pole position. Jensen Darlow alongside from Tenny Murphy, Arthur Bowers, from Ollie Brun, Ronnie Allen, Harley Merrison, Ted Hayward, Mason Munster, from Isaac Garth, and Jake Hansford rounds out your field. Mason Munster starting from near the back of the field. That's how they line up on your screens. Now just looking at the commentary box, looking past turn 1, some very dark clouds, which will be interesting, of course, when it gets to around that 3 PM time. But of course, that's just a weatherman. We never know what's going to happen. Depends on what we're blessed with today. Hopefully, we'll get no rain, and it'll be a nice dry end to the race. Of course, us commentators will like a bit of rain and like a little bit of spice to the finals. Makes it a bit of a guessing game as to who may finish where. But we're going a bit of a minute whilst we wait for the Micromax Heat 2 to get underway. Right, the green flag is out. That means only one thing. That means karts are getting out on circuit. Oliver Woodall, who very much impressed everyone in that first heat. He's going to try and do the same in that second heat. Jensen Darlow starts alongside him. Teddy Murphy and Arthur Bowers, two very consistent drivers. Of course, Teddy, who finished up in 5th in that first heat, but was then jumped up to 4th. And Ollie Brunt, who will be starting from 5th. He's had a pretty dominant first half of the season. He's been very consistent over time. Of course, was very close to taking that win last month, but just couldn't get it done in the end. But Oliver Woodall for that Strawberry Racing team. Let's see how he can get on in these races coming up. It's going to be exciting to see the second heat for Micromax. Will we get underway first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. It takes a bit longer for these cadets to get down the inside. Oh, I got very close there. Drivers coming together, and that's the top 2 there. That's Oliver Woodall and Jensen Darlow getting in contact together, and it looked like they got in a bit of a squabble with Harley Merrison, it may have looked like. So, very unfortunate there, but at the front, the number 57 is leading the way. That's Ronnie Allen. He started all the way down in 5th place. A superb start from the number 15 there, Ted Hayward. He was halfway down the field as well. Very impressive stuff there from the top 2. Ollie Brunt's there into 3rd place, and Teddy Murphy in 4th. That's very interesting to see what happened there at the start between those top 2. But Ollie Brunt gets up into 2nd place. Darlow having to work from the back of the field, as well as Woodall. That's not going to help each other out. Now the Jensen Darlow is under investigation, so I wonder if he may have been the cause of that incident. Obviously, we'll let the stewards decide on that one. But Ollie Brunt goes to lead the race. That was a superb move on the inside. Very consistent, very controlled, and keeps the car on 4 wheels. Teddy Murphy also into a podium spot. This will be hopefully his first podium of the weekend if he can stay there. Oliver Woodall, he's now into 7th place. He's trying to work his way through. Oh, move for 2nd place. That's a brilliant drive by Teddy Murphy, who's now found a bit of pace from that first heat. Obviously, he's probably worked on his setup a bit. And, very exciting to see as well, the Miami Watership Restricted kart getting in a bit of action there. Oliver Kilfenter. So, of course, he's going to be battling sort of on his own. He's the only one in this battle. Of course, the only driver out on circuit in the Watership Restricted. But mixing it up a bit with the Micromaxes. Seems like it was Arthur Bowers who the drivers of Jensen Darlow and of the 2 drivers on the front row may have got in a bit of contact with. But of course, we'll let the stewards decide on that outcome, see what they think of it. But this league battle is going to be exciting. These 2 drivers who used to be teammates now in a bit of a 1v1 situation here. What would Teddy Murphy do against Ollie Brunt as they head down into the first couple of corners? Of course, they both sort of know in a way how their driving are, comparing it to each other. Obviously done a bit of time working together as teammates, so they know how each other's drive. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on. The number 57 there, still in a podium spot. Oliver Woodall finds a way through, and big issue there. Kart throttle cable sticking on there, and you won't be able to see it on your screens, just on the back shot. A kart driving around the track on its own. Now that's going to go straight to maybe a red flag, I think, because that is not a sight you want to see. I hope they've got that kart together. Yes, they have. The marshals have done a superb job to get that kart in a safe position, but the throttle cable got stuck on there when the driver exited the kart. Battenberg flags are out. That driver is okay, and that's the best thing we want to see, but that kart went on a bit of a rodeo across the grass into a barrier. But the marshals have done a superb job of looking after that. I think that's a way we have to thank the marshals and the officials for what they do, because that was superb on their behalf to look after that machine. Of course, that is one of the biggest, I'd say, faults we have in the karts. The second that throttle cable sticks on, it's every man for himself. It's always not the nicest thing, but the marshals, the Kim Bolton marshals, some of the best in the business, have done a perfect job of getting that kart sorted. That was very interesting, and thankfully everyone was okay. I don't think anyone got hit, which is always the best thing. So bat and both flags are out. This is going to bunch everyone together. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Ollie Brunt leads the way from Teddy Murphy in second place. Ronnie Allen in third from Oliver Woodall from Ted Hayward. Mason Munster from Jensen Darlow. Harley Marison, Jake Hansford and Isaac Garth. And it was Arthur Bowers who had that issue. Of course, he had the issue on the first lap as well. Maybe that could have been a issue that fell to what just happened. But the best thing to know is that everyone who was involved is okay. The driver was out of the car very quickly and is now in a marshal post where the marshals will take care of him. The kart now being watched by one of the marshals, but that has been now secured and safe. So of course, brilliant job by the marshalling crew to get that sorted. But I think it's time to get back racing as they come round the final corner. Yes, we do. We go green flag racing here to 1 minute and a half on the clock, and they've only just started really getting going. It's very hard to get these Rotax karts going. But look on the inside for second place. That all got ever so close, and the spinner for the 57. Oh, so unfortunate for Ronnie Allen. He had such a good opportunity for going for a podium spot, and it all went wrong. And Mason Munster now into third place. But up at the front, a bit of a gap so far, goes Teddy Murphy and Ollie Brunt. Now one driver uses a bit of the old cut, the older track layout. That was the number 15, who was also up at the front end, Ted Hayward. He's had an unfortunate first start to the race. Very interesting to see what went on at the start there. It looked like for the 57 there, as all lead change for the 77 there. Got on the inside, but on the cutback goes Ollie Brunt. Side by side down to turn one. Ollie Brunt gets that move sorted. Teddy Murphy's going to try and find a way past Mason Munster. They're now in third place with Oliver Woodall in fourth. Jensen Darlow there in your top five as well. So it really is a 5-kart train for the lead here. Oh, Teddy Murphy, what can he do? Will he be able to close up once again? It'll be a question to ask in the next lap, because the next lap will be the final lap. Mason Munster going a bit defensive into Kestrel corner. As he far around the Kim Bolton corner to start the final lap of the race. It's going to be interesting to see what goes on. Teddy Murphy, he was in second place, might be losing out now to Mason Munster, who gets on the inside. Superb move from Mason Munster, but look at Teddy Murphy back on the cutback. Gets that move done. Ollie Brunt still leading the way in fourth place. Here's Oliver Woodall. Could he have a look for a podium spot? We'll wait and see with a couple of corners left to go. The Battenberg really bunched everyone up together, but still the same outcome with Ollie Brunt still leading the way as they head into the final couple of corners. Woodall is trying to have a go at Mason Munster. Let's see how they got into the final corner. Around the final corner comes Ollie Brunt, and he's going to make it 2 for 2 here in the Micromax. Wins once again with Teddy Murphy in second place. Teddy Murphy getting onto that podium. From Mason Munster, Oliver Woodall, Jensen Darlow. From Harley Marison, Isaac Garth, who's made his way up to 7th place. From Jake Hansford, Ronnie Allen, Oliver Kilnfen too, who would win in the Watership Restricted. Ted Hayward, who's under investigation, of course had to do at Old Cutthroat. And Arthur Bowers, who was glad to see that kart was okay in the end. Kart now being taken away. And now getting ready now. You can see the mechanics getting the kart started up. And of course, it's for KZ Karting. Back with Les Latham, back in the building. How are you, Les? And it's quite a nice day, actually.
Yeah, it's excellent kart racing weather, really. It's not too hot, but it's nice and dry. and let's hope it will stay that way. Yesterday, the threat of rain was hanging over, and the heavens opened just after practice had finished, so that was ideal. gave the track a good wash down overnight. So I had a wander around the paddock in between races, and got a little bit of information to tell you. But I think in the first race there, Jake and Josh sort of like won at a sort of fairly good, I wouldn't say a canter, but you know they had the best pace of the field. Leo Robinson did particularly well. I think he came through to third at the end, and he's still really in his junior days as a KZ driver, so he did well there. Last month's winner, Ryan, got involved in a little bit of a kerfuffle at the last corner here, which dropped him down about 3 places on the final lap. But he was well on the pace throughout the rest of the race, so we'll just have to wait and see how this one goes. Of course, we did qualifying this morning, so we're going to have the same grid as we did in the last one, which means Jake and Josh will be at the front.
You'd be surprised, actually. I think it's the finish from the first heat.
Oh, sorry.
So Josh Price will start from first. Leo Robinson alongside from James Beecroft, Jake Weston, Luke Sellingham, Ryan Green from Hannah Lang, Bure Phillips, Luke Fleming from Bailey Ruggersford, Bradley Calder from Ryan Garvey, Isaac Smith from William Ash, Sylvius Kilmath from Sky Springfield, Nino Curlio, Richard Renshaw Painting from Neil Hepworth, Richie Smith, Nick Aitken, Stephen Loggin and George Barker rounds out your field of drivers. Yeah, we're talking about Josh Price in that first heat, of course, showing what he can do in that first heat. It's going to be interesting what Isaac Smith's going to get up to in this second heat. Isaac's having a lot of trouble recently. Yeah,
well, it's obviously he's on the second meeting with the gold cart, and I was speaking to him during the interview, and he's still not 100% sure of the setup on the cart. So they're still sort of making little adjustments as they go along. The other interesting thing, first time at Kimbolton, a first for the club, is they've put in a masters class into it. So they've raised the weight to 90 kilos for the slightly more rounded drivers, should we say. And also there's an age limit as well. I can't remember exactly. 45 years old and 90 kilos. So that gives them something to race for. They'll race within a race, so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
That's the nicest way you could have called a big lad.
Well, try my best, I'm well known for being polite. Not. No, I look forward to it. It gives them something to race for. Because, to be honest, if you're 3 kilos overweight, it's very difficult to be competitive, and that goes for any class. They're all striving to get onto the weight limit.
Yeah.
Minimum limit, that is. Red flag. Don't know why that is.
Well, that's because obviously lining up on the grid, of course, the only grid that does the standing start. So, of course, these KZ drivers get 2 formation laps. More of a safety feature, I guess. Make sure that they get the temperature in the tyres, temperature in the engines as well. You can see a couple of drivers on your screens do practice starts. They're going to be doing that to feel where the clutch is biting. Of course, all different clutches have different bite points, so got to try and work that out. And then the sort of procedure goes: drivers put the engines into neutral, and then into first gear. Make sure they're holding the clutch, just like your normal road car. Lights will soon come on to the board, and I wonder what Leo Robinson's going to do. Will he try and get a whole shot? But it's hard to do it against a British champion like Josh Price. Let's see how they get on. That's your first grid, and your second grid. James Breecroft with Jake Weston alongside. 4 lights on the board, and it's lights out and away we go. Let's see who gets the whole shot. It's going to be Josh Price once again. Beecroft gets into second place. Robinson trying to hold it round the outside. He gets that done. That's a superb move from Leo Robinson. Of course, as you said, junior days in these KZ karts. Some of these drivers have been experienced enough to have driven these KZ karts for years. But at the front, Josh Price having a superb start at the moment. Of course, we were talking about earlier, he's a driver who's very, all about KZ karting. We were saying earlier, he's probably got the money to go and race out, in saloon cars all the time, but there's something about karting that he loves so much.
Yeah, I asked him, why was there any particular reason why he was here today, because it's not part of the British Championship, or, he hasn't got to get some training in for a British Championship race. He said, just simply, I like racing at Kimbolton, and I love racing KZs. He said it's as simple as that,
I think a lot of drivers say that, and I think that's sort of why we can get the grids like this. I mean, this is a massive grid at the moment. It's not often you see about 23 karts, especially 23 KZs heading round. That's a strong pass by Jake Weston. Got on the inside Leo Robinson there. It's sort of the experience versus the juniors, and I think Leo's still spending a bit of time getting used to racing these old folks.
Yeah, obviously, as I said previously, I think the engine's due for a rebuild. Makes a little bit of difference, but he's doing well. He's doing really well. Again, Jake showing some real pace, getting straight up into second place, and probably the race will pan out similar to before. He'll gradually catch Josh over the remaining laps and probably be in a position to make a challenge on the last lap. But like I say, the way Josh has done this start and the previous start, he now has control of the race.
I don't think people realise as well how much maintenance is involved in these cars. Of course, they're different to anything, and there's more components on it, meaning there is more to look after. And as you're saying with the engine as well, only a few hours that the engine then needs to be rebuilt to stay onto that pinnacle performance.
Yeah, it's one of the fallacies that goes around saying, KZ's too expensive. Regarding the engines, it's probably cheaper because they're very reliable. They don't have as many rebuilds in between races as the other classes do.
Yeah.
Josh's dad, speaking to his dad, he reckons this is no more expensive to do than senior road tax.
Wow. I mean, and what you get out of it as well. I mean, same racing, but not many people get to experience racing a gearbox car.
Yeah. James Beecroft going well there. This is his second meeting on a Birrell kart. He's changed karts, so he's used the first meeting probably just to get a feel for it. And is that...
Yeah, James Beecroft.
James Ellingham makes it brilliant.
That was superb. You just see that on your screens there. Ellingham on the inside of Beecroft. Yeah, we've seen Beecroft quite a lot. Of course, we've probably seen him.
He's been around a long time.
Yeah, he's been in the 177s a lot, and then jumped into KZ's a year or two ago, and it's just building up. Of course, he's been there a lot. He's had wins in the KZ Championship here at Kimbolton before. Very experienced in itself.
The other thing is, it's good for people listening and watching. He's not in a team. He runs himself. He's a privateer. So it just goes to show that, with a bit of time and effort, you can compete with the team drivers.
And I think we're losing a lot of that, really. I mean, back years ago, we used to see down lads all the time. And now, from my experience, I did the British Championships in 2021. I didn't see one other lad and lad. I was the only one there, and in some ways, it does really taunt you a bit.
Yeah, well, it is the way things, especially the junior racing. They come straight into cadets and immediately join a big team. Before they've hardly turned a wheel, really, in racing.
Yeah.
KZ is still a good place to go if you want to run as a privateer.
Yeah, it's superb, the KZ karting category. 2.5 minutes left on the clock then. Josh Price driving superb at the moment. Jake Weston only about 8 tenths behind. He has the fastest lap of the race at the moment. 2 tenths quicker than Josh Price on the times. Robinson holds on to that final podium spot, but slowly being closed in by Lucas Enningham. Lucas still getting used to the KZ kart. He's been a bit unlucky at the start of the year, as we said. There is the number 1 plate. Josh Price, of course, number 1 because of his British Championship success. Of course, British champion last year. He had to work really hard for that, I think. He had a lot of pressure from, Ryan Green and a bunch of other drivers as well, like Jake Weston. He got 7th in the championship, but, KZ hard grid.
Well, we've got 4 drivers here today, I think it's 4, who are in the top 10 in the British Championship. Although the British Championship hasn't got great numbers, we've got more people here today. than they'll have at the next British Championship round. But they're all pretty high quality drivers there. The Jade team, they're away testing, talking about Josh's preparation earlier on. They're preparing today at Glanigors, because that's where the next championship round is.
Yeah, I don't know if people realise how much preparation really goes into it.
That's right. Well, I mean, they've gone there specifically to see if they can make the tyres last, because Glanigors is very, very hard on the tyres. Yeah. So you've got to get to the end of the meeting.
Oh, that's a late one. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
There's a cutting in, but Luke Zanningham very late on those brakes. Gets the move done for third place. That's got to be the move of the day by far. That was superb from Luke Zanningham. Gets that podium spot past the number 36 of Leo Robinson. Leo did not expect that coming. I don't think anyone really did. No, that was very far back.
A very, very late move, which is always a good one because it surprises the other driver. Lucas is making good progress now. Definitely going better in this heat than he did in the last one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well, these top two here. As you were saying earlier, Jake Weston slowly picks up, gets onto the back of Josh Price, but 10 seconds left. We're going to get, well, this is the penultimate lap. We're going to get another lap left. I think Jake Weston just thinks it's better just to stick behind and just collect the results, collect those points, because at the end of the day, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the two of them being so sort of dominant, if you like, he's only really got to bother about Josh. And, looking forward to the final, he knows it will be between him and Josh.
And the thing is, Josh Price, he's not in the championship, so in any words, Jake Weston really wins the race on the points. So as long as he can stay there consistently, he's going to get a pretty good points bag. As you come around the final couple of corners, Josh Price, British champion, he's done it once again, driving superbly. He's going to do it 2 for 2 and takes another win in KZ2. Jake Weston finished up in second place. That's a pretty consistent drive. That's going to be good for his points. So Luke Ellingham rounds out your top three. Superb stuff there by Luke Ellingham. Ria Lewison from James Beecroft. Your Phillips from Bailey Rigglesford. Ryan Green, Hannah Lang. Isaac Smith gets up for the top 10. So he's slowly working on that car. It's getting better and better by the session. But at the front, as you were saying,
but the other thing that we like about KZ is, just as you can see in that race, the top 4 drivers in the race were all on different karts. So it's the manufacturers all got an opportunity to win. Jake using a Sodi kart, it's his 5th meeting ever. Wow. On a Sodi since he swapped over to Sodi. As I said, Beecroft just outside the top 4. He's on his second meeting on the Birrell kart. So that's good. And Josh, obviously, with Moore Racing, and they use the KR, the Kart Republic cars. So plenty of variation in there. They were all on TMs, but I think I'd be right in saying they were all on different engine builders or different engine tuners, whichever way you want to look at it. So again, plenty of variation in the go-karts themselves, the chassis, and with the engines.
Yeah, it's quite open, really. You can have different people sorting out your engines and stuff. Brilliant stuff there in the KZs. Now we're getting on to the 177s. Thank you very much, Les, for joining us once again. Chris Thomas will start from the pole spot. Of course, a chaotic first 177 race. Saw issues for Ungwar and Goodyear. Not Goodyear. It was Liam Ferguson who starts right down the tail of the field. Scott Cleat from Ollie Goodyear. Ben Hitch from Josh Bass. Alex Jones from Scott Smith. Oliver Moss from Richard Evans. Bill Bower from David German. Nathan Chafer from Adrian Ungwar. Matt Lear, Stavros from Elliot Kennedy, who's the K-plate holder. From Mark Taylor. Andy Chenery. Daniel Walker. Josh Howard. Mark Cushley. Gavin Petty. From Colin Walker. Richard Bull. Lyndon Hewitt. Liam Ferguson, Matt Wardle and Sam Yaxley rounds out your grid. Liam Ferguson, one of the fastest drivers out here today. He's going to be starting from third to last on the grid. That's going to be one hard mission to fight through the field. Of course, as we said before, get your messages in on the live chat. Let's see who you're rooting for. As they all line up. So hopefully we can get going first time of asking here in the 177s. A lot of exciting racing to come with these lot. As they revs arise, will we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Chris Thomas, perfect start. Holds it on the inside. Can he get to the curb first? Yes, he does. Chris Thomas leads the way from Ollie Goodyear in second place. A couple of drivers getting a bit sideways, a bit further down the field. As they file through, Derek's corner. Looks like Scott Clee is there in 4th place. Who's that up into 3rd place? Could that be Josh Bass, who's having a brilliant drive at the moment? Josh, who finished high up in the championship last year. Hasn't had the best of luck so far this year, but is looking alright so far. Up at the front end of the field, Scott Clee makes the move past Josh Bass, and I think Ben Hitch might have a look as well. They all come filing through. Scott Clee on the defensive line, Ben Hitch making the move on Josh Bass, gets that done. But Ollie Goodyear at the front. Will he have a look on Chris Thomas? It's going to be interesting to see in the laps to come. Of course, this is just the start of the race, 6 minutes left to go, plus that additional lap. And oh, look at Goodyear right on the back of Chris Thomas. Thought he made near on front to rear contact there. Goodyear, we know, very aggressive driver. Not in a dirty way, just wants to try and find a way past quickly. Doesn't have much time or much patience to really wait around. Scott Smith's in there as well. He's trying to make some moves up. Adrian Ungwar, he's in the battle with Alex Jones. That's just on the brink of the top 10. Adrian in 9th at the moment. Make that 8th because he just gets past Alex Jones. And the front, no, Chris Thomas. One of the front runners in the NKC series. NKC pretty much the British title for the 177s. 177s not really having a Motorsport UK British Championship, but they have their own in their own right. Ollie Goodyear now in 2nd place. Scott Clee closing in. Scott's going to probably have a look into turn 1 because he's got very good momentum coming out that last corner. That's going to be the opportunity for Ollie Goodyear to look on the inside of Chris Thomas. Can't get that move done, and that messes up his drive through. And that's going to be ever so close to Scott Clee and Ollie Goodyear, both feathering the steering wheels, try and make their way through. Scott Clee having to defend now from Ben Hitch and Richard Evans, who's made his way through into the top 5. Josh Bass slowly dropping off, but has got Scott Smith and Adrian Ungwar for company, as well as Nathan Chafer, who's in there as well. Good move there by Richard Evans, gets past Ben Hitch, and they will head down the start-finish area once again, side by side. Josh Bass then out to defend from Adrian Ungwar. Not the easiest driver to defend from. Adrian, one of the fastest drivers out there this weekend. Richard Evans and Ben Hitch together, both under the same awning. So we're working together to try and close on to the rest of this pack. The pack being Scott Clee, Ollie Goodyear and Chris Thomas, who still leads the way. Side-by-side action there between Ungwar and Josh Bass, but looks like Ungwar had to slot in behind. Actually loses out to Nathan Chafer there. Chafer taking a bit of an advantage there. Josh Bass is really having to defend off the whole grid here at this point. He's travelling superb at the moment. Obviously had a brilliant starting position for the second heat. Nathan Chafer, he's going to look for him on Josh Bass. Oh, I got very close. Just couldn't get fully alongside. Managed to get halfway alongside, but that just wasn't enough to make a move. Josh Bass now loses out from Chafer on the inside, but will get on the cutback. Chafer really having to try all he can to get past Josh Bass. Josh has got the experience of last year. Obviously, that's why he was one of the highest championship finishes last year. Of course, the champion from last year, Alfie Bray, not here this weekend. fallen ill, so hope he is doing okay. But Chris Thomas now getting a bit pressured from Ollie Goodyear. And Battenberg's out. Battenberg flags are out. I wonder where that could and who that could be for. On the timing screens, let's have a look who we're missing. Richard Ball, 7 laps down. But I wonder that could have been maybe something at the last corner. Having a look around the circuit, I can't really see much, to be fair. So, there it is. Turn 1 barrier damage there. So, one driver getting a bit off-road there, a bit offline. But of course, yeah, we've got to make sure that the barriers are in place, just in case there is another impact. So, a driver's all slowed down. And I wonder if we'll get going the next time of asking. They will all start powering around the last corner. See if they see a green flag. They do. So we're off and back racing. A minute sprint to the line plus an additional lap. Ollie Goodyear now has to defend from Scott Clee. Just hasn't got that momentum on Chris Thomas just yet. Richard Evans, who's now into 4th place. He's got Ben Hitch behind. 2 teammates, so they'll try and work together. But the top 3 here, if they'll stay together, that'll be interesting to see. Because, of course, Ollie Goodyear, when it comes to them final laps, he knows how to find a way through, no matter how thin, how big or small the gap is. But he's just got to get that momentum. It's all about momentum in this game. To get a move on someone, you have to, it starts a couple corners back. Just with, carrying a bit of momentum through, carrying a bit more speed. Scott Clee, one of the veterans to 177s, let's say. He's had some success last year in the championship, as well as at the start of the year. He's had a win this year. So obviously trying to get another one this weekend. Of course, loads of drivers in the contention for the championship. Driver off the circuit, broken down. That looks like it may be Oliver Moss or Matt Wardle, who has pulled off at the exit of the Dan Weldon complex. Last lap order is now out, so one more tour for these drivers. And let's see how they get on. Chris Thomas driving very consistently so far. Hasn't had much to worry about this race, except for the pressure of Ollie Goodyear, which happened just for a couple laps. But it's just this little margin, enough for him to make an error and keep his position. Around the final corner comes Chris Thomas, who's had a very strong and dominant drive so far to take the second heat win. Celebrates in style. Chris Thomas takes the win from Ollie Goodyear in 2nd place, and it was very close across the line for the top 3, but Scott Clee got it in the end. Richard Evans, Ben Hitch, Adrian Ungwar from Scott Smith, Josh Bass, Leon Ferguson up 17 places to 8th place. That was to 9th place, my apologies. That was superb from Alex Jones. You round out your top 10. David German from Gavin Petty, who finishes up in 12th. He's made up 10 places. Stavros from Matt Lear, Dan Walker from Bill Bower, Sam Yaxley, Josh Howard, Elliot Kennedy, and Mark Taylor rounds out your top 20. Of course, there's the provisional results on your screen. Now, the 177s once again did not disappoint. 2 very exciting heat races. Of course, Battenberg coming out for one of the drivers who had a bit of a situation at that first corner. The next race coming up will be TKM Extremes, the second heat for these lot. Of course, Ash Klassen will be watching to see how Johan Kali Chern gets on in this race. Thanks for your kind words in the chat, Ash. TKM being sponsored, of course, by Klassen Motorsport. Thank you, Ash and the team, for sponsoring this race. TKM Extreme always been exciting. They're always so close to each other. It's always brilliant to see. always a good watch is the TKM Extreme. Spencer Lane will be starting from pole position once again. Luke Jarman alongside from Gareth Haynes, Kean Bennett from Harvey Jones, Michael Cornell, Johan Kelly-Churn from Thomas Short, William Bryant, Jake Cox, Charlie Whitehouse, John Stafford and William Bloom rounds at your grid. Hopefully William can get going this time. He had a lot of issues on that start grid. Of course, it'll be exciting to see how the Kimbolton Festival goes next month as well with the TM Extremes. Of course, Ash, if you're on the live streams, are you going to be doing that trolley race? I want to see you out there in the trolley race. Okay, it doesn't matter how quick you can run. Let's see you out there. Spencer Lane and Luke Jarman, of course, the two drivers who are also competing in their first season of car racing, both in the ST150 Championship. Getting a good mix here, but of course decided not to travel up to the south of Wales because that's a bit of a travel. And Nathan Chafer out there had a bit of problems in that last race. So I think we're starting to lose here a bunch of the quick lads who are probably have to work from the mid pack of the field. Green flags up though for TKM Extremes. Let's get him out on track. Let's see how they get on in this race. Of course, the second heat of the day for them. Spencer Lane took the first heat win. Number 11 warming up those tyres on his front. Oh, Spencer Lane! Oh, dearie me, Spencer Lane! That is not what you want to do on your formation lap. Oh, dearie me! That is no Spencer Lane. Well, that's one way to embarrass yourself in karting. That may be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen Spencer Lane do. Spencer, I'm disappointed for you, man. Well, do we get going for the first time then? Because if we do, Spencer Lane's going to be working from the back of the grid. This may be a bit interesting. Gareth Haynes will take up his spot. Luke Jarman in second place now. We'll go and have a full start. Spencer Lane. It's a shame that things get live streamed, Mr. Lane, because that's one thing you definitely don't want to watch. Super unfortunate there, but he's been given a jail-free card here because he's been able to get back into his spot. But I think that's the last we'll see of him warming up some tyres because he doesn't not want to do that again. He's still going at it. He still wants to try and get some temperature in. Oh, very unfortunate there. 42 there, that's Thomas Shaw. Very nice to talk to Thomas Shaw, actually. He's quite a veteran, really, to TKM racing. He's got a lot of experience in the game. So, be nice to see how he gets on in this weekend. Gareth Haynes, another experienced driver in the field of TKM. I think most of these drivers have a lot of experience to make it very hard for racing. When we get going for the second time of asking, yes we do. Down into turn one. What will Spencer Lane do? Stick on that inside line. That'll be the best opportunity and the best offer, I guess. Luke Jarman into second place, or does he? Because Gareth Haynes is on the curb, tries to find a way through, can't get it done. So Gareth Haynes sits in third place. Kean Bennett into fourth. Cornell trying to go round the outside of Bennett. Can he get that one done? No, he can't. So he sticks behind. Harvey Jones there in sixth. William Bloom in that white helmet, white kart, doing a lot better than he did in that first heat. Because he's actually started the race this time, which is pretty cool. Johan Kelly-Churn there in 8th place. He's going to try and work to find his way through in that class of motorsport car. William Bloom making a strong pass there. Did he get 2 in 1 corner? That was superb from William Bloom. Spencer Lane once again leads the way. Now there's a yellow flag for one of the marshals walking over. Spencer Lane still leads the way then. Luke Jarman there in second place. Gareth Haynes there in third. Luke Jarman, it seems to be like the same outcome as the first race was, where Spencer and Luke sort of just pulled away at the very start of the race, and then it all just played a part behind them. Cornell now into third place. Cornell running with one of the oldest karts on the grid, 2012 chassis, I think that is. So, yeah, a good 13 years old, that car, and to compare that to some of the junior drivers. They'll be running sort of, chassis from this year or last year. So a big difference, but doesn't mean any performance difference. He seems to be doing well all right in that kart. Gareth Haynes in 4th place. Had a good start. As we said, I think he's just been more consistent now, thinking about the points haul, really. William Bloom, there he is in your top 5. He's, well, of course, doing better than he did in that first race. Now, I think he's having a look on Gareth Haynes here for 4th place. That'll be a good move. Yes, he does. On his side. William Bloom, very good in that last corner, actually. He's very good late on those brakes. That's really what you want to be. With that last corner. Some lovely shots from TNL Sports below. You can see the gap between Cornell and Blue. Only 8 tenths of a second. When I say only 8 tenths, you can see how much it is on the road. It's quite a margin. Not something that really people think about, really. They sort of look at that gap and think, oh yeah, he's got 2 second gap. But no, very small margins in this playing field. Kean Bennett, number 44, in that battle with Gareth Haynes. Looks for a move on Gareth Haynes. Can I get that one done? Yes, he does. Very nice. Very mature. Harvey Jones has a little look as well. Can get that one done. They all head through turn 1 once again. And William Bloom there in second. I was going to say second place there. He's in 4th. Trying to chase down the podium spot. So maybe looking at maybe a 2nd or 3rd place. But he's still got a bit of time to go. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock then. And at the front, Spencer Lane seems to be doing a grand job at the moment. He, of course, took that first heat win. Last month was very dominant. Took a clean sweep. Luke Jarman there in 2nd place. I'll say, Luke Jarman, not like the last race where he lost out a lot of pace from Spencer Lane. Luke's now sticking in that slipstream and sort of sticking on the back of Spencer Lane now. So that's going to be something to watch out for in the laps to come. There they are on your screens. The number 11 versus the 18. That's going to bring the 85 in. That's Michael Cornell. William Bloom there in 4th now. At white helmet, white suit. It's a good thing we ain't raining today because that suit would get very, very dirty. Kean Bennett just sat behind in that black helmet with a red suit. Good viewing areas around the circuit as well. Of course, you've got the grandstand on the start-finish straight, as well as that final corner. Brilliant place for some people to go watch the racing. Number 21 makes a move on Gareth Haynes. That's Harvey Jones. Gets the move lost by Jake Cox. Luke Jarman, though, now on the tail of Spencer Lane. It's the closest Jarman's been to Spencer all weekend. So I think if he wants to make a move, he's got to really make it now, because otherwise Spencer's just going to find some hidden pace and pull away. But it takes a lot to get past Spencer Lane. Very quick driver. As I said, he's won rounds here as well, so knows how to win it. But now he's on the tail end. He's in maybe the chance of losing a heat win. That would not help his championship hopes out. But he's only got a minute and a half left on the clock to keep on that defensive. To be fair, he hasn't really defended in this race. To be fair, he just sitting on his normal line, waiting for Luke to sort of try and set a half move on him, and then he'll think, you know what, I think I might defend now. Of course, Spencer's going to be looking behind, making sure he knows what the gap is, and from there he could sort of work out what he needs to be doing. Should he go defensive? Should he not? What sort of line he should be taking? I wonder if these two though are just working together now, not really battling, because they know if they start battling, then it's just going to bring in drivers behind, and then it all gets tangled up, and then and then it all goes wrong. William Bloom lost out on that last lap from Kean Bennett. Driving who's fast at the moment, of course, is Spencer Lane. Only 200 faster though than Luke Jarman, so Luke is still looking alright for the time being. All he's got to do is just stick there on that slipstream. Just wait for an opportunity to come around. Of course, Spencer Lane, not someone that makes many mistakes in these TKM karts. But all it needs from Luke Jarman is just one good momentum, and that could really help him out in trying to find a way through for the lead. But you know, you never know what the driver's thinking inside. I wonder if Luke's just thinking, you know what, it's just better just to sit behind and just wait for an opportunity to come around. If there is, and if there isn't, I'll take a P2. It's not the end of the world, and it's a good result as well. It's just a heat race, so no trophies hanging out. So one more lap left of racing. Let's see what Luke Jarman does. And at the moment, it just seems like he's just sticking there for the time being. Spencer Lane really working them tyres. That could be another factor as to why Luke's just sort of sitting there. Look after them tyres, and it will look after you when it comes to that final race. Spencer, of course, working on those tyres quite a bit. That could play into effect when it comes to the final results. Luke Jarman stipulating to Spencer, I think that was sort of saying, come on mate, I'm not going to overtake you, let's just get to the end of this race now. So around the final corner does come Spencer Lane. Made that 2 for 2 because he takes the win in the TKM Extreme. Very close between Lane and Jarman, but both drivers very mature about their driving. Cornell in third from Bennett and Bloom. From Jake Cox, Harvey Jones, Gareth Haynes, Johan Kelly Churn, and Charlie Whitehouse rounds out your top 10. Thomas Shaw, John Stafford from William Bryant, who seems to be having some issues this weekend. So I wonder what's happening there with William Bryant. He is the last of the finishers. No retirees in that race, which is good to see. And a good end to the second heat for TKM Extremes. Also get ready to get going for the second heat for Junior Rotax. Of course, it's going to be an exciting one for Junior Rotax again. Callum Sims starts from pole position. Ryan Peeney alongside from Miles Burton. Teddy Cooper from Blake Southern. Aidan Fisher. Stanley Williams from Logan Artshaw. John Richardson from Alex Shepherd. Jacob Aston from George Cole. Connor Lard from Noah Moulton. Harry Frill from Sam Aston. Lucy Wilden from Oscar Keane. Fletcher Groans from Archie Ray Watson. Daniel Butcher from Harvey Sargent. Zach Sidney from Louis Marshall. George Fountain from Lachlan Homer, from Money Miz and Jack Corser. Toby Farvid, Laurie McVie, Izzy Wikes, Winslade, Archie Buckham, and Eli Baden starts from last on the grid. There he is in your screens. He's going to be one to watch out for in this race. But Ryan Rapini up at the front of the field. Well, he was very strong in that first heat. So let's see what he can do from here. But yeah, as we said, Eli Baden from that back of the grid. He's going to be one trying to fight through this entire race. Watch out for Teddy Cooper on that second row. He's going to be one to watch as well. We are going for the first Alaskan down into turn one. Callum Sims, he's on that race line. He's always locking up, and he's off. Callum Sims is off into turn one. It's a pole up at turn one. Stanley Williams in there as well, Hayden Fisher. But Callum Sims, that's the second time it's happened now, where he's locked up going into turn one, and yet again runs wide. Blake Southern now leads the way from Teddy Cooper in second place. But Callum Sims, that's not the way he wanted to start that second heat. That's going to pretty much have lost him now that pole spot in the final. So Teddy Cooper, who's there in second place. This could be the opportunity to take his first heat win of the day. Miles Burton in third. And to be fair, I don't think we saw Teddy on the podium last heat, so that'll be first podium of the weekend. Never mind a win. As you'll far through, Blake Southern there on your screens, who still leads away. All driver off there at the end of the start of the Dan Weldon complex. That looks like Lachlan Homer, who was having a few issues. So yellow flags in that sector, so they won't be able to overtake till now. So they now can overtake into these final couple of corners. Teddy Cooper, you won't see it on your screens, but he's gone for the inside and gets that move done. Ryan Rapini had a look for another move, but loses out big time. Teddy Cooper now leads the way into turn 1. Trying to hold on and defend as hard as he can for that pole spot. And then you go 3 wide into Willow's section. That's always going to be a tight one to ask for. But Teddy Cooper up at the front leads the way. One of Project 1's getting pushed around on that braking zone. Ryan Rapini is trying to make up some lost ground. He's behind He's behind George Cole at the moment in that Project 1 kart. Miles Burton there in 3rd place. He's going to try and close down on Blake Southern, who's there in 2nd place. Then it's Sam Aston and Connor Large, who's now in the top 5. Connor racing for the Strawberry Racing team. John Richardson makes a move a bit further down the field. And that was on the brink of the top 8. There is John Richardson getting overtaken by Ryan Rapini there. Lucy Wilden, one of our female drivers, sat there behind. Always brilliant to see females in motorsport, not just in karting and not just racing drivers, but a lot in sort of the journalist world and a lot of coaches and mechanics and engineers. It's really good to see. John Richardson, I got ever so close to the wall there for John Richardson. Very lucky to avoid that. Of course, that was an issue we saw a lot in the last month's proceedings. There was a few incidents there, and that is Lachlan Homer breaking down once again. So he's a 98. He tried to get that kart going, but broke down again. So that's really unfortunate for Lachlan. Just can't get that kart going. That's the Pro Train kart. Jacob Aston there at the front. My apologies, I was saying that was Sam Aston, but that's actually Jacob Aston. 2 brothers, so it's very hard to get them right. Jacob also running for the Vantage Racing team, new team that's been created, with Connor Lars just in front of him. With Strawberry Racing, who have got a pretty big worldwide success. I was just watching that driver there. He wasn't very reluctant to get across the circuit, but he's now safe in the marshal post, so that's the good news. Miles Burton's lost his Miles Burton's into 2nd place here. Blake Simmons lost out on his 3rd place, so that must have been on the last lap. Yeah, that was on the last lap of this race that Miles Burton got into 2nd place. Miles Burton, a local lad to myself actually, both from Market Arborough. Miles Burton doing a superb job up at the front of this field. You see how smooth he is on the steering wheel. Just try not to scrub off too much speed on the tyres, because obviously the more you scrub off, the more degradation you have, and that's going to ruin you for your final. Blake Southern back on the inside. That was a strong pass from Blake Southern. Of course, it's the mechanic being Sam Baker. Sam Baker, who was very strong around this circuit as well as other circuits around the country. Front running driver really, and not just junior but seniors as well. So Blake Southern's got a lot of experience, not just with the coaching wise, with mechanic knowledge as well. Teddy Cooper still leads the way then. He's actually got a pretty good margin at the moment. It's just over 1.5 seconds. And that's really all what you need with Teddy. I mean, speaking to his dad yesterday, Teddy's dad saying that, you know, he's had pace, and we've seen it time and time again, but just hasn't had the look. The 110 gets a mechanical flag. That's Molly Mizzen, who's a bit further down the field. She's one of the Pro Train carts, but she'll be heading into the pit lane. And 2 drivers off there. You can see in the back of your shots there, 2 drivers, and I think that might be John Richardson, who he's got into contact with another driver. Yes, it is. Oh, it's such a shame. Once again, John Richardson. There he is on your screen. I don't think John's ever had good luck around this circuit before, but he's trying to find some at some point. But that is super unfortunate for John Richardson. He got into contact there. I think that was with Fletcher Groans, one of the Project 1 karts. We'll have a look, because obviously the drivers will have dropped down the field. It's Laurie McVie, actually, who actually got into a bit of a tangle with. Blake Southern now getting pressured a lot by Miles Burton here. Miles, you can really see, he's trying to be as smooth as he can on that steering wheel, but seems to have a bit of an understeer issue. So that was something that he will talk to Kato Adams about, and hopefully get that kart sorted and dialed up, ready for the finals later today. So one last tour of the circuit then for these drivers. They actually struck the time on 0:00. So unfortunately for Teddy, he's going to have to do another lap before he can actually receive that last lap board. But the defence coming on now from Blake Southern. So Blake feeling the need that he needs to hold on to this position. Well, I mean, he's not going to chase after that first spot because Teddy's completely gone, but there's a good opportunity now to start defending, try and hold on to second place. Of course, in third, that's Miles Burton. Miles having a good drive at the moment. He's going to be trying to look for a first final win of the season. Last lap board now out for these drivers. Conor Large there, just behind Miles Burton. And it seems like behind it's all starting to kick off. Drivers battling for every position out on circuit. That's with Ryan Rapini and Lucy Wilden is having a pretty good drive. And two drivers off there. That's Toby Fowler. And Fletcher Groans, who's having more bad luck. Fletcher, who has had a big incident into the last corner barrier last month. That last corner just doesn't seem to be his favourite. But Teddy Cooper coming around the final corner now. 2 for 2. Actually, there wasn't going to be 2 for 2. This is his first heat win of the weekend. Not a bad way to go for Mr. Cooper. I think his dad can be happy about that one. Blake Southern there in second place from Miles Burton, who finished up very nicely in third. From Conor Large, Jacob Aston, George Cole, Daniel Butcher from Lucy Wilden. And a very good drive there. 9 places made up for Lucy. Superb stuff. Dan Butcher in at 14. That was pretty good as well. Ryan Pini lost out big time from Logan Artshaw. Sam Aston and Harvey Sargent, who made up 10 places. He's into the top 12. Some drivers making up a good amount of points, which is what they will need when it comes to that final grid position. The Junior Rotax has been one of the main categories to watch. I think all the Rotax categories really all exciting to watch. And but now we're going to go to the X30 side. Junior X30 is about to go out, but I definitely want to watch out for Dominic Parabic here. Very quick in that first heat, and he's going to be ever so quick in that second one. Let's see if he can finally go and chase after that win. Alex Wiley was the man who took it in the first heat. Zach McDonald, he was there. He was there in the top 3, but just didn't have the pace to catch up to Alex. But let's wait and see. We've got another 7 minutes plus a lap for these drivers. And it's going to be Dominic Parabic who starts from pole. From Zach McDonald, Finley Allen, from Alex Wiley, Jake Beckwith, Ethan Higgins, Adam Bourne, Jack Baker, Louis Barker from Bailey Brooker, and Max Wright rounds at your field. Max Wright finished up in 4th in that first race, so I don't know why he's starting near the back of the field. Of course, I need to read up more on how the second heat is predicted. I thought it was off the first heat results. Maybe a bit wrong about that. So my apologies for that. So the X30s just waiting for the marshals to give themselves the all clear. Obviously, the marshals will not let the drivers out on circuit until the track is clear and safe to go racing on. Of course, on that starting grid is Gridman Sam, the only marshal in the world with Down syndrome, which is always great to see. Of course, always brilliant to have more inclusion within the sport. Diversity very important when it comes to motorsport. See that a lot, not just in karting, but of course the higher ends of the field, all the way up to Formula 1. Obviously, driver Lewis Hamilton, big impact on that. Max Wright struggling to get away there, but he gets it working. First issues there for Max Wright, which is not always nice. Dominic Parabit then will start from the front row, starts from pole position. Interesting to see how he gets on. Race being sponsored by ADM Paddock Shop and Used OTK. There's the number 66 on the screens. That is Max Wright. So he's got himself going. Hopefully his car will stay intact for this whole race. As the driver starts slowing down now and starting to form up. Dominic Parabit, he will start from pole position. Dak McDonald alongside. Will Zach be able to get a win in this heat? Let's see how they get on down into turn 1. Parabit will defend on that inside line, and will he get that lead spot as they come through the Willow section? Yes, he does. Zach McDonald drops to second place. Wiley into third. Finley Allen there in fourth place. And one of the TB carts rounds out your top 5. Dominic Parabit leads the way. The number 74. This has been his best driver so far this weekend. Had a lot of problems when he first started off in the X30 category, so that's sort of how you're going to get with trying to learn a new car, new chassis. But he's doing alright at the moment. Leads the way after the first lap of the race. 6 minutes left on the clock. Zach McDonald to the inside. That was a superb move from the Sky F1 Kids commentator. Gets that move done nice and cleanly. And Parabit drops down to second place. In third is Alex Wiley. Of course, took the win in that first heat. Finley Allen there in fourth with the Tim Wilson Motorsport squad. Sun's still out for the time being, but of course predicted to rain in about 20 minutes time. I do say it's a prediction because, you know, it may not happen yet. We haven't seen many dark clouds. I'm only seeing dark clouds on the entry to turn 1, but it doesn't seem like it's going to hit. Whereas Zach McDonald, haven't got a single worry to worry about at the moment because he's got a good margin at the moment. Parabit still there in second place. Wiley there in third. Finley Allen trying to find a way through for a podium spot. Runs a bit wide going through the downwind complex. That's going to lose him out a bit of time. As they come through the Kestrel and Kimbolton corner. They finish the second lap of the race. 24 been given a warning flag. That's for James Backwith. He's got to watch out a bit. Through the Willow section they go. Down into Derek's corner once again. Very hard section to get right is Derek's corner because you've got to carry as much speed through as possible without scrubbing off the tyres too much. Use that first curb to try and get the kart rotated, but also can give a bit of chassis damage, so you don't want that. So always trying to perfect how you hit and what angle you hit the curb. Very hard breaker zone as well, because the track sort of turns whilst you brake in a straight line, which is never easy to do. A lot of planning has to go into that corner. But all these drivers seem to manage it fine for the time being. Parabit there in second place. Wiley slowly closing in. But I don't think Parabit's got the pace here against Zach McDonald. He's sort of sat there. He's not really in contention at the moment. I mean, you can sort of see when they are because they'll be right on the tail of the leader. But at the moment, look at Alex Wiley going for second place. That was a strong pass. Very easy to get moved down in that final corner. You just sort of sling it and not hope for the best, but you know what I mean. You can just sort of sling it on the inside as long as you brake later than the other car and carry the speed on the exit, so you don't lose any speed when you're exiting the corner. That sorts you out to hold the position. Dominic Parabit now into third place. Of course, as the track gets hotter, Air temperature still around 14 degrees. Thought it was going to change more, but it just hasn't really. It's sort of stayed the same as how it was earlier this morning. As the X30s fly down the start-finish straight. Miami's engine screaming as they head down. Many people don't realise the amount of revs these karts can do per minute. Some of these engines are revving up to 18,000 RPM, which is pretty impressive. Nowhere near what your normal average car could do. Of course, these engines are race built though, and as Les was saying earlier, serviced quite often are these engines, because obviously they're going to make sure they stay on top of their maintenance, because maintenance does equivalent to performance, and the best maintained are always the fastest cars. 2 minutes left on the clock then, so only a couple laps left of racing. About 3/4 of the way through the race. And Zach McDonald, very distinct coloured livery. Has a lot of crosses on his car. I wonder if it's a American remark. I don't know. I'll have to ask him soon. Actually, if we can get in the YouTube chat, we'll need to find out what it is. Obviously not now because he's off racing. Well, if he can multitask, that'd be pretty impressive. But Alex Wiley, he doesn't seem to be closing in on Zach McDonald. I thought he would have the pace to. I mean, he's the fastest man out on circuit. He has that fastest lap of the race. But for the time being, it's just not fully at an overtaking opportunity yet. Parabic sat there in third, and I think he's just sort of going to sit there and just take the points, take that podium, and focus more on that final. Of course, 2 heats plus final for these drivers. So as they head through, this is going to be their third to last lap. They're going to get this lap and 2 more laps of racing. Doesn't help much in Zach's favour. Of course, he wants the less amount of laps, because that's going to help any opportunity of Wiley making a move for the lead. Also means an extra lap where he's got to push the tyres more, stay focused with what he's doing. But Zach McDonald seems to be very consistent at the moment, not making any real mistakes. Alex Wiley there in second place. Of course, took the win first time out. Had a good qualifying as well. Time has struck 0. So we're going to get this lap and 1 more lap left of racing. I think Alex Wiley at this point is just sort of thinking about the point situation and that final. Of course, to have a good final position, you've got to have good heat results. So just sort of sitting around and waiting for that final, because of course the final is when you're going to get those trophies. Let's head on to the final lap now. It's going to stay how it was pretty much at the start of the race, really. Not much moves being made. Of course, I think the big loss was Dominic Parabic, who drops to third. Who might even lose out the podium spot here to Finley Allen. Look at this between Finley Allen and Dominic Parabic. Finley closed in a lot of time in those last few laps. At first, it sort of looked like the top 3 got away then, and the rest of the pack just followed through. But will Finley Allen be able to find a way through in that last lap? No, it's too far back. It's going to be Zach McDonald who takes the win for the second heat in Junior X30. Alex Wiley in second place from Parabic and Finley Allen. From Adam Bourne, he makes it a Tim Wilson Motorsport 4-5. From James Beckwith, Max Wright, Ethan Higgins from Jack Baker, Louis Barker, and Bailey Brooker rounds at your field. Exciting stuff there in the juniors. It's going to be very exciting to see how the top 3 get on in that final. I think any one of them top 3, don't even count up Finley Allen just yet. Anyone in that top 4 has a good opportunity for a final win. But that was the Judex 30s Heat 2. All done and dusted. Now, time to get back to the cadets. And it's the Mini Inters who will be going out for their second heats. And it's going to be Benjamin Lawn and Lewis Herbston on the front row of the grid. Oliver Barton from Aidan Hammond. From Max Wheatley, Jackson Heath. From Jackson Hilton. And Teddy Higgs. From Noah Hammond, Rian Townsend. From Roddy Smart, Archie Lee Bullock. Finley Beals from Edward Munns. Hayden Wardle from Seki Komatsu. Alex Taniskis from Raimo Komatsu. Toby Wortley, George Wilden, George Quinlan and Jack Charles Bailey, who rounds out your field of drivers. Strong grid in this field, 22 karts. All ready to do battle here for the final spot of picking up points that will accumulate to your final. Of course, they get 2 heats to get as many points as possible to line themselves up for the final. Interesting there for the K plate. Max Wheatley, side of the cart being lifted up there. Wonder if he's suffering with some issue. Hopefully he'll get away for the first time. Drivers heading out onto circuit. All the drivers exited the W grid. That's a good thing. So let's see how they get on. Of course, on the formation lap now, so they're going to be warming up them tyres. Trying not to do what Spencer Lane did and go on a little spin. But they all did it alright. Spencer should take some notes here. As you'll far through. Edward Munns there on your screens. He is quite new to the proceedings of the Mini Inters. He's just been working on experience levels quite a bit. Because obviously the more experience you get in these karts, the faster you sort of become. Now they seem to be going around the final corner quite quickly, so we're going to go around once again because that was not the best fouled up start. Some drivers tend to do this on purpose, gives them another opportunity to warm them tyres. Not always the nicest thing to see, because obviously we need to get the racing going first time of asking, and also plays into part with the schedule. Obviously being like a couple minutes before, or a couple minutes in front or behind the schedule can really throw up the racing. Of course, we always like to be ahead of time. As the drivers now get more slowed down. That looks a lot better. Let's see if they can get going for the second time of asking. It's going to be Benjamin Lawn who starts from the pole spot. Oliver Barton alongside. Oliver Barton behind, my apologies. Lewis Herbston is going to be alongside. Will they go for a second time asking? Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. Let's see if Lawn can hold on to that lead spot. And he gets through. Who is that round the outside, number 51? That was superb. The 51, the free wide going through one section. He's got it sticked. The 51, Aidan Hammond from 4th on the grid, leads the way. Superb stuff in Mini Inters. That was superb. Everyone was all very early in the breaks, sitting there on the inside line. Aidan Hammond just thought, you know what, screw you lot, I'm going to go round the outside. Gets that move done. Superb. Aidan Hammond leads after the first lap. Lewis Herbston there in second place, from Barton in third. Wheatley up to 4th. Lawn in 5th. As he far through, but Aidan Hammond, well, I tell you what, his mechanics going to be jumping at that start. That was superb stuff. Took full advantage of the early breakers into that turn 1. Because sometimes that's the idea of the drivers, is trying to bunch everyone up in that first couple of corners. And Aidan just saw a perfect opportunity, saw some clean air, and just went full send mode. The number 17 gets a warning. That's George Quinlan. There is the K-plate on the screen. So he's getting overtaken by Ronnie Smart. So Matt Sweetly loses out to not just Ronnie Smart, but Jackson Hilton as well. Jackson doing very well this weekend to be where he is. Inside the top 6. The 23 Rian Townsend also gets a warning flag. But up at the front, still Oliver Barton. He's there in third place. Got Lewis Herberson in front. He's having a good race so far. Lewis Herberson has been improving a lot over the months. And he's now got, of course, Barton and Ronnie Smart for company because he gets past Benjamin Lawn. Benjamin Lawn losing out big time in this race. He's already lost a couple of places. Of course, starting from that pole spot. Aidan Allen, though, driver on the move at the moment. He still leads the way. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Barton, who's there in third place, but now getting chased down by Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart seems to be very quick at the this early stage of the race. Hopefully he'll be able to keep that momentum into the later stages. But so far, so good for the Project 1 star. Project 1, of course, have a couple of drivers out in these cadet field. Aidan Allen, though, getting a lot more pressure now from Lewis Herberson, who's there in second place. Could this be a lead change coming soon in the next couple of laps? Ronnie Smart makes the move on Oliver Barton, so that's for third place. That does the job for Ronnie Smart. Now onto the podium spot, and now chasing down the top two. Ronnie doing a brilliant job, just picking everyone up one by one. Sort of how you want to do these heat races, especially when you're starting in the midfield. That's why qualifying is ever so important. Makes your life 10 times easier if you can be far up the front of the grid. Ronnie Smart now getting the head down. He only has one goal in mind. He wants to get that win, as it will help himself out in that final final spot. Of course, driver pulling off just off the commentator's box on the start-finish line. Number 14 having an issue. That's a mechanical issue. So number 14 off on the start-finish line. That number 14 is Archie Lee Bullock. Archie, who, seeing yesterday, a very nice character is Archie. Very nice person to speak to. So yellow flags out in this start-finish line, so they won't be able to make any moves going into turn 1. And obviously that's all because if you make a move into turn 1, that obviously sees that you've made an advantage on the start-finish straight. So Archie's car off the circuit. So brilliant job by the marshals once again. Shout out to John Smart, who's down at turn 1. He gets very busy sometimes on these race weekends. Most of the action happening down there. Lewis Herberson now takes the lead of the race. Aidan Hammond drops to second place, but of course, no overtaking down this straight. Ronnie Smart now on the tail of these top two here. So a minute and a half left on the clock, and Ronnie Smart could be having a pounce here for not just second place, but maybe for the lead. So I think Lewis now, he's got to put the laps in now. Whilst Aidan Hammond starts about with Ronnie Smart, Lewis got to put some strong laps in just to get that margin. But of course, we can say what we want, but that never happens because Aidan Hammond made the move for the lead, and it's going to be 3 wide coming out the final corner. Hammond still holds on to the lead then. So forget everything I just said. That's all gone out the window because now Aidan Hammond now leads the race. This battle is going to be very tight between the top 4 here. 50 seconds left on the clock. Jackson Hilton's into this battle as well, and Benjamin Lawn. Top 2 get a bit of a gap. Hilton up into 3rd. Aidan Hammond still leads the way. Global Karting. So great to see Global Karting back in the paddock. Had a bit of time out for a few years, but back in the prime spot. Ronnie Smart, who's there in second place on that Project 1 chassis. Will he be able to close in now on Hammond? Lewis Herberson is defending from 3rd, so I think Herberson's more focused on this 3rd spot than the two in front. Of course, the two in front would be nice, but he's got to think realistic here about what he needs for not just his championship, but for that final result. Of course, this is the last chance for this driver to score points. Jackson Hilton. Jackson's had a really strong race this weekend. Not just in this race, but the first heat as well. At the front though, going into the final lap of the race, Aidan Hammond leads the way. Ronnie Smart right there on his tail though. It's going to be a 1v1 down to the checkered flag. Ronnie Smart late on the brakes. Will he get the momentum coming out of the Willow section? Let's see. It's going to be close. Ronnie Smart, he's there or thereabouts, but just hasn't got that extra oomph to get alongside Aidan very quick through the second sector, and I think that's what's going to seal it for a first heat win for Aidan Hammond. This maybe is his first actual karting win. As I got very close. I got very close there between Ronnie Smart, who tried to have a look on the inside, but Aidan Hammond is going to take the win for second heat in the mini inters. That was superb driving from Hammond and really showed what it means at the start of the race. The second you can get a good start, you can do so much more. Ronnie Smart finished up in second place. He looked very annoyed about that one. Maybe he thought that move at the end was his. Lewis Hapson in third from Jackson Hilton, Benjamin Lawn, Reen Townsend from Oliver Barton, Max Wheatley, Jackson Heath, and Finley Beals rounds out your top 10. Teddy Higgs from Noah Hammond. And here's the rest of your drivers on the provisional results shown on your screens, powered by Race IQ. So the Inters finishes up their second heat. Some two very exciting heats there for the mini Inters. And we've seen that in most of the categories here, so the final could really be anyone's at the end. Senior at 30 coming up next. Tristan Powell starts from the pole spot again. Of course, he took the first heat win. Reese Newburn alongside from Harry Crottrell and Dylan Patel. From Harry Pears, Isaac Marsh. From Jensen Pugh, Sebastian Dew. Josh Jones from Oliver Harris, Jack Dan from Tiger Dixon, Max Anderson from Aaron Brown, Aaron Lask from Katie Ashman, Natalie DeBeck, Lucian Joyce from George Maywell, Tony Kezagel from Zach Whelan, Jessica Fitchall, James Reynolds, Reese Barber, Elio D'Alessandro, and Monty Breathwaite rounds out your field. Now Monty's going to be one to watch out for. He's a driver who we see usually at the front end of the field, but had that issue on the first corner, the first lap. That sent him quite far down the field. That was through Josh Jones, who, well, Josh seems to have got out of the grid quite late. Seems to be having some problems, so I wonder if he'll be able to get back onto the tail end of the field. Look at the front here. Tristan Powell, warming up them tyres. Wants to have a good start. Gets a 2 for 2 here in Senior X30. Reese Newburn's going to be trying to do the same thing as well. Will we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Senior X30 is a go for Heat 2. Tristan Powell hard on them brakes. Newburn trying to go around the outside. Kostrel a bit sideways going into that turn 1. Loses a lot of momentum. But the top two get away nice and cleanly. Tristan Powell leads the way from Reese Newburn in second. Crottrell from Harry Pears in fourth. From Dylan Patel on that new Fusion Motorsport car. He's into fifth. There he is, Tristan Powell. A strong first half of the season for Mr. Powell. Doing a solid job so far. Currently leads the championship as well, which is not a bad way you want to go when you're halfway into the season. Newburn there in second place. Of course, he's one of the front runners as well round at Kim Bolton in this X30 category. Harry Cottrell, the first time we've seen him here this weekend, this year, but has a lot of experience. Of course, both driving for the TV kart. Tristan Powell with with MDL, Mark Litchfield. And they head through once again. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, so still early doors in this race. Seems like the top 4 all spread apart. Battles for 5th and 6th still going on. Jensen Pugh and Oliver Harris. Oliver Harris getting a warning flag, but them two are having a strong battle. There they are on your screens. TNL Sports doing a brilliant job to provide us some brilliant coverage of all the drivers out on circuit. Jensen Pugh was one to watch last month. He got a podium, if I can think right. Yeah, he got a podium in the final, and it was a very well contested one. Oliver Harris, this seems to be one of his better runnings this weekend. He usually is a bit further down the field, but is doing all right for the time being. Aaron Brown there on your screens. With that green helmet. There's Isaac Marsh and Dylan Patel. Patel not having the best of starts as well. He's got Sebastian Dew in front of him on that Crop Promotions kart. Jack Dan sat behind Isaac Marsh. Jack in the number 62. And then Katie Ashman for company behind them. All for Katie Winnie with the Veloce engines. The Veloce race team. Of course, that's been set up through Sam Petit. Good battles going on here. That's Aaron Brown in a bit of a squabble with Tiger Dixon. Tiger, who throughout the season so far has had a couple of strong performances. We've seen him at times. He's been up in the top 3. And if I remember right, they actually had a heat win in one of these races earlier in the year. So, although not as many drivers as we had beforehand, still a very competitive field is CNX 30. Aaron Brown running a very distinctive, nice, good-looking kart there. Gives more of a Ninja Turtle effect from my personal opinions. Jack Dan there on the screen. He's got Monty Breathwaite behind. Monty, I don't put much about him. He's made up 12 places. He's up into 14th. Looking for a move past Jack Dan. So Monty and Ellis Bourgier on the spanners hasn't done a bad job so far. Of course, if it wasn't for that first heat scandal, maybe a bit higher up than where he is now. Harry Pearce doing very good. Harry Pearce, who we've seen a couple of times out this year, but in all occasions seems to be a very good front runner. So despite the experience, it still does all right. Battles up with the TB kart squad, and it's Reece Newburn who's getting close in by Harry Crottrell. Still at the front though, Tristan Powell. I mean, these top 3 haven't really pulled away from each other. They've kept the same sort of distance throughout the race. But a big gap behind to Harry Pearce, who's down the screens. Jensen Pugh rounding out your top 5. Funny enough, Monty Breathwaite, fastest lap of the race. He's in the midfield. Of course, sight from all the way back in the back of the field. 40.45. So the time's looking very quick at the moment. And of course, we're speaking to Les about that earlier. All down to, of course, the warm weather, but a bit of wind, which also helps with the engine performance. A bit of a mix of the two means that the track's pretty quick. Good move there by Jensen Pugh to get himself into 4th place. So that's knocking on the door of the podium spot, but he's still got a bit of time to go. Harry Pearce sticking right on his bumper. So I think them two are just going to sit together, not do any battling for the time being. 1 minute and 10 left on the clock, so going to get about 3 laps of racing in the rest of this CNX 30 Heat 2. I think at the moment all these races so far have just been about consistency. You know, you've got to be consistent in this game. That's why we're seeing a lot of changes from the qualifying results to the race pace. That was a strong pass from Dylan Patel. Gets past Tiger Dixon. There is some on your screens. The number 60. I said the one man who is knocking on a podium spot. Now then, the rain is starting to come down here. I'm looking on my commentator's box and seeing raindrops. This will get interesting. Of course, around 3 o'clock, they did say that the rain was forecast to come. So, 10 seconds left on the clock, but this could be very interesting. And because of the amount of rain that's actually coming down at the moment, some drivers may stay on the slick tyres for the next race. But you can see all the drivers moving offline now. It'll have to be very close between Monty Breathwaite and Tiger Dixon. Drivers trying to get onto the curbs, use it to rotate. There's a driver going off there. That's one of the crop promotions car. But look at the front. Tristan Powell is being closed in on by Reece Newburn. There's number 67 versus the 88. Look how hard they're having to fight the carts now. Tristan Powell, will he be able to hold on for one more tour of the circuit? This is the penultimate lap. He's got one final lap to go. But it's a wet circuit on slick tyres. Slippery surf flags are going out. And look at the battle at the front. Tristan Powell may be losing out here on the final lap of the race. But it's always a hard job to get past Tristan Powell. But even harder on a slick track. Drivers just tiptoeing their way through. All managed to get through nice and cleanly. But look at the... look at how hard they're trying to fight the carts now. Of course, there's still a bit of grip left on the circuit from all the dry running that's been there. So the driver's trying to find all the rub patches now. But look at this. Oh, was that a last corner move? A last corner move from Reece Newburn. It's going to be so close across the line. Who gets it? Who gets it across the line? It's Reece Newburn. Wow. Reece Newburn on the last lap of the race takes the win from 400ths of a second from Tristan Powell. You can see a couple of drivers with broken bodywork as they all come through. Right at your top through is Harry Cottrell from Jenson Pugh. Aaron Brown up 9 places from Harry Pearce. Tiger Dixon from Monty Breathwaite up 18 places to P8. That was a strong drive. Isaac Marsh from Jack Dan, who's in your top 10. No drivers having a bit of issues there. Zach Wellen, who hasn't finished yet. He's trying to get round. But look what's happening in the grid now. It's all gone heads up. As the last couple of drivers just finish up in CNX30. The last driver came around me, Alan Lask. He spun on that last lap. Hoodies are up now. And that can only mean one thing. So, I mean, soon we'll get a shot on the grid. Carts will be in the air, but only some. Look at this. This is going to be very interesting. Some drivers sticking on the slick tyres. Some drivers onto the wet tyres. Looking outside, it's stopped raining. It's slowly just come through for a little bit, but now it's actually stopped raining. So, what will the drivers be thinking? Will it be a slick situation? Will it be wet? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, this will give us a little break to catch our breath after what was an exciting end to the CNX30 race. This next race coming up is Senior Road Tax. As all the cameramen are getting there. Cameramen are getting all their equipment out to cover the cameras. Always got to save the cameras. And I could just spot John Richardson coming up to have a little chat with us on the comments box. So we're good to have him. But here's... well, we were going to see how the Senior Road Tax grid lines up. We'll give it a minute or so. Because, well, I don't know how the ruling's going to be around this one. Around... will it be allowed to change the tyres or not? Of course, it all depends on whether it's been called an open meeting just yet. You can see the track there. It's not really gone that wet as we thought it would have been. It was wet for a minute or so. Obviously caused havoc in the end to that senior X30 race. But we'll now give a bit of time for the drivers to sort themselves out. Funny enough, the gantry timing is still going, so apparently we've got 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock. Don't know what race it's for, unless we've got some invisible carts going around, which be interesting. Nice shot of the tram lines there. So obviously they're the lines that all the drivers need to go through at the start of the race. And I've been delighted to be joined in the commentary box once again by John Richardson, who has come through. First of all, you smell very nice.
Thank you. You can thank that to the stewards, actually.
Oh, any further comment?
No. At least I won, though, so I keep my 100% streak of always winning in the stewards' office. So, at least that's an advantage of what came out this weekend.
Obviously, you're just seeing there the senior X30s getting a bit, sketchy at the end of the race. How hard is it to go, especially when you're midway through the race, to have the rain come in and all of a sudden have to change your line straight away?
Well, especially for the leader, it's really difficult. Like last time, I think it was 2 club rounds ago in my race, actually, last lap. Like, there's a very, in the end, last lap, it actually chucked down with rain. And obviously, when you was, starting about, if you're second, you can use the first place person as a little bit of a barrier. But also it becomes, really difficult since you won't know the braking point, and ultimately it makes it almost a guessing game in a sense.
Yeah, exactly that. So, drivers getting back in the karts, soon to get racing again. Now, I don't think the drivers had an opportunity to change the tyres, but I don't think it'll make much difference really, because it's back to a slick track. Really weird. The rain came through and now the suns are back out. So I wouldn't know as a driver mentally. I mean, I've obviously had the same thing as well. When you've had that situation where the last race has just been raining and you're going onto a slick tyres, do you sort of feel a bit of nervousness in a way?
A little bit. Although that actually hasn't happened to me recently, I can think of a very good example of that. That was the Kart Masters last year in the Waterswift Restricted when it rained in the race before that. Some people went on wets and they were about 30 seconds off the pace. That convinced all the Waterswift into mechanics not to go onto wets, and all of a sudden it rained. So
yep, exactly that. The grid looks set for the CD road taxes. Toby Alvarez from Joshua Valance, Ross Tyler, Lucas Blanford from George Robinson, Alexander Acton from Ethan Martin, James Tester from Jack Middleton, from Oliver Liversedge, Archie Flint, Jake Fisher, Tom Pryor, Michael Morgan, Sam Cook.
Oh, this is
Charlie
interesting.
Upgrave.
I don't think Ethan Martin's gone out. When I was coming here, I saw
yes, he hasn't.
Yeah, I saw
Ethan Martin, not out on circuit.
Yeah, I saw some Evolution mechanics doing something in his car, just trying to get it restarted. But lights are not out. Look like a very quick start, but maybe, who knows, that could be planned, especially with the rain.
Looked a bit quick off the line there, but I actually said could be done on purpose to some extent to make sure they could get another lap to learn the tyres, learn the track. Obviously, the track conditions are now going to be varying every single lap. But we'll run through the rest of the grid. Now on the further end of the field, Charlie Upgrave from Aaron Asarkas, Jason Haitley, Ryan Sayers from Deckclough, Adam White, Dan Renton, Philip Tatton, Will Forber and Ryan Hedge rounds out your field of drivers. But as you said, Ethan Martin will not be taking part in this heat. Ethan, who he had a consistent first heat, but lost a bit of time near the end of the race. That was just a lack of momentum by the end of it.
Yeah, as we see him gathering up at Kimbolton Corner, all the drivers weaving furiously. I do think this is going to go underway, though, as we go to the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Tobias Alvarez leads us into turn 1. He should keep the race. Here comes Lucas Blanford, though. Round the outside. Couldn't get the move done. I think the second place driver of Joshua Valance has gone a little bit wide. A little bit of kerfuffle in the mid-pack, but a very good start from Tobias Alvarez. But even better one from Lucas Blanford. Blanford recently joined the Kid X team, used to be racing for Ultimate R back in Junior Rotax, but now raced for Kid X, and he's all over the back of Tobias Alvarez, who's been in Maxim Motorsport for quite a long time now. As here we go, into Kim Bolton corner, down the inside goes Lucas Blanford. What a move that is, a super move from a super driver.
Brilliant stuff there by Lucas Blanford. That's the best opportunity he's been for a lead all the way through. Watch out for Ross Tyler, round the outside of Toby and Alvarez. Nearly had a look for the lead then. That was superb stuff from Ross Tyler. But as we said, Lucas Blanford, this has been the best opportunity he's been in for that final, that top spot. Of course, doing very well in the Super 1 series, trying to bring that over to Kim Bolton Club, which is never easy. Kim Bolton Club being one of the hardest club rounds to win at. Ross Tyler there in second place. Toby Alvarez now going for second place. Looked on the inside, rubs bumpers. George Robinson there in fourth, who's trying to find a way through on Toby Alvarez. He's going to be very close, tries to throw a dummy. Can't get it quite done. Toby Alvarez sits there in third place. Robinson in fourth. And James Tester, who's obviously had a win in a final so far this year. Yeah, now getting overtaken by Alex Adams-Acton.
Sorry for interrupting you there, but it looks like visually outside of a commentary box, it looks like Tobias Alvarez has absolutely no grip whatsoever. He's just sliding almost everywhere. It could be either pressures or just the track conditions out there, but it doesn't seem to be affecting Lucas Blanford at the moment. Just said the purple sector 2 at the moment, and I think it's going to go purple this lap. As you see the rest of the field go through, Lucas Blanford does set the fastest lap of the race. James Tester currently runs in third. As we watch this battle for third between George Robinson, Tobias Alvarez and James Tester, as we will see this battle unfold. But yeah, it does look like just Tobias Alvarez is just trying to hold them up almost, as it takes a huge chunk of curb through there. It looks like he really is struggling in these early stages of the race.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's got just the pace just yet. Of course, that could be down to many things, as well as the tyre pressures, which make a huge difference. And that's all down really to driver preference when they want the tyres to come on and off. James Tester gets on the inside of Alvarez, and for what looked like it was one lost move, it could be two, because Adams-Acton tried to find a way through as well. Alvarez on the defensive line, but trying to hold off this quite a big squaggle of karts now. A lot of drivers in this field.
All the way down to 9th.
Yeah, big group of drivers trying to find their way through. Of course, this is the last opportunity for these drivers to gain some points, not just for the championship, but to get a good spot on the final. How important is it to get a good spot for the final?
I would say it's really important, because unlike me, you don't want to be starting last. So, yeah. I'm not going to make any more comments on that.
I don't think anyone really likes to start last.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. But on that lap, though, Ross Tyler 2 tenths quicker than Lucas Blanford. It looks like he's really, really gaining in here, as we see Blanford and Tyler here going through the willows and into Derek's corner. They're very, very quick drivers, these two, through down Weldon corner, as we do see the rest of the top 3. Is Ross Tyler close enough to make a move? It looks like he really is gaining, but obviously do not count out Blanford. Blanford, purple sector 1, personal best in sector 2. He responds with his own personal best and the fastest lap of the race. It's looking a really good race so far between these two.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Of course, Ross Tyler, a lot more experience in the senior category than Lucas Blanford. Of course, Ross Tyler came through to seniors in 2022, but there's a big squaggle of cars just off the commentary box here. The battle from top 5 below. It's really getting on. Drivers trying to make their way through. You can see it on the back shot there. But at the front, 2 minutes 20 seconds. Ross Tyler is starting to close in. Lucas Blanford, though, what do you think is going through his head? I think he's thinking that it's just about trying to keep the momentum up, keep the speed up for the next couple of laps, just keeping the pace there. And I think then the last couple of laps will go for it. But Ross Tyler, yeah, obviously, as we said, he's got more experience. Of course, he did the British Championships in Junior Rotax back in 2021, and then went from seniors in 2022. Of course, seniors, pretty hard series really to get into. Of course, you have the backlash of junior drivers getting to seniors, so you got drivers who start from seniors getting through. It makes for some very experienced drivers hanging it up against the young ones.
Yeah, obviously, when you're like one of those most experienced drivers and you see one of the junior drivers beating you, like mentally you'd think, oh, who are they? And naturally you'd try to overtake them, but obviously sometimes you don't want to. Well, you shouldn't though in that situation, say you're working with them. And ultimately, it's interesting to see like the newer drivers, how they perform against the quicker drivers. Like Tobias Alvarez, last year he was doing junior road tax, and now this year he's doing senior and he's running 5th at the moment. So it's really interesting to see the dilemma of the two, like the promoters of like junior road tax and like the most experienced drivers of senior.
Yeah, it's interesting. And as well, I think another thing we've seen is that drivers who are at the front end in juniors, they jump into seniors thinking it's all going to be nice and glamorous, and they get hit very hard really with drivers who just basically just push you out the way, because that's what racing's like in seniors. You don't get everything nice and lovely. You get pushed around, as you can see in the back shot there. A couple of drivers going to Derek's corner, really getting pushed around. Charlie F-Grove's had a good race so far. He's made up 5 places. He's knocking on the back of the top 10. He's going to be one to watch out for, probably in the final. He had a very bad qualifying, started from last on the grid, but he's been making places up. 5 seconds left on the clock, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. So we've got 2 laps left of racing. The question has all been about Lucas Blanford. Will he be able to hold on to his first heat win in seniors at this Kimbolton circuit, or will it be Ross Tyler? Ross Tyler also hasn't had a win in the senior road tax category here at Kimbolton. George Robinson made his way up to 3rd, so he's had a pretty strong drive at the moment. Of course, a couple rounds ago, went from last in qualifying to a podium spot in the final. Not very easy to do, but he managed to get it done. James Tester there in 4th, so Jack Dett's got a strong 3-4 at the end of this race. But who will take the first spot? Ross Tyler, he's been there or thereabouts. Of course, Bamford has the fastest lap of the race, but Ross Tyler, he just hasn't been able to respond with the right, not mentality, but he just hasn't had the pace to be up at the front. Ross Tyler, he's tried all he can and every trick in the book to try and close on to Lucas Blanford, who has had a brilliant start to his 2025 campaign, and it's going to be even better around this Kimbolton circuit. Around the final corner he comes to take the win in 2nd heat for senior road tax. That's going to put him lovely in a spot. Now, an issue at the first corner, actually. Thomas Pryor and Louis Hedge getting into, Ryan Hedge, my apologies, getting into a bit of a tangle there as the rest of the drivers come flying through. Ross Tyler finished up in 2nd place from Robinson and Tester. Malvarez, Alistair Adams, Acton, Valance, Oliver Liversedge, Archie Flint, Ryan Sayers, Michael Morgan, and Charlie F. Grave rounds out your top 12. And there is a stricken car of Thomas Pryor getting pushed back to the pit lane. There's your provisional results. Of course, our official results will be published on the Motorsport Timing. But that's all our heat races done. It's time to get ready for some finals.
Yeah, should be interested to see how the finals go. I believe it's the Honda Cadets next, so it should be interesting to see how that would play out. I haven't really watched the Hondas that much, but when I have a little bit, it looks like Jack White has really been in control here, so I'd expect him to have a very good chance at winning from pole position.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far for Jack White. He's just been consistent, trying to just keep there at the front end. Mason Becker lines up alongside him, so 2 of the Project 1 boys, they'll be probably given the team orders to work together. Sawyer Henderson in 3rd place. He's been gasping for a final win. He's been so close on multiple occasions. Could this be his opportunity? Theo Hamilton from 4th. He's done it all before. He knows how it goes. Marcus Cooper from Deno Rowlands, from George Pickett, Harry Parker Ray, James Murphy, Keane Doherty, Arthur Murphy from Keane Delaney, Alistair Saunders from Ben Buzz, Zach Squire and James Windsor rounds out your field of drivers. We're looking at the next generation here of talent, really. It's the Honda 200s is where some of the biggest stars of karting started. What makes cadet racing so good?
The first thing that comes to mind is definitely the engines. When I raced in Honda, which was a very, very long time ago, if that's something I could say, from the back of my mind. I think I got my 3rd ever podium here, and on my anniversary of karting, I won here in the juniors, so very interested. But it's definitely got to be like how close it is, and obviously these drivers here are about 8 years old, 9 years old, coming up to 10, and the driving is very respectful. Like, I'm not gonna try and say.
I think I know what you're on about.
Yeah, I think you know. Like, compared to the older classes, these drivers are a lot more calmer when they're racing with each other, and it's ultimately very interesting to see how they do, as this is a
that got very close there.
That's definitely not going to be a start whatsoever.
That's going to be a false start if ever I've seen one. Jack White's nearly flipping it at the last corner there.
I have never seen that.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting there. Sawyer Henderson, bit of a spin there. Oh, that's very interesting. Let's have a little look at the YouTube chat though, whilst we've got a full start. Let's have a little look at some of the messages. Hayden Eldridge said Hayden's actually leading the championship in Senior X30. My apologies. Josh said, "Come on, Jensen." We'll find out who Jensen is. But yeah, at the front that looked very interesting. I don't know what happened there. Jack White's getting on 2 wheels, coming out that final corner. I've just got the YouTube back on the replay. See if I can have a look of what really went down. I think Sawyer Henderson got pushed into the back of Jack White's there, which is quite interesting. Anyway, let's even get going for the second time of asking. It's looks go, and we're ready for the first final of round 6 of the Club Championship. On the outside has been a better start from Pickett, and 2 drivers collide.
2 teammates come together.
Yeah, the number 1 rule is you never hit your teammate, and that's exactly what happened between Becker and White. Sawyer Henderson is into the lead of the race. Murphy into second place. Actually, no, my apologies, not Murphy to second place. Murphy's into 3rd. That looked like a strong start from the driver in second place there, but that's the number 1 rule. You never take out your teammate. The 2 Project 1 drivers come into tow. They all get going once again, but Becker all the way down the field. Dana Rowland's getting involved in that one as well. Sawyer Henderson has been put under investigation for that incident. But at the front, Sawyer Henderson, he leads the way after the first lap of racing. We'll see who's there in second
place. Number 18,
place.
James Murphy.
So the 2 Murphy brothers, second and third, yellow flags out in the first corner. So no overtaking. But that was very exciting at the front. Yeah,
we're going to see a very surprising result here. Obviously, the 2 Murphy brothers running in second and third. And the other Murphy, Arthur Murphy, just gone down the inside of his brother, James Murphy. And I think there's a red flag because on our little time screen, where I don't see visually outside of a commentary box.
I wonder if this could be down at turn 1.
Yes, I do see 2 cards.
There are many marshals down at turn 1. Now, of course, we saw with that first incident, a couple of drivers went over the top of the others. That could then result in an injury. So we will we'll wait and see if we can get an update if we can. I think I'll give an opportunity as well. We can have a little watch back on the YouTube replay. There is a red flag on your circuit to show. Ambulance now going out on circuit, but I think that will give us to have a little look at the on the YouTube and see what happened there on that first lap. It was interesting at the front. Of course, we had many drivers getting into each other, a bit of a tangle. Let's see if we can see what happened here. It seemed like
I think a little bit forwards.
Yeah, I think we've gone a bit too far. Always a pleasure of working with technology.
Yeah,
we'll have a little look and see what actually went on. But there's a couple of drivers there on your screens.
Number 94.
Yep, he's had a good start. He's
Keane Doherty.
Yeah, he's a bit further down the field, but he's doing all right, and of course he survived the start. Yeah, that was an interesting one. We had multiple drivers getting into one bit of tarmac, and that never really is going to go.
No, especially if you're racing for first, neither of the drivers are going to back out. So what I am interested in is, though, will the marshals allow the drivers to do their front nose cones if they are down, though? Because it's only the second lap, and that was quite a hectic incident. But do you think they will allow them?
Well, the biggest question is regridding. I think they're going to put it back to how it was at the start There's a red flag still showing. A couple of marshals having a little chat to each other. Of course, the medical team are down with the driver. They're making sure that he is all okay. So, yeah, very interesting that, actually. I mean, mechanics now heading to the drivers. So, I think that's a bit of a way to comfort the others. So, Sawyer Henderson, he was under investigation. So, Mason Becker on your screen is getting moved out of the way. Yeah, of course, we hope that all the drivers are okay in that little incident there. Gives an opportunity for some of the marshals to have a bit of a break. We've got it up on. I've got it off my computer here. The start here. Let's try and see if we can have a little watch. That was the full start. So we'll go around once again. It's a bit annoying. We can't put this on the chat, but let's watch it. So we're watching as they come around the final corner.
Yeah, it looks like Theo Hamilton had a little slide there.
Yeah, that was coming to start the race. Now we've started the race. Now we're heading into turn 1.
Yeah, look.
Wait,
hold on. It looked like it. First place, Jack Wykes had just been pushed into his teammate. 52.
There was a bit of contact there between Wykes and Theo Hamilton. That was being pushed by the driver who was in third. And then from there, two teammates collide with each other.
I don't think it's
and then a bit further back, Denno Rowland's getting sent up in the air. Big air time there. So I wonder if he had any issues there. But, Denno kept going. There was one driver who pulled off straight away to where the pit lane / park permit area is. So I wonder if he was the driver who is in question of maybe an injury.
I think this race is going to be delayed for quite a while now because there's 2 ambulances there instead of 1. So I hope the drivers who were involved in that incident are okay. Obviously, from here we can't actually see who, but I really do hope those drivers are okay. It was a very topsy-turvy start in a sense, so just hope they are okay.
I think that's always the issue, really. So many karts trying to get to one bit of tarmac. It's not always going to go as you planned. And, some drivers trying to make some silly moves. It can fold into that. Neil Bloomford says, good luck to Sawyer. Sawyer had a good start there, but under investigation. I wonder if that could be for the start or what happened previously on the full start. That was something I've never really seen before. With the end of formation lap. Ethan Rowland says, "Go on, Denno." Denno's it was very unfortunate. He got caught up in that accident, got sent spinning airborne in the air, but he's okay. If you're joining us now, firstly, where have you been? But secondly, there is a delay at the moment. That's for a red flag that has happened in the first final of the weekend. This is for the Honda 200s. Drivers now getting re-gridded. And I think the mechanics now down here been able to restart the engines when we can hopefully get that racing soon. But yeah, 1 or 2 drivers in who had to pull off straight away. So daring questions. Hopefully they're all okay. Keep putting in your comments of who you're supporting. Of course, send your love in for the driver that was in question there. We'll actually try and find out who it is. Obviously, we don't want to name names just yet. And actually, I think they've put the timer back, so we won't be able to see on the timing screens. So we'll try and find out later on. It might have to be when the race has restarted. We can try and get a name on it. But now the drivers now being able to talk to their mechanics and.
I'm quite interested though what they are doing here at the moment. They are basically putting that as a lap 1 sort of like start. Is that fair? That's not up to me to decide, but it really does upset a few people, especially the 2 Murfitt brothers who are running 2nd and 3rd before it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the race will unfold. Whether they do allow them to do their noses, because what I think I saw was Jack Wykes like pushing down his nose cone. I don't think he was doing it up, but like it looked like he was visually showing that it was down. So whether they allow them or not, we will see.
Well, a couple of the scrutineers are up there, so that would explain that they have been sent up to check the nose cones to make sure no one is moving them in. They will also keep a note of whose nose cones may be pushed in. Now, all the drivers are getting into their cars. Mechanics there to help start the engines up. So it's going to be a complete regrid. So Jack Whites will start from pole once again. Becker alongside Sawyer in third. Hopefully we can get away this time for good, and hopefully it'll be another clean start. That was good from not just Arthur Murphy, but his brother James Murphy. He had a very good start there and was looking promising.
Yeah, just survived the carnage in a sense. Obviously, you may not be the quickest drivers, but if you could survive lap 1 and make places, you're in there for a real shout. But obviously, it's a real upset for a lot of drivers in this grid who may have been at the back and have now gone to the front. So, oh well, I guess, but
yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, in these first lap incidents, it's always the issue that they have to re-grid them to how they were beforehand, which can be annoying if you've had a good start and you get put back to where you were and you're a bit further back. It's a bit like, oh, really, why? But you know, you can't go against the rules. I think the FIA can, but we won't talk about that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, as you said, Sawyer Henderson in third. I think he's got a good opportunity. Of course, he was leading after what had happened on that first lap. And I think this could, I don't want to jinx it just yet, but I think this could be his first win. And I think this is a good opportunity for him. He's going to have some last minute words with his dad. Yeah, always good actually. These drivers have the opportunity with their mechanic to actually have their dad with them. These karts are quite, I wouldn't say easy to run, but they're a lot easier than most other categories. And with that, do you think it's nice to have a dad and lad sort of spectacle in that way?
Yeah, obviously, in the like younger classes, it's nice to have a your dad as a mechanic. Obviously, in the bigger classes, though, when it gets more complicated, the gearing's a little bit different. Obviously, the setups are hugely different. You obviously have to start relying on a mechanic, but nowadays it's very rare to see, especially in really, really bigger classes, to see a mechanic, to see a dad as a mechanic. So it's really special to have your dad as a mechanic in these younger classes, and ultimately it gets very interesting.
The good news is that the second medic is being sent back to his spot. So that must mean some good sign for the driver in question. The driver who's now in the ambulance, he's now being taken to the on-track or on-site medical centre, so he'll be able to have a check, and hopefully he'll be all okay. He's got a month to rest up, ready for next month, hopefully, if the injuries aren't too bad. But I think mentally, what does this do for the drivers now? Because, of course, they've been sat around there for a good 10-15 minutes now. It's going to really mess up their sort of mindset in a way.
Well, it will mess them up, but like obviously some drivers will take this time to like relax and calm down and just prepare for what's going to happen next time. And obviously it really just changed. Some drivers react with a little bit of like panic, and they all of a sudden feel really pressured. Some may obviously feel really happy, since obviously I think the two Project 1 teammates will be, since one of them was all the way down and the other one was all the way up the road. So it really does come down to the driver, though, how they react in these certain situations.
Yeah, I think the two guys who have made the most out of the red flag are those two Project 1 drivers. And I'm going to guess that their little bit of a briefing after that start wasn't very nice.
No.
That is the number one thing, is that you never hit your teammate. Whether he was forced into it, we won't question that. That's something for the stewards to look at. The stewards have loads of cameras around the circuit. They will catch every little bit that happens. So your front row, Jack White and Mason Becker from Sawyer Henderson, Theo Hamilton from Marcus Cooper, Dana Rowlands from George Pickett, Harry Parker Ray, James Murphy and Keane Doherty, Arthur Murphy and Keane Delaney. It's quite unfortunate for Arthur Murphy. He got up to third there at the start. He's now had to drop down. And it looked like one of the mechanics running out with a chain guard that might be put on. Yeah, there's a chain guard. Look at the number 18 here. Chain guard being fitted to that cart, and the scrutineers will watch that carefully to make sure he's not actually doing anything else than just putting that chain guard on. You'd be surprised what some people can try and do to get a bit of an upper edge. So all clear now down at turn 1. So hopefully we can get racing soon. Of course, we won't push anyone to make any quick decisions. We want to just take our time and wait for obviously the medicals to have a further update on the driver, and of course that update would then be sent out to the post to the marshals.
It looks like 2 medical vehicles have cleared from turn 1.
Yeah, so the second medical vehicle is back into the medical centre. The first medical car now on the start-finish line. You can just see in the shot there. So they are all going to be sitting and waiting, ready to go. Let's see if anyone's put any nice comments in the YouTube chat. Not yet. I don't think anyone likes to talk to me, so they'll stay away from the chat. The track looking brilliant as always. How hard is it to stay in these tram lines at the start of these races?
Obviously comes down to a little bit of where you're starting, and obviously ultimately does come down to what type of track it is, especially like this track. Like the actual straight is a little bit of a corner in this sense. It's not like a proper corner, but like naturally you are turning left. Obviously it makes it a little bit harder to stay in the tram lines, but like other tracks like PFI, Wilton Mill, it's a little bit easier to do it. But obviously I think they have a little bit of a tiny amount of lenience here. Like if you're like ever so slightly off, I don't think they will give you a penalty.
Oh, I don't want to say too much, but it seems like it's raining again. So I don't know how that's come about, but I'm starting to see a bit of raindrops on the commentary box. That could be a bit interesting for this final. Of course, they won't call it an open meeting yet, and they won't be able to change the tyres. So these drivers are going to go out how it is. Very small spits, but enough to scare the drivers. I mean, I know I've felt it as well. When you get a couple of the raindrops on your visor, you're sort of thinking, right, I need to start doing X, Y, and Z. Does it really play a big part mentally?
I would say yes on that, because some drivers, when they see a few couple of raindrops, they obviously start panicking, going to the corners. They'll start braking earlier. They'll start like putting full lock into the corners more. Other drivers wouldn't really be bothered about it with a few spits, especially how hot these tyres can get, especially in the bigger classes like Senior Rotax and Senior X30. They wouldn't really bother, but like these smaller classes where they're only travelling about 40-ish miles per hour on the straights, obviously you would have to start doing those wet racing lines a little bit earlier than the bigger classes.
Yeah, well, all those raindrops have now very quickly disappeared. The sun is back out again, so I don't know who's controlling the weather today, but they're not being very nice.
Keep us guessing.
Yeah, exactly that. They're taunting us to some extent. So still a bit of a delay here. If you've just joined us now and wondering why there are cars sat on the circuit, we're currently during a red flag due to an incident on the first lap of the Honda 200 race. This is the first final for the 6th round of the Club Championship. Obviously, this is going to delay the schedule quite a bit, but that's not to worry, because we need to make sure the drivers are safe first. Nice to see some of the dads having a nice chat to each other. Some guy waving on the live stream. Well, that's the number 22's father.
I used to always do that.
Yeah, do it. You got to do it. You need to. Well, I say he's waving to the camera. He's waving the wrong way. He needs to. If he can hear us, turn around and wave. Number 22 there. Number 42. Yeah, no, turn around. Yay! We got him in the end. Number
Finally.
22 there. Finally spins around.
That's good luck, Chime. He's going to win it. Watch.
Yeah, hopefully he will. Number 42 there. The James Windsor. His dad Jeff sat with him. James is very new to karting. He's just getting the experience in. So his dad will be all sat there. His dad's actually got some good racing experience. He used to I forgot what cars he was, but him and the mates used to get a couple cars and they go out on track day and then start crashing into each other, which always sounds a bit fun actually. I don't like doing that.
Yeah, a little bit of fun, but obviously the crashing part isn't really fun, but obviously if it's with your mates and you're not putting each other into barriers at 80 miles per hour, I think it's a little bit fun. Yeah,
there's always a good laugh. A couple of track days. If you have the chance to have a track car or just a normal road car, take it on a track day. It's a good laugh. You see some cool cars. It has to be said. So there we go. The number 22 there is his dad getting all the love.
From us.
From us, from the commentators. That won't help out his driver too much because he needs to perform on the track. It seems like a couple of mechanics getting a bit bored here, trying to just throw hands around. Number 44 there, Harry Parker 8.
I am wondering though, sorry for interrupting you, I am wondering what is taking a long time. It may be like last club meeting where they didn't have the other ambulance available, so I am going to presume it's going to be something related to that, since I do see one ambulance, but I don't see the other one.
Yeah, that's going to be, obviously we won't question it, we'll just sit here and keep talking, which is obviously what we're designed to do.
Designed?
Well, you got to think on the spot here.
Yeah.
It's something to say. Good to see all the nice spectating areas. I said about earlier. Drivers not just drivers but families as well in the grandstand area. I think that most people are queuing up to see what is going on. Always a big bunch of people around where the drivers are. Of course, being blocked off by the fence. Want to keep everyone safe whilst the karts are on circuit. But just a bit of a wait here. Red flag still being shown around the circuit, and hopefully we'll get ready to go racing soon. There's your Chief Marshal walking across the track. That's Matt Harris, and there is the other ambulance that is sat there. So that's the first ambulance that gets sent out. So of course not many people know about this, but when the ambulance gets called, they'll then call for medic 1, and that's the little van you see there. And then if it's a bit more severe, then they call out medic 2, which is the bigger van.
Which is not, I don't think it's not present, because usually, although you can't see it here, by Yamyutsu Strait, there's a little bit of an opening by the I'm not sure what layout it is. There's a lot of layouts here. I think there's 5 layouts here. One of the layouts, there's a little bit of a gap where that usually ambulance is, and it's not there. So, who knows?
I think the ambulance has been taken round to the medical centre. One of the drivers getting pushed a bit forward there by his mechanic. I think we are going to hopefully get racing soon. Carts being pushed to the front of the grid.
Usually a positive indicator if they're getting pushed.
Yeah, Jet Quikes, of course, he'll be starting from the pole spot. Actually, they are getting pushed all the way down. Right. I wonder if the race is going to be abandoned.
Wait, they're abandoning it?
I think the race may be abandoned. These drivers are getting pushed to Parc Ferme.
Oh.
We won't call it an official result because...
I will be honest, I've never seen this actually properly happen.
Right, this is a race in itself then. Soy Henderson takes the lead! Soy Henderson takes the lead! Jack White's sitting behind, but look at Della Rowlands and Riley Price! taking the lead. Superb. It's going to be side-by-side action. Oh, Sawyer's dad gone down. It's a man down. Oh, the number 27. They're going to be pushing their way to Park Ferme. Who will get there first? It's Dylan Rowlands. Dylan Rowlands wins the kart push race. Sawyer's Henson's in second place. Dad's gone down, but it's all laughs at the end of the day. Murfitt's there in third.
I think this is the best race of the weekend so far. Gotta be.
It's got to be one hell of a race.
Oh,
it's close across the line here between Becker and Theo Hamilton. Theo with the head down. Will he get there across the line to the end? I think he does. Brilliant stuff there by Theo Hamilton. It's maybe the best racing we've seen yet in these finals.
Yeah, just
number 18 there.
Just some of the parents in the back just taking it as a casual walk in the back.
Oh, who's going to be the last one? That's going to be the worst one. Oh, who is the last one to make it across the line? It's going to be close, so I hope it's not Harry Parker, eh? Paddy, he's a big lad, bless him. He's getting there. I think it might end up being James and Jeff Windsor.
I'm going to be very interested what they do class the result of this. Not the push race, the actual race. So I'm very interested how they class that. If they do it from whose side first, whose side second.
I don't think they will. I think they will have to just call the race then. No results. There's Paddy on your screens. He looks pretty knackered after that one. Bless him. There's James and Jeff and the rest of the field filing through. So. To Park Ferme they go, abandoning the race. That's not one thing you want to see. That's probably the worst thing you really want to see, is a race abandoned. I think we're going to try and get this next race underway shortly. Drivers now getting put onto the grid. This is going to be the Micromax race. Of course, we've got the one Watersmith restricted in there. But Micromax going to be out next. Drivers are in the carts, or some of them are in the carts. So yeah, very unfortunate that with the Hondas. Hopefully all is okay.
Yeah, it was. Sorry about that. It was looking very interesting actually. But like, obviously, if we exclude the incident, the overall racing though, we had like many. Well, you could say upsets with one of the Project One teammates going down and the other one having a huge gap. But you also had the two Murfitt brothers, second and third, sorry. And it was just, I thought it was going to be a very interesting race up until the unfortunate red flag.
Yeah, it was going to be one to watch. But yeah, unfortunately, race abandoned, maybe postponed. We'll wait and see. They might be able to come out a bit later, but of course we are running to a timetable. Things have to be in place. Next race coming up though, it's going to be the Micromaxes, and soon we'll have a look through the grid. On your front row though, Ollie Brunt and Oliver Woodall. Woodall getting some consistent results. He'll start from the pole spot. Ollie Brunt in second place. Jensen Darlow and Teddy Murphy rounds out your second row. Teddy Murphy, who moved over to the same team as you, actually, MLC.
Yeah, in Larkle, UKC.
So Teddy Murphy getting some new experience, shall you say. Used to be teammates with Ollie Brunt in that Ben Maxim performance kart, but now turned enemies, you could say. Probably still friends
shouldn't
off
say
the
that
track.
near me.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Oh yeah. Dressed in your MLC top, the MLC suit. How much branding do you need?
I'm asking Lee Murray to get me some MLC socks.
Oh. That's not okay. That's probably the last. To be fair, Napa Racing, they made Napa shoes.
Really?
And I don't. Yeah, and knowing a few of the mechanics, I won't say who. I they weren't big fans of it, and I don't. I'm not blaming them. Yeah, some clothing for merchandise. Some people don't want to buy, but we got to represent. We got to represent the brand.
Yeah, it's the team suit that matters the most in a sense, and obviously the kart livery. But usually for my kart livery is usually pitch black after some race weekend.
Why is it fully white? Have you put on a bit of
No, I'm not. No, let's just say I'm not going to call who. Let's just say things didn't go my way at PF. It was going right. It was going well. P4 had a flat tire, just white lined it, and obviously, yeah, let's just say my front nose cone wasn't looking that white blue after that.
Very nice.
No,
not very nice, but hey, we carry on. We're still here, and that's the main thing. So yeah, the 99 on your screen, Ollie Brunt. He's had a good year so far. He's made up a lot of progress throughout the year. He's come from Red Lodge. He's now here at Kimbolton. He's been quick at Red Lodge actually. Took a lot to take in. I think, especially when you're starting off new, it's a lot of knowledge that you need to have, and it gets chucked at you very quickly.
Yeah, obviously, like coming from a track like Red Lodge, which is, I would say, only a little bit slightly different than here. You know, Red Lodge, a bit of a tight circuit, difficult to overtake. As I like to nickname it, the F1 tracks of karting, since, like, obviously, I'm trying to think of it to
the
the top of
Monaco
my...
of karting, you could say.
Yeah, that's one of the nicknames. But also, at very top, it has like the China first corner. You got that little Monaco twist in the middle. So that's why I nickname it that. But obviously, a lot of people do nickname it the Monaco of karting. So.
Bit of Gridman Sam dancing there. What a legend! The only marshal in the world with Down syndrome.
Oh,
is Gridman Sam. Very great to see him do what he does best, and he's also my brother, which is pretty cool. Andy Lucy, he's there on the grid as well.
yeah. How long has he been working here for?
What, Andy?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I don't want to say the wrong number here because I
won't
get a
get very
slap on the
happy.
wrist for that. He's been here for a fair few years. I think it's some about 7 or 8 years.
Only.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. Right, I
Let's
did not
hope
know.
he doesn't listen to the stream then.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't watch.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Kimbolton is the amount of history, as well with the marshals. There's a lot of marshals here who have been here for countless years, and yeah, this is sort of where they spent most of their life at, which is pretty cool. And they've seen so many drivers come through the field. You know, most F1 drivers, they've probably marshals for them, which is always pretty cool. Good shot here of Ollie Brunt. It seems to be the only shot we're really getting at the moment.
Is
99.
he the? I'm just speculating. Is he the only driver there? Like,
No. There is drivers there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just from here though, you couldn't see. I was like thinking he was like, there's only one driver on the grid there, but no. As we do see the Orange Army just sitting down and taking a little break there.
No, they're having a mothers' meeting there.
Oh, mother's meeting.
I wonder what.
Father's meeting.
It could be. Yeah, it could be. I wonder what they'll be chatting about.
Yeah. We wonder.
We do always wonder. Hopefully, some good things. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Some of the incident marshals there. Matt Harris, chief marshal as well. Simon, who's the start-finish marshal. The incident marshals do a very good job. Make sure they're pretty much the first drivers on scene to the drivers when they've had a big one. And they're the first ones to make sure that they're all okay, get the car out of the way. A lot of safety precautions that they have to learn that go into marshalling, which I don't think many drivers realise. And I'd always encourage drivers to do a bit of marshalling as well, to get a bit of an insight, because there's a lot that drivers don't see that they wish they had seen. Yeah, it's always good to see. There's something that the Caterham Academy do. You actually get points for your championship for marshalling.
Really?
Which is pretty cool. Yeah, you get. I think it's about 2 or 3 points, but you actually get it for doing a certain amount of marshalling, which is pretty cool. Good promotion for the academy as well. So just knocking on the door of 4 o'clock here at the Kimbolton circuit.
What? This is a little bit of speculating here. I remember once, I'm not sure which round it was. I remember they had to end it prematurely because they reached a certain time. Is there a certain time that I forgot what time it was. What time is it where they have to stop racing no matter what?
Yeah, so the time limit, I think for this weekend it's about 6 o'clock. You have to bear with me on that one, but that is sort of the end time when they say, yep, that's it, no more racing. So, yeah, not much racing on at the moment. I think the only sort of racing we've seen at the moment is the Honda Cadet Push race, which was nearly won by Sawyer and his dad. Unfortunately, one man went over. That lost him out a big time. Yeah, he's been nearly trying to get that first final win for so long. But yeah, it's annoying. Well, this is the half thing here. We're trying to think of things to say, really.
Yeah.
What is there to say? Of course, we do hope that the driver in question is okay. Unfortunately, the time that he's been held doesn't always say the best, but we hope he's on a speedy recovery. So yeah, I mean, it's absolutely packed in the assembly and the dummy grid. No one really knows what's going on, but we're all here for the ride. So we've gone for a 10-minute comfort break. So the marshal's getting a bit of time to have a bit of relax.
Like almost an effective lunch break.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're rolling lunch break for the Sunday. So yeah, about a 10-minute lunch break. Well, comfort break. So hopefully we'll get back racing at about 4:10. That means that sort of gives us a bit of time. We can have a bit of a watch and try and see what we can pick up in the next 10 minutes. I would say we sit here quietly, but
nah, we can't.
We can't do that for the people.
There's got to be something.
So
I've got something interesting. When was the last time they've done a track configuration here? Because obviously, it's been a very long time. I've raced here not like as long as some drivers, like Joshua Smith or something. I've raced here for like 2022-ish.
Well, Joshua Smith wasn't even here when the last configuration was done. The last configuration was February 2019. They used the old track.
How do you remember that? A lot of research.
I'm a special man.
What they change?
Yeah, so the reason why they had to stop using it was because of flooding.
Really?
So at the back section, so obviously you for drivers, for people you can't see it, just where the marshals are, there's like a hairpin that they go around, then they sort of cut back on the actual track they use and go into a bit of a chicane. There was a lot of flooding that ended up going on down there, meant they couldn't carry on using it, which is a bit of a shame. They've been thinking about trying to use it again soon, but yeah, it just haven't been able to just yet. They might look at doing it maybe for a one-off meeting. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Of course, you can find out all the latest information about the circuits on the HKRC website, on the HKRC Facebook page. They're quite active on there. Got some simulators that are going to be coming up soon.
Really?
I think next month will be the first time they'll have the simulators up here.
During the K-Plate, I'd presume?
Yep, so the Kimbolton Festival, that'll be a good one as well. They've got the trolley race on the Saturday night. Hope to see you doing it.
Well, yeah, I did it. Last year, I did it with Charlie Wolfit, and we called it, I think it was MLC 1 or something. We did it with, I'm trying to think of the top of my head here. It was Max Jolly, Devin Taylor, and a few other people. We did it with that. We ended up flipping the Pro Train team. So
well, at least you didn't do it on track. That's that's the best thing.
No, on track was a little bit far away on the good side for me, but yeah, that was really, really fun.
When it's a weekend like that though, and you know you're having a bad weekend on track, but then you get all this off-track excitement. Do you not? You sort of feel a bit better in the end. At the end of the weekend, you know you might not be walking over a trophy, but you're walking home knowing you had a good time at Kimbolton.
Yeah, that definitely does remind me of the last K-Plate I did. Obviously, we was doing really well in that. We was like running about 8th at one point before. Yeah, I'm not going to say the words. Contact happened and that didn't end so well. I had I think I had a broken. What's it called again? I don't remember the go-kart parts now, but I was only a 10th off of the fastest lap with that, so it was pretty good.
Brilliant stuff there.
Yeah.
Of course, the circuit established back in 1959. Loads of drivers who have come through the years. Of course, still drivers that come back. Some very, well-established drivers. I know
Morgan Porter last time.
Yeah, Morgan Porter, but a bit further up, I know Oliver Behrman came about a year or two ago. He did a couple KZ sessions over here. So, a bunch of drivers who still come back to Kimbolton because, I think what makes Kimbolton so different is that it's more of a family run than business. I mean, not to name, but we'll name Wilton Mill. Wilton Mill is just about business, really.
Yeah.
It's all about business. And But here at the Kim Bolton circuit, I mean, this is everyone's second job. The people that run it, even the secretary, this is his second job. So it takes a lot of work to get done. I mean, obviously I've been involved in quite a bit of the maintenance side of things, and it's a lot of work that goes into making sure that these weekends can get better and better every time we get here. But it's always good fun, and everyone does it for a reason. That's because they just enjoy karting.
Yeah,
it's a good community. Great to be sponsored by GT Motorsport Components. They've been able to provide not just kart components but also car components. So anything you need, head over to there and you can get sorted. Use OTK sponsoring once again. If you're joining us now, where have you been? It's it was the red flag delay. Now we've got a 10-minute break for the marshals, and that's now down to about 4 minutes.
Just looking at the chat here, Henry Gregory, Mr. Lee is watching this, John, and he will get you some MLC socks.
Oh, no. Gregs, Gregs. Hold on, Gregs. Where are you, mate? We need you back down here, mate. We need you back at Kim Bolton. You know what, Henry? You get me sometimes. Gregs, we miss you, mate. It's been a while. Ash Klassen says it's the best race today. I tell you, that trolley, that kart race was something else. Ash Klassen says Tom looks so happy to be sat there with nothing to photograph. Yeah, Tom, Foxy Red photography there. It's a bit hard to take a photo of something that isn't happening. He's been hired in to do some kart photography. I think he spent most of the time taking photos of the marshals. But no, thank you for the message, Henry. If Lee is watching, get me some MLC socks. I will wear them with pride. I think John's had to turn his mic off because he won't stop laughing now. Keep putting in your comments, put in some funny comments. Let's get everyone laughing. That's the way we like to deal with things. If in doubt, give it a laugh. Sorry
for interrupting. Apparently from Henry Gregory, I'm going to be getting them at Kartmasters.
Okay.
So thank you, Lee. Good. I just can't. Does
that mean I have to head down there now to Kartmasters?
Yeah, maybe do the senior road tax there. See how you'd go on.
Well, so funny enough, my last race here was in senior road tax, 2022. November, I think. And that's before I took my little break. I did do a lot of coaching now, and then went into car racing mid 2023. But yeah, it's always a good laugh. Kim Bolton racing is always fun, no matter who you're racing against. Henry Gregory, sort me out, mate. Sort me out. I can't do you anything back in favour. But if Lee can sort me out some actually funny point. I actually have some MLC side pods at home.
Really?
Yeah, because obviously, so I used to run a Mach 1 chassis.
Oh yeah.
And MLC used to run Mach 1 chassis before they went to the OTK. So I have some of their old side pods at home.
Oh.
Which is pretty impressive. I threw them in the tip not long ago, but sorry about that, Lee. Lee, you could have contacted me back. Right, Josie sent in a comment. He wants to do a joke. What do you call cheese that isn't yours? Nacho cheese. Josie, mate, you could try a bit better. That may have been one of the worst ones I've probably ever heard. I mean, it's got the joke was that bad. The ambulance there on your screen is pulling back into its normal spot. That could only mean one thing. Marshals are getting back to their spots.
This is a very interesting point I've just seen. Ashley Klassen, it just says, have the finals been cut down now since obviously we've had a bazillion year break?
I think they might have. I mean, they were already down to 7 minutes plus a lap anyway.
I think
they might be cut down to maybe 6 to 5 minutes.
5 minutes will be very short. I'll be very surprised if it is 5.
Yeah, it'll be quite short. But
I think, I'm going to guess, about 7 minutes, I'd say. That's what I'd presume.
Oh, Josie said I got this from ChatGPT. This is why you don't trust ChatGPT. And if you're doing work, don't ever use ChatGPT for work.
Oh.
Well, I say that. I hope my tutors ain't listening. But we'll have to wait and see, Ash. We'll let you know if when we get an update. Obviously, we'll see when the first finals goes out. Katie, Katie's thank you for informing Ash. It's only 6 minutes now. Oh, wait, actually, yes, so it's been updated. 6 minutes plus a lap.
Oh.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Katie, for your update. If anyone in the paddock's actually watching, can you update us on something?
We can't hear anything from it.
Yeah, we need to know. But one good thing that we can update you on is racing is about to get underway shortly.
Ah, finally.
Yeah, it felt like it's been...
eternity, almost.
Yeah, I felt like I've aged a bit, and you've probably not, because you haven't grown in about 2 years.
What? Can't do with this. Disrespect. You can blame the suit. It's not my fault. It's so small.
Josie said you want to hear another joke.
Oh, let's go for this. It better be good, or else.
Right, Josie, come on, we ain't got much time, mate. So let's get this another joke in. And no chat GPT this time, because we've
it's got to be natural.
The best ones are natural. Let's see if we can get it out before the next race gets underway. We'll wait for Josie in the YouTube chat. As we said before, get your comments in on the chat. Let's see who you're rooting for. Let's see what jokes you've got, if you've got any jokes.
Not about the MLC socks, though. Absolutely not.
No, I wonder if Gregory, because I've not seen Gregory watching the stream at all. I wonder if he's just come in because he's heard about that.
I've got a feeling that's got to do with Charlie Wolfett.
Oh, it must be. Charlie, if you're watching this, why, mate? Why have you done this? So we'll have a little wait. So yeah, of course, still says red flag delay on your screens, but that will hopefully soon go. Hopefully we'll get some racing going. And oh no, we've got the question now. Why can't you give Elsa a balloon?
Why?
Oh no, do you know what? I already know what it is. Because she'll let it go.
So bad, but yeah.
You know what, Josie? I'd give up, mate. I'd say give up with the jokes. So we already knew what they were before they even came. Yeah. She'll let it go. Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, Josie. You know what? Just I'd say keep it quiet. Thank you to my son Nick for the entertainment for never getting Sawyer off the track. Oh, Devil. I'll tell you about Sawyer. He's been working so hard recently trying to get that final win. He's been so close, hasn't he? So close to that final win. But he'll get it soon. But Nick had a bit of an issue there. You know what? I think the engine was just a bit too quick. That he went for that final push and it just went over. He was so close to winning though, but it was close across the line. Joe said I was so unfunny. I had to use my dad jokes. That was bad. I'd say stick to not using the dad jokes.
Yeah.
Speaking of, so I can see his granddad down in the grandstand. So he's coming to watch some of the other races, as well as I guess the other drivers will come and have a watch as well. Interested actually, will the Hondas get another go at it, or will it just go straight onto the Micromaxes?
I think Micromaxes. I think you remember you saw Ollie Brunt on the starting grid, so I'd presume it's going to go to Micromax and Water Swift restricted. But I'll be very surprised if they do redo Honda. I'll be very surprised.
It'll be interesting. I've got to say thank you for joining me up here on this long red flag.
No worries.
You could have gone off, but thankfully you've come and stayed with me and stayed for the party. Because I don't know what I would have done really. We've had about a half an hour break and a
bit more now.
Yeah, I probably would have lost it at this point. I probably would have been in the snooze somewhere. So there we go. Let's go. We got a chat from Tony Kelsey. Says Sheffield. Oh, no, never mind. The message is gone. No, we've got another one from Joe's. What is green, but when you hit the button, it turns red?
I don't know this one.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
This is potential.
Come on, please be a good answer. Come on, send that answer through. What could it be? What could it be?
Why it's not a red flag. It's a,
just off the commentary box. James Reynolds giving a bit of a wave. Thank you, James.
It's not
Max
a red
Wright
flag.
says, why is there a red flag?
It's not a red flag. It's just a break almost.
Yeah, so a break for the marshals, but there was also a red flag due to the first race incident. There was a Honda 200C first lap. Drivers went off the circuit.
Tony Kelsey, sorry for interrupting you, Chafer taking people out as he does.
Okay.
Shouldn't have said that.
Let's leave that as it is. Thank you for the wave, James Reynolds, if you can see me down there. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. He'll probably give a wave back. I think John's waiting for a wave as well. If you can hear on the streams. It's been I don't want to say it in a way, but although it's been a bad way to go into the red flag, it's been nice to have something to laugh about at the end of the day, and that's what karting's all about. Having that community to have a bit of a laugh. I don't think James is watching the stream because I don't think he's heard it yet.
No, I think he just saw you and decided to give you a wave.
Yeah, I think he's probably more busy talking to his girlfriend. So that's yeah. I was going to say something, bros, before, but I don't think we'll finish that one.
Yeah, definitely not on stream though.
No,
definitely not on stream.
Let's keep it PG. Keep dropping in your comments, people. Let's not put
except for the. Oh wait, we're still waiting for that joke though.
Oh yeah. Oh no, hold on. There's another one. Oh wait, no, hold on. There's the answer to the question. So what is green, but when you hit the button it turns red? A frog in a mixer. What the hell?
I know. Oh.
Are you okay? Are you okay? He said he got it from his brother, just from his brother.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay,
definitely.
mate. Yeah, that one from his brother. Yeah.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, he probably doesn't have a brother. Well, so we're still waiting. Marshals are back on posts. So we're just waiting to see. Of course, we are hopefully waiting for an update on how the driver is in question. Of course, big incident there on the first lap for the Honda 200s. And we're just having a little wait now to get underway shortly. Foxy Red, who's now had to go to calling people. He's gotten that bored of not being able to take any photos of anyone.
He promises it's from his brother.
Okay, we'll take your word from it. Thank you for keeping us entertained though in the YouTube chat. Keep doing what you do best. Ash, we need to hear more from you. Where have you been? You're probably having a snooze now, probably. Midway through, getting ready for that TKM Extreme final, which will hopefully be exciting. The O-plate for the TKM Extreme. That's going to be one to watch out for.
I've watched that a little bit. I'm really surprised with some of the results, especially Yan Kalichan. I thought he would be fine up there, but it looked like he was a bit struggling throughout that weekend, throughout the heats. But obviously, in the grand scheme of things, heats don't matter. The final does, is you get the trophy in that, so...
Yep, that's why you get the O-plate at the end of the day. Still waiting for karts to head out on circuit. Did you know Jenson Pugh broke his rib earlier?
When was that? Was that in the heat?
That must have been in the second heat for the senior X30s.
Oh.
So hope he's okay. Jenson Pugh is okay. He's saying he duct taped it. Ash Klassen saying she's still here. She's listening to us waffle on.
It's not much to do.
At least we're not being quiet, Ash. You've got to take the positives out of this one. Hope you're doing well. Unfortunate to not see you here this weekend, but I hope you're doing well at home. And I'm setting the weather yesterday. You're better off at home, to be fair. Johan struggled with tyres. They are still brand new. Hopefully he'll make them work for the final. Well, if they're brand new, then hopefully, he'll do all right.
Sandbagging. He's sandbagging all the weekend.
All sandbagging. Hopefully he'll do all right in the final. Good to see you, Les. I'll give you a little wave at the back of the field.
Hello there.
You all right? Yeah, I'm all good. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. Yeah.
Have you caught any of the rain yet?
No, that's sort of. I think we've managed to miss most of it, haven't we?
Yeah, there was a little bit of rain, and then it sort of ran away, and then it came back for a second. It ran away again. Ollie Brunt, you feel?
We're close to getting underway again now.
Yeah, hopefully so. I think
it's been a very long Marshall break. I would say. Well, it looks like it is about to get underway.
Yeah, the Marshals had a lovely, well, say an hour break nearly. Right then, we're going to get cars on circuit then. This
Finally.
is some of the best news, the best news we could have ever had for this weekend.
Don't play sandbagging games at the O plate.
Yeah. Well, yep, Katie's excited because we're going again. Ash Klassen says, shut the door quick, don't let him in, we'll all be asleep. Liz, Ash is talking bad about you again.
Ash talking bad about me.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's not like she does it every weekend. Oh, it's all laps here.
I think that someone's taking the jokes a little bit too seriously. I put vodka in the lawnmower because petrol's too expensive.
Okay. Well, I think we'll end it there for the YouTube.
That's a cheap way, though, of saving money, though.
Yeah, true. Right. Ollie Brunt and Oliver Woodhull on the front row of the grid. Jensen Darlow and Teddy Murphy. Mason Munster from Harley Marison. Ronnie Allen from Arctic Garth. Jake Hansford, Ted Hayward, Harper Bowers. Let's get ready to finally go racing after such a while. Oh, Strava pulling off to the side there. Couldn't get it going off the start. But we're off and away down into turn one. Woodhull, who is going to be on the inside, he's lost out big time. Murphy to the inside, takes the lead of the race. That was superb.
Just a little quick note, I'm not going to show any bias towards my teammate out here.
Yep, you better not do.
Ollie Brunt's going back at him. Ollie Brunt's going back at him, and down the inside he does go into Derek's corner. Very neat move from the Ben Maxim driver, as we do see all the rest of the pack scrabbling along. But it's going to be between them three here. Oliver Woodhull, Ollie Brunt, and Jensen Darlow are going to be the main drivers here fighting, but do not count out any of these drivers here. You've seen like magical moments happen in go-karting, and when we expect to see it happen here.
I wonder if Ollie Brunt's been sat in that kart the whole time.
I do think that. Let's get back to racing though. Ollie Brunt still in first place. Teddy Murphy in second. And they're running in a very neat train at the moment. It goes from Ollie Brunt all the way down to the number... Can't really make that out. Number 90, Arthur Browners. So it's very interesting now to see them in a train. But who will strike first to take a position here? And it does look like the number 77, Teddy Murphy, is gaining a little bit, but they're all in like, I'm trying to think of the word, they're all like the slipstream each other. No one here is close enough to make a move, yet they're all in each other's slipstream. But we might expect a move to sit here for second place. Jensen Darlow all over the back of Teddy Murphy. Is he going to try and make a move? He pulls out alongside, he tries to cover it down. No. Oh, that's very surprising, I would presume. I thought he went for the move, but this Goblin is allowing Ollie Brunt to pull away.
I think that's the annoying thing with that camera shot. It looks like they could be alongside them, and then they get to the corner and they're already back. Oh, spinner Mason Munster goes on a little spin, locked up the brakes and going into Derek's corner and takes out Oliver Woodhull. Takes out Oliver Woodhull with him. Oliver Woodhull, who started from that pole spot, now down at the back of the field. He's gone from bad to worse from Woodhull, and that's not the way he would have started here. He would have wanted to start his final. But up at the front, the drivers in second and third place. Teddy Murphy, he's got some work to do. And it's rain! Rain is back again! What is going on at this Kim Bolton circuit? It's now raining here in the second final in this sixth round of the Club Championship. Darlow makes the move for second place.
Looks like a proper rain cloud as well.
Yeah, it's going to keep coming down bad to worse here for the drivers. They've got to put everything on the line.
And this is sorry for interrupting you, this is going to go absolutely terrible for Ollie Brunt. As that leader, he's going to be experiencing the full force of the rain, and he's going to be the one that's getting into the corners. So maybe expect something to happen. But obviously these drivers, I believe that they're clever enough to know when is the time to get on the wet line. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this race turns out.
Yep, that's going to be the real question in this race. So Darlow into second place now. He's in the best situation because he can watch what Ollie Brunt does at the front of the field and then sort of gain where the grip is, where the grip isn't.
It looks like visually it's not affecting them too much. The lap times have all gone not to personal best. So I think that is saying something, that the weather is doing something, but obviously hasn't came to them to doing obviously the wet racing line.
Well, we had a bit of rain and then it's sort of started to stop now, which is a bit interesting.
I bet you in about 30 seconds it's going to be absolute sunny again.
Yep, it's going to be, probably by the end of this race. 2 minutes left on the clock, and Ollie Brunt has drove perfectly at the moment. The number 40, Oliver Woodall, he's been given a warning flag, so I wonder what that could be for. But he's trying to fight his way through from the back of the field. Adalo there in second place, Murphy into third. But Ollie Brunt, he's there at the front of the field, and it's been a good drive by Arthur Bowers, who's starting near the back of the field. He's up 7 places to fourth. He could even have a look for a podium opportunity.
Yeah, and he's going against my teammate. I think he is on him. He is. This is a super showing from Arthur Bowers. He just a few moments ago, he did set the fastest lap, but that's obviously been taken away from Ollie Brunt. And this is looking very, very interesting here for the battle for third place, involving Teddy Murphy and Arthur Brownless. If we do see here, he's all over the back of him. Are we going to see him move into Kim Bolton corner? No. But expect an overtake to happen soon.
It's going to be interesting. Arthur Bowers, if he can get this move done, it'll be his first podium ever in the Micromax series. Down the inside he goes. Arthur Bowers takes that podium spot. Murphy fights back. They're going to run side by side through the Willow section. Murphy gets the move sorted. The battle for second, third. Oh, actually, you know what? The driver of the 127, Mason Muncie, is all the way down in ninth, but actually holds the fastest lap of the race, showing that the whole field is as fast as each other. The number 77 there on your screens now. So this is the battle for third place. So this will be the battle for the final spot on the podium. Darlow slowly closing in on Ollie Brunt. But of course they're going to be watching to maybe change different lights, because the clouds are starting to come in a bit harder. Maybe the rain is going to start coming down a bit harder.
Yeah, I also think that with Ollie Brunt, I definitely think he's definitely gone on a higher tyre pressure, because it looks like
that got close there!
That is so close. That is...
Yeah, that was very close.
That's a little on the sceptical side, but we're not here to decide. And very, very quickly, Ben Avery just wants to shout out, it's his birthday today. So, yeah, done. Now back to racing for the battle of third place. A very interesting move there made by the 98 in the global karting, formerly Synergy, which is run by, Rob and Mike, Mike Spencer. So it's very interesting to see them doing really well. But are we going to see a return move? Yes, we do. Here comes Teddy Murphy. A very neat move. Forces him out wide, but not too wide for it to be bad. But this battle battle for first is getting very, very interesting. In about 2 laps, he's gained nearly half a second. The battle for third is absolutely raging on. Not on a camera shot, but we do see now Ollie Brunt forced to go on the defensive line on the inside, nearly into most of the corners. This is going to be the penultimate lap of this race.
No, this is the final lap of the race.
Is
Ollie
it?
Brunt, the 99. He's got to defend for 2 more corners. Look at the run from Jensen Darlow. Will he get on the inside? He can't get there, just about. 1 more corner to go. And it's going to be round the final corner. A perfect, dominant victory for Oliver Brunt, who takes the checkered flag. He will win. Both hands up in the air. That is a job well done. And it's Arthur Bowers who takes a final podium spot. Teddy Murphy there in 4th place from Ronnie Allen in 5th. Ted Haywood from Oliver Woodall, who climbs up to 7th place. Mason Munzer from 8th. And Harley Marison from 9th. Oliver Kilfenter, who is your Miami Watersmith restricted kart, he will start from 10th. We're going to have a regrid of the Honda 200s.
Oh, this is...
there. So the race was postponed, but in your Micromax was Ollie Brunt, who took the win. Jensen Darlow there in 2nd place. And Bowers, what a drive. Rounds out your podium spots.
It was a very interesting race, that is all I'm going to say. A very, very interesting race. It was a little bit of absolute domination from Ollie Brunt until the last 3 laps, where he got absolutely reeled in by Jensen Darlow. And I think if he only had 1 more lap, maybe would have seen the overtake for the lead to happen, as we do get the Honda Cadets away for the second time today. No, not for the second time, for the second final today.
Yeah, we're going to have another stab at this Honda 200 final. Jack White will start from pole, Mason Becker alongside, from Soy Henderson, Theo Hamilton, Marcus Cooper, Dano Rowlands, who seems to have not got out the pits. We'll see and wait for the when they get going. George Pickett from Harry Parker Ray, from James Murphy, Kean Doherty, Arthur Murfitt from Kean Delaney, who's there on your screens at 91. From Alistair Saunders, Ben Bowers, Zach Squire and James Windsor rounds at your field of drivers. So the two Project 1 drivers up at the front. Will they do what they did last time and take each other out? That's not the thing you want to do. Never take out your teammate in racing.
Not
as
the
they
game
come
plan.
around the final corner. Will they get going for the first time of asking? Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. Let's get racing here. The outside line gets the whole shot, which means Mason Becker leads them into turn 1. Swenson's not had the best of starts. Thea Hamilton there into second place. It's going to be side-by-side action between the Murfitt and Jack White, but it looks like James Murfitt, who's had a brilliant start once again, he's up into third place. Could lose a position actually, because it's going to be nearly 3 wide as they go through into Dan Weldon's for the first time. But at the front, Mason Becker, he leads the way from Thea Hamilton in second place, and Sawyer Henderson into third.
Sorry for interrupting you. Mason Becker under investigation. I'm going to presume for the start, because it looked like, visually from the commentary box, it looked like he pulled out of the tram lines way too early.
As well as Thea Hamilton.
Yeah, so the top two... top two, both under investigation here, and they should work together here to try and pull away from third place, which is Sayer Henderson. So Sayer Henderson, if he just can stay in that third place, could maybe win his first ever final here at Kimbolton.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see. Of course, Sawyer's been working at this for so much. Sawyer Henderson's been trying to find this final win. He's been getting heat wins throughout the year, but he's been working for that first final win. But up at the front, Thea Hamilton, who has been the champion from last year, the regular here at the Kimbolton circuit. Mason Becker, who's been one of the standout drives this year. 52 there on your screens. The Project 1 driver. The top two will file through. Sawyer Henderson just a bit far behind. But, of course, Hamilton and Henderson, both teammates. They'll try to work together. And the driver who's into fourth, that's Dino Rowland. He's had a good start. He's the number 21 in your screens there. That very colourful car ran by the Riley Price Coaching Academy. The number 18 there, that's James Murfitt, Arthur Murfitt's brother. He's doing alright. Jack White's making a move on Murfitt though, but Murfitt decides to hold it round the outside. Superb stuff there, but White's trying to fight back. He's going to get the inside for Dan Weldon. That was a superb move round the outside.
You rarely see moves going through there, especially on the inside through there. So very, very interesting move there for about 6th place on the grid. It's very interesting though, with this front two, they are pulling away here. They're both pushing each other. Well, not that time out, but a few laps ago they were. But also on that lap, Sawyer Henderson, fastest lap of the race by over 2/10 from the leaders, so it expects an overtake to happen. But if he really does think deep, in a sense, he should try and think, look, they're under investigation, I should sit back here, try and go with them, and hope for the best, in a sense.
I think the pace that Sawyer has in the moment, he should just send it, really.
Yeah.
He's closed in so much.
Obviously, you don't want to risk it, though, so...
Yeah, fastest lap of the race for Sawyer Henderson, 48.5. He is 2/10 faster than the rest of the field, especially these two drivers in front. Sawyer, he's got the pace to win this race. Can he get it done on the track? Down the start-finish straight they go. Let's see how they get on. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Number 94, Keane Doherty, gets a warning flag. But look at the pack. The top four all together now. Anyone in these top four could have a chance of winning this race. It's going to be very interesting. Mason Becker's won a final. Theo's won a final as well. But Sawyer Henderson and Deno Rowlands too both haven't won finals here this year at Kimbolton. Let's see how they get on. The driver in fifth as well, Jack White, he might be one to watch out for as well in the later stages of the race. And as well, James Murfitt, they're in 6th place. But look up the front of the field. Look who is it going to be? Sawyer Henderson. He might have had a look for 2nd place there. Didn't get that move done as they come through to finish another lap of the Kimbolton circuit. The circuit for these cadet drivers is all about carrying momentum through. But it's like what you were saying, John. The Sawyer Henderson here, he's catched up to the back of the top two, but has just thought, you know what, let's just sit here for the time being. Let's think more about this overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see here. The pace of the front four right now is really, really strong at the moment. And it looks like everyone, everyone from the top 5 down is just not able to keep them up. So it's very clever to see them working together, but also it's going to be very interesting to see who makes the move first, because if one driver goes down the inside, everyone else will follow. So when will Theo Hamilton go for the move? And he has opted for the move now.
Lead change down into turn 1. Theo Hamilton on the inside, brings through Sawyer Henderson. That was the perfect plan from RSR. They wanted to take their drivers to 1 and 2, and they've done exactly that. Denner Rowlands, what will he try and do now to try and find a way through for a podium spot? But up at the front, Theo Hamilton leads the way. The championship, the winner, the driver who won the championship last year. He's now got Sawyer Henderson for company. Now, what will these two do? We know Sawyer Henderson, he's got pace to win this race. He's now into 2nd place. He could have a look for the lead. 30 seconds left on the clock. We're going to get 2 more laps left of racing here at Kimbolton for the revised Honda 200 final. 2 more laps left. Is Theo Hamilton going to defend? No. He knows that Sawyer's going to work with him. The battle for 3rd still rages on. Looks like Denner Rowlands is going to go down the inside. They're going to be side by side through the Willow section. Can't get that move done. Mason Becker stays in 3rd place. That's going to bring in Jack White. Theo is starting to defend now. This is not what Sawyer Henderson wanted. He's already stipulating to Theo, saying, what on earth are you doing? Why are you defending? Let's work together here. They've got 1 lap left to go, plus this lap. It's going to be nose to tail to the very end. Becker is defending. He's settling for that 3rd spot. And Becker will finish in 3rd place. But who will win? It's 1 lap to go in this demolition. It's going to be a switchback move. Henderson has got it. Henderson will lead into the final lap. He's got 1 more lap left. He's been trying to get this final win for so long. It's been a real work in the book. Him and his dad Nick have been at it tail and tail after weekend. They just haven't been able to get the look he needed. But this could be his opportunity. He's got his teammate Theo Hamilton behind to defend his line. This is going to be it. Half a lap left for the number 27, that pink helmet on your screens, Sawyer Henderson. He's been working so hard. It takes so much skill and agility, but he's starting to defend now. He's got to defend for 1 more corner. Will Theo Hamilton send a late one on the inside? It's going to be about the cutback move. It's not going to be enough. Sawyer Henderson, for the first time ever, wins the Honda 200 final. Oh, wow. That's such a brilliant feeling. That first win in the book for Sawyer Henderson. Hamilton finishes up in 2nd place. Mason Becker rounds out your top 3. But Sawyer Henderson is finally a winner in Honda 200s in the final when it matters most.
Although I may not know Sawyer, it does look so happy to see a driver finally win their first ever race, and especially for Sawyer. I've commentated him many times, a lot of times in my career, especially at Kimbolton, and I'm so happy for him to finally win his first ever race. Obviously, I've got to go off now. I'll pass the mic to Les. I want to thank everyone at TNT Sports for giving me the opportunity to commentate here. Thank you, Charlie, for absolutely entertaining me through the lunch break. Thank you.
When he meant TNT Sport, he meant TNL. The KZ grids.
TNT's too. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
John trying to make a bit of an exit. Les Latham back in the building once again. It's the KZ UK final, and we'll get your headset on. Josh Price starts from pole from Jake Weston, and Leah Robinson from Luke Senningham. James Beecroft, Ryan Green from Hannah Lang, Pierre Phillips from Bailey Wigglesford, from Luke Fleming, Ryan Garvey, Bradley Calder from William Ash, Isaac Smith from Sylvius Kilmass, Kai Springfield from Nino Picolio, Richard Renshaw Painting from Neil Hepworth, Richie Smith from George Barker, Nick Aiken and Stephen Loggin rounds at your field of drivers. Les, it's great to have you back in the box. It's going to be an interesting one. The weather's still playing around with us, but I think it's going to be dry for this race. But what information did you gather?
Well, it's quite interesting, really. We know from the previous 2 races that Josh and Jake are the people with the pace. But I believe that in that last race, Lucas made quite a big improvement on his lap times. So we can expect him to join the 2 at the front. As of course, we've still got Ryan Green hovering around, who won the last meeting here. So it's all to play for.
Yeah, I think with Josh Price and Jake Weston, those heats, they know each other well enough. they're just going to stick behind each other because, there's no point battling for the heat. But it's the final now. This is when it matters most.
Yeah.
They're going to have a battle.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, for sure. And that's the way it should be. And don't forget, for those of you who are watching, we've got the Masters category this time round for the first time at Kimbolton. Now, the easy way to pick them out, they all start with number 2.
Oh, wow.
So it's 201, 202, like that, yeah?
Oh, okay. Yeah, brilliant. So, we've got Richard Renshaw painting, Richie Smith, Nick Aitken and Stephen Loggin. They're your Masters drivers. And Sylvius Kilmas. Sylvius will be starting first for the Masters. So we'll let... We'll work through that as well throughout the race. But up at the front, it's going to be Josh Price versus Jake Weston. On your second rows, Liam Robertson and Lucas Ellingham. Watch out for Lucas Ellingham. 4 lights are on upon us, and it's the finals time, and we're off and away. We're racing down into turn 1. Josh Price gets the whole shot once again.
Blistering. His starts are so good. He's
Brilliant
just
stuff.
Absolutely nails it every time. He's already 3 karts in the lead, and that's just the way it's been going in the heats. He gains the advantage straight away, and then it's up to Jake to sort of get back at and catch him up again. But that first, getting down to the first corner, it's a real big bonus for Josh.
Bure Phillips had a little look for the lead there. He got to second place, and then, he just got a bit bottled up. But after the first lap, Josh Price, yet again, leads them down into turn 1. Jake Weston there in second place, Leo Robertson there in third. Leo Robertson, what a weekend he's having. He's been it's probably the best performance I've ever seen from him in this KZ car. He's just been putting the time in, and it's all working out in the end. James Beecroft there in the top 5, Phillips in 6th. Enningham's lost out big time at the start of that race.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Ryan Green's made a good start. He hasn't had the best of meetings so far by his own standards, but he's in 4th now, right behind Leo.
Got a yellow flag down at the Dan Weldon complex, and I think that may be for Bradley Calder, who's had to retire from the race. So very unfortunate there for Calder. He's going to have bad... Oh, actually, is that James Beecroft? That's James Beecroft pitting once again. So we know he had mechanical issues last time out, and it's all happened again. James Beecroft, who was sat there in the top 5, now out of the race. Super unfortunate for Mr. Beecroft. Super unfortunate there. Ryan Green there, he's still in 4th, but I think... Oh, Robson runs wide. That's going to be an opportunity for Ryan Green. Ryan, he's got the experience here. He knows how to get past him. Actually, just get past Robinson
there.
He's
passed him. He's in 3rd place now, so it will be interesting to see what pace he's got, because now he's got quite a distance between him and 2nd place Jake, and we'll see how quickly he can close it up.
Yeah, Ryan Green, as he said, he's got the pace. Josh Price sets the fastest lap of the race so far in this race. Of course, he's leading the way very quick. I mean, I wonder how much the slipstream really affects the KZ drivers around this circuit. I mean, it's interesting.
It does work. They definitely do get a slipstream. The straight is long enough, and up round about 90 mile an hour is where it starts to work, a slipstream.
Good move here on the screens. 91, Hannah Lang gets down the inside of Bure Phillips, and Isaac Smith smashes his way through. Isaac Smith, of course, he's been having a bit of some issues with the setup on that gold kart, but it all seems to slowly be coming together.
Yeah, I mean, it's both Isaac, he's been out of karting for a bit, went and did some motor racing, he's come back to karting, he switched to the gold kart. I mean, the disadvantage for him, as well as his having to sort of get back into the swing of things, is nobody else is using a gold kart. Yep. So he's got no reference point.
No. As down the inside, Bailey Rivensford had a little look on Bure Phillips. Just couldn't get that move done. It's good to see Bure back out on track. He wasn't with us last weekend. Last month, shall we say. I keep saying last weekend this time for no reason. But Isaac Smith, as you said, took a bit of a break to motor race and did some touring car action. He was very consistent in TCR. Managed to win the championship, but actually never win a race. He did that with Race Car Consultants, with Neil Reeves spanner him that year. So he did a brilliant job there, and obviously took him into TCR Europe. Only did a couple rounds of that championship, then fell through with financial issues. And that's just the thing with TCR Europe. It's so expensive to get out there and be to be at the front end, you've got to spend some proper money.
Yeah, well, I was speaking to Josh's dad in the interval, and he's in a position where he could afford to go motor racing if he wanted to, but he said it's just so expensive. People don't realise that it's expensive. He said you get these stories going around the paddock like, it's costing me so much money to do senior X30 or senior road tax. I've switched to motor racing. That they just don't realise. Like, every time you go on track, it's like $6 or $7 grand.
Yeah, and so many hidden costs.
Yeah.
But actually, if you want to watch on your screens here, Luke Sellingham. You were speaking earlier. He's starting to find the pace to be battling for this podium spot, and he's only got to make up 2 more spaces now. Ryan Green didn't manage to pull away from Leo Robinson. He's bridged a bit of a gap, but a gap that he's got at the moment. Which that's a late move there by Luke Sellingham. Over the top of Leo Robinson. That was ever going to be so close, and Robinson out of the race. Robinson was so close to getting a good result then, all gone in tears. Luke Sellingham, I don't know what the stewards think about that one. Hannah Lang now on the tail of Luke Sellingham. Hannah Lang's had a good weekend so far. She's been up there at the sharp end. But you got to feel shame for Leo Robinson.
Yeah,
there.
well, we leave it up to the stewards, but for my mind, that was a little bit too optimistic by Ellingham. It wasn't really on. It was a very late move.
He's been doing them sort of moves a bit earlier,
exactly.
and it was going to happen at some point.
He does brake very late for that first corner. It just got a bit tangled up there. Unfortunate for him, but. I was going to say, you mentioned there, Lucas seems to be gaining some pace. His engine is tuned by Maciek over at the MS factory in Czechoslovakia. It's the only engine out there that's tuned by them. So I think it's obviously working for him. It seems to be going really well.
Yeah, exactly that. It's, at the end of the day, it's all about the experience, and he's slowly getting that experience over time. They're struggling to get the car there, Leo Robinson, out of the way, so that's unfortunate. Back markers coming up for the top 2, but they all get through nice and cleanly. We've been talking so much, we've actually gone to the final lap now, and it's right up at the front sharp end of the field. Going to be a 1v1 now between Josh Price and Jake Weston. One more tour of the circuit. Who will take it at the flag? Well, they can't overtake down to turn 1 because there's a yellow flag sector, but Jake Weston had a little look. That means the next opportunity he's going to get is into Dan Weldon. There's also a yellow flag at Dan Weldon, and I think that's for Isaac Smith, who may be out of the race. No, it's for Ryan Garvey, my apologies, or Kai Springfield. So no overtaking into this sector. So it's going to come down to 2 more corners. The number 7, Jake Weston, will he be able to find some way through Josh Price? Josh Price, a British champion. He came to this weekend just wanting a bit of fun, and no one could catch him. Josh Price takes the checker flag, wins here in KZ2. Brilliant stuff there. Jake Weston into second place, and a big margin from Ryan Green, who finishes up in 3rd. Ellingham there in 4th, but he may lose a couple spots under that investigation for the incident there with Leo Robinson. They all come filing through. Ad Smith there, who finished in 6th. Hannah Lang was in front in 5th. Phillips from Bailey Ruggles 3rd, Sylvius Kilmass and George Barker. What a drive from Barker. From 21st to 10th. That's his first top 10 finish. And what a finish. George Barker, he's been really had a rough start to the year.
Yeah, I was speaking to him earlier today, and he just felt that his problems were in the past, and he's pretty sure he would have a good final. But it's a shame about those yellow flags on the last lap. I'm pretty sure that Jake would have had a real good go at passing Josh, but he couldn't really do much about it. And who was first in the Masters class?
I didn't get to see.
Never mind.
Well done to the winner
as soon
anyway.
as the results pop up, we'll be able to see who that was.
Yeah, of course. You can catch all the official results on Motorsport Timing.
But yeah, it was a typical KZ race, really, in that there's a lot of guile, a lot of feinting to move and not going on. Not unlike the cadets, where they pretty well drive in a straight line all the time, one behind the other, and then take the odd one opportunity. With the KZs, they're weighing up the moves, they're moving around the track a lot more.
Yeah, you've got to think about it a lot more.
See how it goes. But a good win for Josh. Can't say it was unexpected. but Jake certainly kept him on his toes. And I see there in the final race, Ryan did get his pace back that he'd lost earlier on in the day to finish third.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Now we're going to go on to the 177s. Thank you, Les, for joining us for the KZ.
You're more than welcome.
Chris Thomas starts from pole position. Ollie Goodyear alongside him from Scott Clee, Ben Hitch, Adrian Ungwar, Richard Evans, Scott Smith from Josh Bass, Alex Jones from Liam Ferguson, Bill Bauer from David German, Nathan Schaefer from Matt Lear, Gavin Petty from Oliver Moss, Stavros from Daniel Walker, Josh Howard, Mark Taylor, Elliot Kennedy from Sam Yaxley, Andy Chenery from Mark Cushley, Matt Wardle, Colin Walker, Lyndon Newitt from Richard Bull, who rounds out your field of drivers. I think there's a big group of drivers who have a good chance of winning. I think anyone really in the top 10 have a good opportunity. I mean, Ferguson, he's had to fight his way through. He's had a rough day, it has to be said. Had that issue in the first heat, and he just hasn't lined himself up quite well. Ollie Goodyear's been one to watch, as well as Chris Thomas. Chris Thomas had a brilliant couple of heats. He's, of course, starting on that pole spot. He's in the best spot in the business. Scott Clee in third, so he's gonna be another opportunity to go for a win. I think this is probably his best opportunity he's had in a couple rounds, to be fair. Adrian Ungwar, he's had a rough day. He, of course, qualified on pole, but has just been shoved about a bit in the heats. But that's what comes with 177 racing. That's just how it is sometimes. But, yeah, it's going to be exciting. We've got loads of drivers in this race who have a pretty good opportunity of taking that win. There's only one thing to do, and that's to get him out on circuit. These finals are now 6 minutes plus a lap, so they haven't got much time to get it sorted. Now, they're less than the heat races. That's all because of the incident in the Honda 200. Now, we do hope that driver is okay. Unfortunately, we didn't get to work out who the driver was, but you guys can all find out through Motorsport Timing, where you can find the official results for all of these finals. 177's off and away, and it's going to be Chris Thomas who starts from the pole spot. Ollie Goodyear alongside. Of course, they're on your front row. Drivers using this formation lap to warm up their tyres. The rain, I think it's gone now for the rest of the day, to be fair. Don't see any more rain clouds anymore, so it's really going to be sunlight's blazing to the end. It's going to be a nice end, shall we say, to this weekend's proceedings. Of course, the 6th round of the Club Championship. We're pretty much now at the halfway, so we're counting down the rounds more than counting them up. Let's see how we get on. Round the final corner will come Chris Thomas. For the first time, he's going to be starting from pole position this year. Let's see if he can take it. Lights to flag, but he's got Ollie Goodyear alongside. He will bet the better hole shot. Let's see as they come down to start the race. It's lights out, away we go. Ollie Goodyear slots in behind Chris Thomas, but now we'll try and go to the outside. He tries to file it through, keep the momentum up. So far, he just can't get it done. Oh, can he? On the inside, Ollie Goodyear. What a move into the lead of the race. Chris Thomas drops to second place. Scott Clee there in third. He's got some work to do from Adrian Ungwar, who gets up to fourth. That was a superb overtake by Ollie Goodyear. He really had to fight round the outside to get that one done. Chris Thomas, a very experienced 177 driver, he would not take that without a fight, but he gave a fight. Ollie Goodyear won it, the battle in the end. As they come to finish the first lap of the race, it's Ollie Goodyear who leads them down into turn one. Maybe this could be a first final win for Ollie Goodyear. He's had promising pace the last couple of rounds. This could now be his final opportunity. Ollie, who's as I say, a veteran really to the Kimbolton circuit. I definitely remember racing him back in 2020 in junior Rotax. Of course, he's gone through the senior Rotax stages and into 177s. And he seems to be doing all right in the 177s. Chafer's going to be one to watch out for. He's got a lot of work to make up from near on the back of the field. I say that. He's starting near the mid-pack, but he's had a rough start. He's going to have to work his way through again. So he'll come fighting through. Oh, Scott Clear a little look there for second place, but he couldn't get it done just yet. Chris Thomas holds on to second place. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Time is ticking down. Ollie Goodyear is, to be fair, Ollie Goodyear is getting a bit of a gap. That's going to be something to watch in the next few laps. If he can keep extending that gap, that's going to settle him perfectly for a final win, which I believe would see his final. Oh, that got very close for Scott Smith. Running a bit too wide coming out of the Dan Weldon complex. Ungwa makes a move on the inside of Ben Hitch. Can he get that one done? No, he can't. So he's sick behind and wait for another opportunity. It's interesting here. I thought Adriel was going to be trying to fight up the front end. Well, he is at the front end, but I thought he'd be more in the second or third spot. But, you know, it's not the end of the race yet. We've still got 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Anything can happen in these races. There he is on your screens. That orange helmet. Trying to get past that blue, red and white cart. That's the 41. That's Ben Hitch. And then he'll be knocking on the back of the top three. A good overtaking opportunity is here at the final corner, where he makes the move on the inside of Ben Hitch, gets that one sorted, or does he? Because on the cutback, Ungwa stipulating to Ben Hitch, saying, "Come on, just let me go. I can give us a good result here." And all on the inside, Ungwa loses out to Hitch's teammate there. That's Richard Evans. Schaefer tries to have a look as well. They had side pod contact there, but they've all kept it going. One of the 177s had to retire early. That was Richard Ball. So unfortunate there. I think he's had to retire. That might be one of the KZ cars actually off the circuit. We'll get further information about that one. But up at the front, still Scott Clee is there in third place, looking all right for the time being. Chaffet's on the inside of Ungwa, so Ungwa is not having the best of finals at the moment. He's lost out to Liam Ferguson as well. It's just going bad to worse for Adriel Ungwa. Something has gone wrong in that precision racing tent, and he just hasn't had the pace he had last month. He was like a rocket ship. Well, I mean, to be fair, speaking to him yesterday, he did feel like the car was on a rocket ship, and he felt like he had the car dialed in. So something has really gone wrong in today's racing. Scott Smith there, he's trying to make a way through. That would be the battle for 8th place. Scott Smith, good to see him back at the circuit. Scott's had a pretty good career in the senior road taxis. He's done alright in the 177s as well. Got a few podiums, a few wins as well. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. 77 there, Richard Evans. He's been fighting that car all race and just seems to be struggling pace-wise. And I wonder if that's down to the tyres. Of course, it's getting a lot hotter now. The tyre degradation is going to get a bit worse. So, yeah, they're going to have to work the car a bit more to get it round the track. A bit more understeery, the car will feel. A bit more oversteery as well. More mistakes will start to creep in. But 1 minute and 14 left on the clock. We're going to get around 2 or 3 laps left of racing here. Nathan Schaefer looks on the move of Richard Evans. Can he get that one sorted nice and cleanly? Yes, he does. Richard Evans loses out. But what he loses out is Schaefer's gain. Might also be having a look for Ben Hitch as well. Will Milner says good luck to Schaefer and Goodyear on the 177 final. Deborah Jones says good luck to Alex Jones in the 177s. His mum and dad are watching from the beach in Marbs. Oh, very nice. Tell you, it feels like it's the beach here now. The sun's come out, and a bit of front to rear contact there. Ben Hitch getting hit up the. How can I say that being PG? Hit up the back of Schaefer. Schaefer then makes the place on Hitch. And that's going to be close. I got very close between Ben Hitch and Richard Evans. Evans tried to have a little look through, but just couldn't get that move done. They come through to start the final lap of the race. Number 3 has been given a warning flag. So that'll be probably for contact. But one more lap of the circuit. Ollie Goodyear, what a drive he's had this weekend. He's been showing it up. Of course, he's been up there at the front end most weekends this year, but you know, he just hasn't had the look through. Sometimes not his own fault. But this has been a whirlwind weekend really for him. Ollie Goodyear, he's had the pressure from Chris Thomas and Scott Clee, but it just wasn't enough. And round the final couple of corners, if Chris Thomas doesn't send a late one, it's going to be Ollie Goodyear for the first time this year. He's going to take a 177 final win. Ollie Goodyear on top in 177. Superb driving from Goodyear, from Thomas in second. Scott Clee in third, from Chafer in fourth. Ungwa looks like he was rushing to get to the pits. He does not seem happy about that final result. Chafer in fourth, Ben Hitch in fifth. There was Liam Ferguson, Adrian Ungwa from Richard Evans, Scott Smith, Josh Bass, Alex Jones from Oliver Moss, Bill Bauer, David German and Gavin Petty rounds out your top 15 as the rest of the drivers come through to finish. It does seem like it was Richard Ball who had issues. The number 24, he was out of the race. So as one final finishes, it's time for the big one, let's say. The big race here this weekend. It's the TKM O Plate. And it's going to be one exciting one. I know Ash Clatton's going to be watching on the screen. She's been waiting a while for this one. And it's going to be one exciting one, of course. Spencer Lane, who's had a very good day so far. He'll be starting from that pole spot. Luke Jarman alongside from Michael Cornell. Kean Bennett from Gareth Haynes. Jake Cox from Harvey Jones. Johan Calichurn from Charlie Whitehouse. Thomas Short, William Bryant, John Stafford. And William Bloom will start from the final spot on the grid to round up the grid for the O-Plate. Of course, the driver who takes the win in this final will take a very nice O-Plate back with them. There is the grid on your screens once again, so you can have a little read through. But this is going to be one exciting race. Six minutes plus a lap of action waiting ahead of us. This is what everyone is bidding for, that O-Plate. It's all good winning the heats, but this is the final everyone wants to win. This is the one round where everyone is focused on that first spot. Who will take it? Most people would say Spencer Lane because of how he's done so far. Luke Jarman could be one to watch as well, but don't count anyone out. Will we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. O-Plate is away. Down into turn one. Who is it going to be as he exits the first corner? Spencer Lane, very nicely on his brakes. Watch out for Kean Bennett. Round the outside. Where will he find his way through? To second place. Superb from Kean Bennett. Wow. That is what you call a start from second place. He started up in fourth place. Into second. Gareth Haynes in third. Michael Cornell drops to fourth. Let's see how the others fall through. Where is Luke Jarman in all of this? He drops to fifth. Not had the best of starts, but this is what Spencer Lane wanted. He wanted that bit of a margin to pull away from the rest of the field. But can he do it, though? Can he do it? I don't think he can. The number 56 gets a warning flag. Look at a move for third place. 85 on the inside. That's Michael Cornell. Gets the move on to Gareth Haynes. Luke Jarman trying to find a way through. He's lost out big time on that start. But if anyone can challenge Spencer Lane at the moment, it's Kean Bennett. What can Kean Bennett do? I think all the drivers have realised that the second we let Spencer Lane get away, he just goes. So we need to make a move now and make this more of a battle for the lead more than, just let Spencer get away. Spencer Lane then leads the way still, but in second place it's Kean Bennett, and he's got to run. Kean Bennett's got to run. Will he look into turn one? It's going to be interesting. There's multiple drivers making moves. Here's the lead. The O-Plate lead changes once because Kean Bennett leads them now through the Willow section. And Spencer Lane, who thought he had every opportunity in the book for this win, it's slowly going away. Spencer Lane, who was very quick in the heats, of course took both heat wins, is not in the lead in the final when it counts. This is not what Spencer Lane had lined up for him. Michael Cornell now into third. Gareth Haynes and Luke Jarman rounding out your top five. Spencer Lane, what will he be doing now? Will he think, right, let's go back for the lead here? Or will he wait? He seems to be like he's waiting for an opportunity to come around, which is what a mature driver like Spencer would do. They come through to turn one. Looks like Jake Cox making a move on Harvey Jones. That's a bit further down the field. That was the battle for 6th place. But Kean Bennett, he's been up there at the front end for most of this weekend, but has not yet seen a first spot all weekend long. But look at Spencer Lane, he's right on his tail now. The 85, he's ever so close as well. This is going to be a free kart battle for the lead at the moment. Let it fall through. Oh, Spencer Lane's back in the lead. Kean Bennett loses out once again, but what will Kean Bennett do to respond back? Will he go down the inside of Spencer Lane into turn 1? No, he doesn't. Thinks better off it. Cornell now in 3rd, and Bennett, Luke Jarman up to 4th place. That's a good sign for him. He's got an opportunity now, but he's so close up at the front. There's about 9 or 10 karts in this battle. 9 karts, all the way down to Thomas Shaw, number 42. They all have equal opportunities of taking the win here. 43, Charlie Whitehouse, he has a warning flag, so he needs to be careful. But Kean Bennett, he's slowly losing out to Spencer Lane here. He needs to make a move now. Has he got the slipstream down into turn 1? Will he go for the move? It's going to be a late one if he does. No, he doesn't. He sinks better off it, sticks behind. It's unfortunate to see Hank Kelly Churn. He's just not battling up at the front end. So he's going to be working throughout the race to try and get up there. Hopefully if the battle's coming on, if the battles start to increase, that might work out in his favour. 1 minute and 50 left on the clock, plus that additional lap before we can call an O-Plate winner for the 2025 run-in. Spencer Lane, he's had 2 heat wins so far. It's all about that final though. But, I thought Michael Cornell then. I thought he could go for 2nd place there. He had a little look. And I wonder if that's something he's eyeing up. But, it's all about 44 here, Kean Bennett. Now, that slipstream is really working for the 44. Because that's pretty much the only way he's managing to stay with Spencer Lane. He hasn't got the speed through the technical sectors. But when it comes to that final, that straight, he's really on the back, and I think that's going to be a help for Michael Cornell as well. Michael's sort of pushing him along as well. 1 minute left, so as they come round the final couple of corners, they're going to get, I say, around 3 laps left of racing. So 3 laps will determine who will take this O-Plate home in 2025. It's going to be close. And Spencer Lane, he's decided to defend. Was that too early for Spencer Lane? Was that too early? 40 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what happens here. Spencer Lane, he's on that white line. I don't think I've ever seen someone so badly want this O-Plate win. What an achievement it will be. It's going to be so close at the front end, and it's bringing everyone in. Anyone has an opportunity here. Look at that. Drivers all the way back to the number 56, William Bloom. He might even have an opportunity for a win here. 2 more laps of racing here. Anything can happen. Who will take the O-Plate at the end of these 2 laps? Let's have a watch. Spencer Lane, will he defend it to turn 1 once again? Yes, but he moves to the middle of the track to cover off. This is obviously the penultimate lap of the race, so anything can happen. Spencer Lane now defends into Cashel corner, but look at Luke Jarman. Luke Jarman's trying to find a way for 2nd place. Kean Bennett needs to make this move now, before it's too late. If Kean Bennett sticks where he is now, he's going to lose more places, because Luke Jarman is ready to make an attack. But 1 more lap will decide who wins the O-Plate. All weekend long, it's all been about Spencer Lane. Can he hold on for 1 more lap? Let's see how they get on. The number 11, Spencer Lane, leads them onto the final lap. Hard on the defensive line. Luke Jarman's trying to go round the outside. He gets to 2nd place. Could that be for the lead as well? They're going to be side by side. Luke Jarman into 2nd place. Now, what can Luke Jarman do? They don't want to keep battling, because that's going to help out Spencer Lane. Kean Bennett round the outside. Gets back into 2nd place. But it all doesn't matter anymore, because at the front of the field, it's Spencer Lane. Spencer Lane was waiting for that to happen, and he took it with full stride. For the first time ever, the O-Plate will go to the number 11 of Spencer Lane. Spencer Lane wins the TKMO plate here at Kimbolton. That was superb driving by Spencer Lane. A whole shot and a domination for Mr. Lane. 3 out of 3 wins for Spencer Lane. You can't ask for much more. Keane Bennett finishes up in second place. Michael Cornell got to third from Jake Cox in fourth. Luke Jarman drops down to the fifth. But what a race that was. And, is that when the driver was breaking down? That's Gareth Haynes, who broke down at the end. Very unfortunate for Gary Hayes, but he broke down when he needed, when best too. What a final! O-plate winner being taken by Spencer Lane. The next race coming up now will be the Junior Road Taxes. But I tell you, if Ash Classen's watching at home, she's probably been jumping out of her chair about that. The Junior Road Taxes heading out of circuit now. It's going to be Teddy Cooper who starts on pole position. Miles Burton from second. It's going to be Callum Sims from Blake Southern, Ryan Rapini from Logan Artshaw, Sam Aston from Jacob Aston, Hayden Fisher from Alex Shepherd, George Cole and Conor Large from Stanley Williams and Noel Moulton, Oscar Keane from Dan Butcher, from Lucy Wilden, Harry Friel, Andre Watson from John Richardson, Harvey Sargent from Laurie McVie, Zach Sidney from George Fountain, Louis Marshall, Toby Farvin from Eli Baden, Easy Wicks from Molly Mizzen, Jack Causer, Lachlan Homer, Pure Winslet and Archie Buckingham. I think the driver we need to watch out for is really Eli Baden. All the way down about 28th place. He's got a lot of work to do. As they head round the final corner, Teddy Cooper, he's had so much bad luck this year, but so much pace. Can he bring that finally to a final win? Let's see how they get on. Down and someone lights her out. We're off and racing for the first time of asking. What will Blake Southern do? Trying to go around the outside. He's already got a final win, and he's looking for a second one. Straight to the lead goes Blake Southern. That was superb driving from Teddy Cooper, who's in second place. Callum Sims into third. But Blake Southern, look at that start. He's already got half a from Logan Artshaw, Miles Burton from one of the Aston brothers. Number 98, George Cole's got a warning flag. He was caught up in some of the mid-pack shenanigans, so maybe a bit getting a bit tail to tail with someone, but still looking good for Blake Southern. Oh, actually, you say that, lost a bit of time on that last lap. The driver who's the fastest out on circuit is actually Hayden Fisher. So Hayden Fisher's really showing up what he can do. Of course, very new to junior Rotax. We're running with Jack Dex Racing. He's had a lot of improvements throughout the year, but I think this is probably one of his best performances so far. Actually, at a 155, Eli Baden, he's under investigation. So although making up all these places, seems to be put under investigation. So I wonder if all of them overtakes the cleanest. But we'll let the show sort that one out as well. But look at this, Blake Southern's lost. What has happened to Blake Southern? He's lost out all this time, and Teddy Cooper's now there into second place. It's either Teddy's got quicker, or Blake's lost a lot of time. Of course, being the lead man, all it takes is for one mistake, and Blake Southern, he's right on that defensive line now. I bet you Sam Baker's going to be very scared at the grandstands. But look at this, he's right on that white line now as he heads down to turn one. Teddy Cooper's trying to go around the outside. That's not always going to work. Callum Sims got the opportunity to go for second place, but Teddy Cooper's going to hold it around the outside. But all this banging and boshing is going to help the lead man there pull away. Blake Southern's having a brilliant drive so far, and I think that may have been his main plan. Try and back everyone up into each other and then pull away once again. And it's worked out quite well because he's got a couple kart lengths now to the drivers behind. Hartshaw there in fourth. He could be looking at a podium spot as well as Sam Aston. He's there in fifth. A bit of a gap from these top four. A minute and 10 on the clock. Now dropping to less than a minute. Really going to be... Oh, that got very close between Teddy Cooper. Teddy saw that Callum was looking for a move and decided to move early. Defend off that position. I think these two now need to work together now because Blake Southern's going to pull away. But this is the move from second place. And up and over from Callum Sims and Teddy Cooper. Teddy's kept it going, but that's going to be definitely a mechanical flag. Callum Sims and Teddy Cooper going over each other. And well, that's going to be a big talking point with the stewards. But look at Hayden Fisher. He's into third place. Hayden's onto a podium spot here. Unbelievable scenes in junior Rotax here. What on earth happened there? That's number 79 there. He's got a mechanical flag. 79, Teddy Cooper. He is out of the race. What on earth happened there? I've spoken so much about the look that Teddy Cooper has, and it's all gone from bad to worse. He's out once again. Super unfortunate there. And the real question was, who turned into each other? Was that Callum Sims into Teddy, or vice versa? Super unfortunate there, but this just helped out Blake Southern. Blake Southern onto the final lap of the race has just driven this race to perfection. He thought he was going to lose out a bit to a couple of the drivers behind, but that all worked out in his favour. He bunched them all up together. Callum Sims, he's there in second place. Will he hold on to that second place? Will be another question. But Hayden Fisher's going to get his first podium in junior Rotax. What a story that's going to be for the 777. Jack Dex are going to get one podium, but they're going to get another one. Hayden Fisher will finish in third. But round the final corner comes Blake Southern, once again victorious in junior Rotax. 2 wins for Blake Southern in the finals here in the 2025 HKRC Club Championship. Callum Sims will finish up in second place from Hayden Fisher, who takes a dominant podium spot there. What a story for Hayden Fisher. Wow, what on earth happened there? Teddy Cooper losing out big time. As went up and over, and we sort of saw that coming when they entered the corner. They were getting way too close to each other. Logan Hartshaw, a very dominant fourth place. John Richardson made up 14 places to sixth place, so that was very good to see. All drivers, most of the drivers managing to finish that race. One of the marshals getting a bit of bodywork. That's going to be Teddy Cooper's. Next race coming up, though, I'm going to have to take a bit of a breather here, and we'll have a minute Next race coming up, Junior X30. We'll have a quick look at the YouTube chat, see what people are saying. But the Junior X30 is heading out on circuit, and Zach McDonald will start from pole. Dominic Parabic alongside. Will this be a first ever win for Dominic? We'll wait and see. Alex Wiley from Finley Allen, Alan Bourne from James Backwith, from Max Wright, Jack Baker, Louis Barker, Bailey Brooker, and Ethan Higgins rounds out your field of drivers. What a race that was beforehand. Yeah, Josh Phillips saying Teddy taken out again. Well, we'll wait and see if that was the stewards. Jossie asked when's Senior X30. Senior X30 will be in a couple races time, so definitely stick around and wait for that. Stick around to the end. Look, so much more racing coming up. But we're getting ready now to see the June X30s. Will they get going for the first time of asking? Let's wait and see. Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. Could this be a first final win for Dominic Parabic? Let's wait and see. Down into turn 1. Will he get the whole shot on Zach McDonald? Yes, he does. Dominic Parabic leads them away after the first sector. What a start from Parabic, rounding outside of Zach McDonald. But Zach is not one easy driver to get away from. Zach's going to be trying every trick in the book to catch up to Parabic. This race is not over in Zach McDonald's eyes. Dominic, a very good start, but he is only just started the race. He's still got 5.5 minutes left to go, plus an additional lap. Dominic running as a dad and lad. Zach McDonald as well on his own. Two privateers at the front of the field, both with mechanical help. And on the inside, Zach McDonald, does he get that move done? Yes, but Dominic gets back on the inside. Superb stuff there from 74. Dominic had thought he'd lost the lead there, but managed to get the cutback manoeuvre. And all of this is going to help out Adam Bourne, the Tim Wilson Motorsport car. He's up into third place. You can see Tim Wilson just next to the grandstand watching on vigorously. But at the front, it's Zach McDonald now. What a move into the Kestrel corner. And back on the inside goes Dominic Parabic. This is a proper hack for the lead. And look who's in the field now. Adam Bourne is there in third place. The 65 getting an under investigation flag. Adam Bourne, though, this could also be a first final win for him. So much history could be lying at the end of this race. But we've still got 4.5 minutes to go. Dominic Parabic has just shown to Zach McDonald there that he is not giving up without a fight. The second Zach McDonald got on the inside, Dominic said, no, mate, you ain't getting this one easy. Back on the inside he went. Let's see how they get on. Zach McDonald on the inside once again. They go run Hobbs. Oh, that got ever so close to the barrier there for Dominic Parabic. They came out the corner, they ran pods. But Zach McDonald, he secured the move on Dominic Parabic. But what will Parabic do to respond? He's lost a bit of time to Zach McDonald, but now he's got to work with Adam Bourne. And who else is he bringing in? Alex Wiley, who won one of the heats earlier today. He might have an opportunity. Adam Bourne to second place. He had a look, but Dominic Parabic holds on. I don't think this is the plan they need to do. They need to work together here to catch up to Zach McDonald. Look at the gap that Zach's got already. Superb stuff from Zach McDonald. The number 80, this could be a final win for him. He's just got to keep four wheels on the track. 74 on your screens, Dominic Parabic. I have to say, one of the drivers who was in contention for the win, still is. 3 minutes left to go. But he's got a lot of work to do now. Alex Wiley now there in third. Now Alex won one of the heats earlier today. Oh, looked like one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport carts having to cut the chicane. Looks like he got a bit messed up going into the entrance there. That's one of the good things about keeping the chicane open there, is that they can use it as a chicken run. Now that was Finley Allen who was having to cut that chicane. But up at the front, Zach McDonald setting purple after purple lap times. He's a tenth faster than Dominic Parabic, so not much Dominic can do at the moment. Third place is now Alex Wiley. Alex lapping quicker than Dominic. So, it's such a hard situation for Parabic. Does he battle with Wiley and just, you know, think that, right, okay, I'm not going to get this win here. Let's just have a little battle for second. Let's hold on to this spot. Or would he let Wiley through and say, okay, if you've got the pace to do this, let's see how good your pace is. It's going to be interesting to see. And I just looked off our commentary box, actually. Looks like Wiley had a look for the lead there, but Pavic fought back. Going down to turn 1. Max Wright makes a move on the inside of Adam Bourne, but up in front as well. Wiley is into second place. There he is on your screens. The number 74 drops to third. This is going to get intense. What can Wiley do? He's got 1.5 minutes left. Can he close this time in? It's under less than a second. It's going to be a lot of work. Zach has got to put in some very consistent lap times now. Good battles going on here. 2 of the Teal Wilson Motorsport karts and the Wright kart. That's Max Wright having a battle with Adam Bourne and Finley Allen. But still up at the front end. It does look like Alex Wiley is slowly closing in. He lost out a bit of time on that last lap. It all jumped up to a second gap. We'll wait until they come round this time. Talking about Dominic Pavic though, he's still sticking there. And I know what plan he's got. He's thinking, well, Wiley's going to get him. I'll come and get him as well. Pavic, cool, he was a bit later in the brakes there. Let's see what the gap is as they come round to finish this lap. It was 1 second, now it's still a second. So he's not actually closing in here. Zach McDonald's got this one sealed. Despite the commentator's curse, Zach McDonald looking strong to take a win this year in the Junior X30 category. Of course, he's been having all them troubles against George Edgar. George Edgar not here this weekend, but that sort of gave him his mark to, you know, this is my chance for a win. Let's see how we get on. Around the final corner for the final time to start the final lap. Zach McDonald, he's had a pretty good drive so far, but what was Dominic Pavic do? He knows he can't get the win now, and I think he's pretty much admitted defeat on that part. But would he go for Alex Wiley for second place? We're waiting to see how they get on. But Zach McDonald, he's only got half a lap left to tour of the circuit. The 159 there in second place. Alex Wiley took one of the heat wins earlier, the other one being won by this man who is coming around the final corner. All defence for second place, but up at the front it's Zach McDonald who takes the win in Junior X30. What a drive from Zach McDonald. Dominic Pavic, he tried to get that second place but just lost out. Alex Wiley finished up in second, Pavic in third, Bourne finished up in fourth from Max Wright, Finley Allen, James Backwith from Ethan Higgins, Louis Barker, Jack Baker and Bailey Brook rounds out your field of drivers. Not the biggest field of drivers we've had this weekend, but definitely provided a hell of a lot of action. Brilliant stuff to see in the Junior X30s as one final commences. Another one gets set to go again. The Mini Inters looking set to start their A finals shortly. But what a finish that was, a Junior X30. Zach McDonald took the win in the end with Alex Wiley in second place. And I thought Dominic Pavic, he was so close to that win. I thought he was going to have it this time around. It just wasn't enough. Mini Inters out on circuit then for their final. Benjamin Lawn starts from pole from Lewis Hubson, Aidan Hammond, Max Wheatley from Oliver Barton, Ronnie Smart from Rian Townsend, Jackson Hilton, Jackson Heath, Teddy Egg from Finley Beals, Noah Hammond, George Quinlan, Toby Wortley, Alex Niskis, Archie D. Bullock, Seki Komatsu, Edward Munns from Rama Komatsu, George Wilden from Jack Charles Bailey and Hayden Ward rounds out your grid. Now, if it's anything to go like the second heat, this final is going to be very exciting. And I don't think the win of this race is going to be who we thought of at the very start. It's going to be a close one between the two up the front here. Let's see if we can get going for the first time asking. All the drivers are out of place, so we're going to go around once again. That seemed to be like a definite full start. And I think on this full start, I'm going to take a chance to rest my voice, because I've been screaming at the TV for quite a while. Marshall stipulating there to the drivers, telling them, you got to slow down. Way too quick on that first time around. So a strong field of drivers as well. Of course, the K-Plate Max Wheatley's back in action. Ronnie Smart, he's been up there at the tough end of the field. He's been at times in a chance for a win, a podium spot. I think the main driver to watch out for, though, Benjamin Lawn. Back in business here with the Coles Racing class. He's been up there at the sharp end. Lewis Herberson, a good opportunity for him. And of course, that global karting car of Aidan Hammond had a very good start last time around. Will we get going for the second time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Herberson on the outside. Max Wheatley trying to go around the outside as well. Who will get there first? Aidan Hammond getting into contact with Max Wheatley. Them two are going to be dropping down the field. Ronnie Smart up into second place. Benjamin Lawn still leads the way. Jackson Hilton is going to go for second place. That is a brilliant start for Jackson Hilton. That's the highest position he's been all weekend long. Ronnie Smart giving him the tap, saying, come on, mate, if you're going to be in second place, we've got to chase after Benjamin Lawn. They all come filing into Kestrel Corner. The final two corners of the circuits before they head into the final corner. Look at the move from Lewis Herberson on the inside of Oliver Barton, and he's got a bit of contact there, but they all keep on going. Lewis Herberson really sick on that white line as they head into turn one. He receives a warning flag, and it's pretty understandable. Jackson Hilton now battling with Ronnie Smart. Is that the best side there at the early stages of this race? I don't think so. They need to work together now and catch up to Benjamin Lawn. Pace-wise throughout the heats, Ronnie Smart was quicker than Benjamin Lawn. But of course, setup changes can be done between these races, so it'll be interesting to see how they do. George Quinlan's having a good race so far. He's had a good start, up 4 places to 9th. But this is the lead move for second place. My apologies. Ronnie Smart on the inside. This is not what these two want, but exactly what Benjamin Lawn wants. Lawn slowly increasing the gap as he head into turn one. Look at the move once again. Jackson Hilton on the inside for second place. Ronnie Smart there in third. Herberson in fourth. Ryan Townsend, the driver of the day from last month, there in fifth. Aidan Hammond trying to find a way through as well. Battles all the way throughout this field. But up, still at the sharp end, Ronnie Smart. I wonder if he's just sort of given up with trying to battle with Jackson Hilton, because Jackson just seems to, every time Ronnie makes a move, Jackson just gets him back. And that is not the quickest way to race. Max Wheatley makes a move on Ryan Townsend. Can't get that move done, but it's with his teammate Oliver Barton. So they'll work together to try and find a way through. 3 warning flags on the board, Ryan Townsend being one of them, 150 as well. So all these drivers getting a bit too naughty. But when it comes to the finals, that's what you need to be at your top game. And really, for some of these drivers, it's life or death when it comes to that final. It's all they ever really want to win. So, of course, it's all about taking them trophies home at the end of the day. A bit of silverware isn't a bad showing. But Benjamin Lawn, despite all the battling, he hasn't been able to pull a gap like I thought he would. Jackson Hilton's still there. I mean, he's got a half a second gap, which is still a gap to play with. But Jackson Hilton, he's got the extra momentum. He's got that slipstream as well. That's going to help him down the straight, down into turn one. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. So we're already halfway through, closing into the final stages of this mini inter-final. Benjamin Lawn defends once again. Jax Hilton, he's really on the tail now. Near on touching the back of Benjamin Lawn. Lewis Herberson, one to watch out for as well. Running a bit wide there was Oliver Barton. He's sat there in 6th place. He's behind Aidan Hammond, who's with that global karting team. Of course, Mike Spencer being the main man running that front. Both the Hammond brothers running for global. But up at the front, Ryan Townsend into 4th place. So he's not doing too bad. Edward Munns has a couple issues. He's at the back end of the field. But look at the battle over the front here. There's about 5 cars in the battle for the lead here. Any 5 could have a real shot at winning this. But I think it's all about what Jackson Hilton can do. If Jackson can't make that move, Benjamin Lawn can extend that advantage. So I think Jackson needs to just make a move now. Looking to move for 3rd place though. Rian Townsend on the inside of Lewis Herbston. Rian Townsend being mechanic by Zach Starbuck this weekend. Hope his dad Gary is all okay. He's been off at the hospital today. Hope he's watching on the stream. Hope you have a good recovery, Gary. But Riam seems to not be doing too bad. He's still in 3rd place. Herbston in 4th, Hammond in 5th. Max Wheatley, K-Plate winner. He's there in 6th place. Of course, next month he'll be having to hand that back unless he can win the K-Plate again. But as they take down, less than a minute left, and Jackson Hilton, he's just not had that pace yet to really close in on Lawn. He's there, but just not enough to make a move. And he's been quite annoying, really, because he hasn't had the help from the drivers behind because they've just been battling the whole time. Rian Townsend's now in 3rd, so Rian could be the next driver to give him a bit of a push. Which will ever be so important in these cadet races. A couple of drivers. And is that Ronnie Smart? Is that Ronnie Smart out of the race? I think it is. Ronnie Smart, who was there in 7th place, is out. You can see on the back of your screens there, full despair for Ronnie Smart. Oh, you've got to feel so bad for Ronnie Smart there. He was so close to another top 5 finish. But look at the battle up at the front here. It's getting closer. Rian Townsend's closing in. Jackson Hilton is there. Benjamin Lawn, he needs to start looking behind now because he's got a tail of around 6 or 7 cars in the battle for the lead. Yet again, go down to the wire. Hilton on the inside. That was superb. Townsend round the outside. Gets it done. What a move from Townsend. What a drive. Timer has struck to 0. We're going to get one more lap left of racing. Could we see a first win for Jackson Hilton, or would it be another one for Rian Townsend? One more tour to go. Let's see how they get on. Lewis Herbison running very wide. Very good to get out of the barrier there. One more lap. Townsend, he's going to have to send a late one if he wants any opportunity of taking this win. Zach Starbuck on the Spanish for him this weekend. They've been working together really well to find this final win. It's been a long time coming for Rian Townsend. He was so close last time out, but he's got to try. He's only got half a lap left. Jackson Hilton, could it be for the first time a win? He's the number 27, but it could be a win. Aidan Hammond there in 4th. Lawn dropped to 3rd. But round the final corner, it's a 1v1. Townsend versus Jackson Hilton. And Jackson Hilton, round the final corner, he's going to take the final win by just about, by a very small margin. Jackson Hilton wins in mini inters, and that's a win for the KidX Driver Development Programme. That's a win for Ben Folland and Danny Sweeney. Rian Townsend finished up in 2nd place from Benjamin Lawn. Aidan Hammond from Max Wheatley. Oliver Barton, George Quinlan, Lewis Herbison, Jackson Heath, Toby Wortley rounds out your top 10. 500ths of a second at the end separated the two. That was superb driving from the field. So it's a shame for Ronnie Smart though. He was up there in the top 5. Second to last lap breaks down. And you got to feel for him. He was very close there. So for those asking when the Senior X30 race is about to get underway, it's about to get underway now. So keep putting your comments in for who you're supporting. Senior X30 is heading out on circuit now. Let's see how they get on. They will be the second to last final of the weekend. Reese Newburn starts from pole from Tristan Powell and Harry Cottrell, from Jensen Pugh, Isaac Marshall, Harry Pearce, Dylan Patel, Jack Dan rounds out your 8 carts. From Sebastian Dew, Josh Jones. From Tiger Dixon, Aaron Brown. From Monty Breathwaite, Katie Ashman. Oliver Harris from Aaron Lask. Rounds out your 8 throws. One of the crop promotion carts gets out of the grid. Matty DeBeck from Max Anderson. Tony Gazil from Lucian Joyce. George Noel. James Reynolds from Zach Whelan. Elio DeSandro from Jessica Fitchell. And Reese Barber rounds out your 13 rows. 26 drivers in this field. I think Sebastian Dew didn't get round to start this race. Are we going to get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. We're going first hand here. Reece Newburn versus Tristan Powell. Who's going to make it to the first corner first? It looks like Harry Cottrell makes the inside line. It's a TV cart 1-2 as they file through into Derek's corner. Reece Newburn dropping to second place. Driver spinning a bit further back. That's Natalie DeBeck and Jessica Fitchell, the 2 girls getting into contact with each other. But Harry Cottrell up at the front end. Could this be a first win for him in Senior X30? Jensen Pugh's had a good start. He's right on the tail of Tristan Powell as they enter through to end the first lap. Pugh side by side with Tristan Powell. Can't get that move done. Had a look for the podium spot. Wasn't enough. Harry Cottrell now leads the way into turn 1. The first time Cottrell's led all weekend long. Reece Newburn into second place. Tristan Powell still there in third, but Pugh's trying to have a look back. Seems like Pugh is really strong at the start of this race. But this battle for second place, it's really helping out Harry Cottrell here. Newburn having to defend off from Tristan Powell. I wonder if this was a sort of team game as well. Obviously, you don't like to see team orders all the time, but sometimes when it comes to the professionalism, you've got to do what you've got to do to win these races. Reece Newburn really on the white line, but Tristan Powell pushes his way through, finds a way through. That was a good move there from Tristan Powell. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Tristan Powell into second place. How will he counteracting against the lead man, Harry Cottrell? Would he try and find a way through? Could it be a lead move? We'll have to wait and see. 4 minutes left to go. Jack Dan has had a pretty good drive so far. Jack Dan has had a very hard sort of first half of the year. He's had some troubles trying to work with the chassis and the setup of the car, but he looks like he's doing all right now. Probably the best position he's been in the whole time. 88 under investigation as Tristan Powell leads the race. Harry Cottrell drops to second place, but Harry Cottrell is leading the way on track. My apologies, Tristan Powell's leading the way on track, but could be losing out on a penalty. We'll wait and see. Of course, these are provisional results. We don't call it official results. We let the stewards decide them. But the 88, time being, leads the way. 42, Harry Cottrell is there in second place. Cottrell had a really good start there. The pace seemed very quick at the start. Could we see him slowly start dropping off? Harry here's there in sixth. Look at the battle up at the front though. Cottrell trying to go round the outside. This could be the cutback going into turn 2. Cottrell's got the run and he makes his move. Makes it into the lead. That was superb. Got the proper cutback move as he enters through. Now Cottrell on the defence, trying to make sure that he can keep Tristan Powell behind. Try and force Powell now into Reece Newburn. Now, oh, that's a good move there. Powell back to the inside. I was going to say that I think the goal here with TV is to try and get a 1-2, but Tristan Powell does not want any of that. He wants to make moves through the field. Now, Reece Newburn has decided that his time is here to make a move to second place. Teammates turn over swaps, positions. Jensen Pugh trying to defend now from Jack Dan in 5th. Jack Dan's best performance so far this year, really, from the right driver. Tristan Powell, 2 minutes left, and he's already pulled a bit of a margin. Reece Newburn there in second place. It's going to be a matter now. Can he close it in? Monty Breathwaite has the fastest lap of the race. He's driving very quickly so far in the high 40.6s, which is very good for a very used time. Isaac Marsh getting a bit shoved by Monty Breathwaite. Monty trying to find a way through, having to work from the middle of the grid. Monty struggled a lot in the heat races, Number 95 getting an under investigation flag. And I wouldn't be surprised if... who is the 95? That's Alicia Joyce. So that's one of the premium karting karts. He is under investigation for an incident that may have happened on circuit. But Tristan Powell here at the front, looking alright. They're catching up to a back marker soon. That's one of the TV karts. Well, I hope there's no team orders in that sense. Reece Newburn and Harry Crotchwell, they're trying to work together here to really close down on the back of Tristan Powell. Tristan Powell under investigation again. So the shoe is obviously not liking how he's driving in this race. And some could be said about the way he got to that lead. But Tristan Powell, 40 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to get 2 laps left of racing. Jensen Pugh looking for a podium spot as well. Yellow flags out at turn 1. One of the MDL karts off the circuit. That looks like may have been Tiger Dixon or Aaron Lask. Actually, might be Aaron Lask, yeah. Aaron Lask on your screen. So unfortunate there for Aaron Lask. He's been waiting for his opportunity, really, to find some hidden pace that he lost. He was very quick in CNX30 many time ago, and been trying to find that pace ever since. But Tristan Powell, he's been conserving that gap, doing very good so far. Closing up to the back marker now on the last lap of the race. The number 21. It's a TB kart. This is going to look a bit dodgy, you could say. Hopefully, the number 21, if he does catch up, will get out of the way nice and cleanly. Number 21 gets out of the way nice and clean. That's very good to see. But the number 88, Tristan Powell, what a drive it's been once again from the 88. The number 67, the Reece Newburn, he tried to have a go, as well as Harry Cottrell. Of course, had a very good final start decision, but it all didn't matter in the end, because the number 88, Tristan Powell, round the final corner. It's going to be a points haul weekend for 88. Tristan Powell takes the win. That will hopefully jump him up in front of Aidan Eldridge in the championship. And we'll set him down nicely as he head into the 7th round of the championship. So Tristan Powell in the end takes the win. Newburn in 2nd place, from Cottrell in 3rd. And top 3 there, all had a brilliant opportunity, as well as Jensen Pugh. Jensen Pugh was very close at the end there. Jack Dadd and Harry Pears from Monty Breathwaite, and Katie Ashman, who finished it well. George Maywell and Aaron Lask were your retirees. That's the CX30 action all done. Time for one more final to send us on our way home. It's going to be Senior Rotax to take us to the checkered flag. Of course, one more 6 minute plus the lap. So Ryan Etchberg is saying well done to Tristan. Tristan Powell, a very well deserved win. Lucas Blanford will start from pole in the Senior Rotax race. Toby Alvarez alongside from Russ Tyler, George Robinson from Joshua Valance, Alex Adams Acton from James Tester, Oliver Liversedge from Jack Middleton, Jake Fisher, Archie Flint from Ryan Sayers, Sam Cook from Ethan Martin, Michael Morgan from Philip Tatton, Declan Luff from Tom Pryor, Aaron Sarkis from Will Forber, Charlie F. Gray from Adam White, Jason Haitley from Ryan Hedge, and Dan Renton rounds out your grid. Now, really unfortunate to see how Will Forber's got on. Will, who was fighting up at the sharp end last month, a lot of issues this weekend, and meant he's not been where he wished he'd been. Could be a first final win for Lucas Blanford. That would be a good way to start his campaign on his first time here to the circuit in the senior category. Ross Tyler has a good opportunity. So does Joshua Valance. And of course, Toby Alvarez has been up at the sharp end. Round the final quarter they go. Will they get going for the first half Askin in the final race of the weekend? Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. Blanford versus Alvarez. as they head into turn 1. Who will be in front of each other? It looks like Lucas Bamford's had a brilliant start and holds his way. George Robinson into second place. I haven't spoken much about George this weekend. And big incident there. Big contact into the barriers. And that was a big hit from one of the drivers who are further down the field. There he is on your screen. He's won the Vantage race and the number 32. That was a big hit. That was Ryan Sayers, who was starting in the mid-pack. We do hope Ryan is okay. Barrier damage at the exit of turn 3, but Battenberg flags are out. Ryan Sayers does look to be okay. Kart, I'd say not in the best condition, but thankfully he is alright. And they'll go around once again. Marshall doing a good job to get the barrier back in place. There it is on your screens. Drivers going very slowly, which is what they should be doing, which is very good to see. The driver who made up a lot of places at the start was actually William Forber. Up 7 places, up to 13th. That is superb to see. Now, good to see Ryan Sayers. He's walking to the medical team, but unfortunately out of the race. He looks like he may have had a bit of damage to his arm. But on your screen, so good start by Blanford. But this is what's happened there? Spinners going on a bit further behind. Declan Luff went a bit of a spin there. Charlie Fgrave going off as well. They've kept it all on the circuit. But I'll try and see if I can get that loaded up again on the YouTube. That was very interesting. What on earth happened there? Declan Luff being put to the back of the field. There he is on your screens, the number 49. Try and have a little watch now on the replay. Just seems like, it does look like Declan Luff went on a bit of a spin there. It looked like he went on his own though, so that'd be interesting. They'll come around the final corner now. I think we're going to go green flag racing. Yes, we do. Green flags are out. We're back racing down in senior road tax. Lucas Blanford still leads the way. George Robinson in second place. Toby Alvarez rounds out your top 3. Ross Tyler there in 4th. From Alex Adams-Acton, who's in your top 5. Alex Adams-Acton's got one of his teammates to play with as well. He's got Oliver Liversedge, who's slowly closing in. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. And Lucas Blanford, he's done alright, to be fair. He's been given a jail-free card at Battenberg. He's gave him a bit of time to just have a bit of a breather. But a late move there. Toby Alvarez on the inside of George Robinson. That was a superb move. I thought he was going to mess up his run there. He's having to defend into turn 1 to make sure Robinson doesn't get the move back. They come finally through. Ross Tyler's there as well, the number 14. Can he get alongside Robinson? He tries to, but Robinson holds it round the outside. He'll have to fight another day. Ross Tyler's still at it, and he's got his teammate behind for good comfort. Alex Adams-Acton's there as well. James Tester into the top 7 as well. But up at the front, look at Blanford. He's already picking away and trying to be consistent as possible. He's already got a bit of a margin, which is what he would have wanted. As he head down to finish another lap around this Kimbolton circuit. George Robinson on the inside again. Ross Tyler trying to go around the outside. That will turn into a cutback move for the Willow section. He gets that move done. Superb stuff from the number 14, Ross Tyler. Gets onto that podium spot. That'll be his first podium of the season. Or will it be Keeg? I got very close there. Robinson had to look to try and get back on him. Alex Adams-Acton is now fighting his way through George Robinson. This could be the first podium for Ross Tyler, if memory do so correctly. James Tester in 6th, and Joshua Valance having a good weekend so far. He's up into 7th place. Tester on the inside of Adams-Acton gets that move done, and Valance will try and find a way through as well. Very hard on the brakes was Josh Valance. My apologies. Ross Tyler. Ross Tyler getting the warning flag, as well as 18 Ryan Hedge. So Ross Tyler got to be a bit careful how he gets that move done. But you can see Ross Tyler very hard and I think very aggressive to the kart. It could be a matter of he just hadn't been able to walk that kart quick as he thought it'd be. But he's still getting along. number 14. 53 seconds left on the clock, so we're going to get about 2 laps left of racing. Lucas Blanford, though, he's had a conservative lead so far, and Tobin Alvarez, who's there in second place, he just hasn't been able to close in. We all thought that the Battenberg was going to really shake up the field, but no one could match Blanford's pace, and he sort of just went from the line, got a good start, and that's all he really needed when that Battenberg came around. Number 14, having a little bit of a battle with the 2 Jack Dex carts. That's, of course, George Robinson, James Tester. George on the inside. Now will Tester try and find a way through, going to turn 1. He's going to try and get momentum. As he comes out, oh, big pod Robin there between Tyler and Robinson. That'll be interesting to see what the stewards think about that one. As the clock strikes 0. That got very close down to start-finish here. I thought they were going to go over the top of each other. Tom Pryor is under investigation as well. He's in number 71. So, yeah, a lot of drivers under investigation here this weekend. Which is not always the nicest thing to see. But one more lap for Lucas Blanford. He's had a long career here at Kimbolton. Just hasn't been here as often. He's been here, of course, in cadets. Did a bit of racing here in Mini Max. Moved up to Junior Rotax. Then went off and did some national championships. He's come back here in Senior Rotax to do a round here. And what a return for Mr. Lucas Blanford. The number 67. Look how smooth he is on that car. Now, cadets already had a win here this weekend. Now they're going to make it 2. A pretty dominant drive for their drivers. Round the final corner comes Lucas Blanford for the first time in seniors. Will take the win at Kimbolton. What a drive at the end, with Tobin Alvarez finishes up in second place. George Robinson rounds out your top 3, and look how happy Lucas Blanford is about that win. Ross Tyler will finish up in 4th from Tester and Alex Adams Acton. For Joshua Valance, Jake Fisher from Ethan Martin. Tom Pryor rounds out your top 10. Archie Flint from Philip Tatham. Adam White, Michael Morgan for Oliver Liversedge, Charlie F. Grave, Sam Cook, Asmus Sarkis, Jack Middleton, Jason Haitley. Rounds out your top 20. What a race weekend we've had. Looks like Willem Forward had a bit of an incident on that last lap as well. But what a race we've had this weekend. Loads of action to talk about. And loads of action to review as well, which you can do so. You can watch the live stream back on YouTube. I definitely do have a little watch myself, just to see how it all went on. But what a race and what a weekend once again. Round 6 of the HKRC Club Championship comes to an end. And what a weekend we've had. Multiple drivers I could really give the Driver of the Day award to. I'll have a good think about it. And you'll see it announced on the Facebook page. But for round 6 of the Club Championship, it's been me, Charlie Ellis. We've had Les Latham and John Richardson join us throughout the day. But I'm going to be sending you off. Thank you for watching and goodbye.